Hey gang, Gideon here. By my own self-decree, I've decided we've wrapped up Season 3 and begun Season 4. There's no set number of videos that I release that really determine the end of one season to the next, and there's no really theme either that kind of ties everything together, but sometimes I like to throw all my videos from a certain period of time into a mega compilation to symbolize the end and beginning of the new season, so it also helps with monetization and watch time and all that good metrics jazz on the back end that I sometimes care about depending on the week. I'm also an egomaniac who likes to preserve my immortality even digitally. Due to recent events like solar flares, the sun's a little bit more active lately. I don't know if you saw that giant sunspot. Why don't you go take a look at it right now? You see it? Yeah, solar flares happen to affect electronics. There was actually something called a Carrington event in 1859 that would have destroyed all modern infrastructure. That kind of had me worried because I'm a doomsday prepper. So I decided to download all my files onto a hard drive that I am keeping in a lockbox, disconnected from electricity because solar flares affect the way electricity flows. So if for some reason I have a mega super fan, you can continue to enjoy my work well after the apocalypse. You only have to find out where I live, where the key is, and everything in between. But yes, please enjoy Season 3 compilation. Thanks. P.S. This totally isn't to buy me more time on my next video. Thanks again, I love you. Bye.
We're cursed.
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 Cursed. Cursed.
Cursed.
Cursed.
Cursed.
Cursed.
Cursed.
Cursed.
Cursed.
Curse.
Curses.
Curse.
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 Curse. You'll see.
Hey, gang! It was a fun trip to Alaska, but I am back now, ready to kick off Season 3 with a bang. Hopefully you enjoyed this longer form content. I don't know if this is going to be the norm. I keep saying these are the new norms for what's going to go forward, but as you can tell, I don't like sticking to my word, or things happen that I don't. So, with that said, Season 3, Episode 1, Cursed. Hopefully you enjoy it. We'll be talking about the history of curses, and if you don't enjoy it, well, curse you! I should also preface by saying that there are multiple ways you can support the channel. I don't have a Patreon or a OnlyFans, but I do have my own website with merch. Without that, with no more talking, video, but of different talking. Thank you. That was 1 minute of curses. Curses are something, huh? Seems like everyone's just cursing each other left and right, but more importantly, these kooky little spells have been around for, well, forever. The first mention of a curse is in the story of Adam and Eve, and hopefully that gives some context to the amount of material we're working with here. We'd be here all day if I went through the history of curses, but I thought the idea made for an interesting video. To keep it concise, we'll shoot for about 10 to 20 to 30 to 40 minutes, give or take. A curse by definition is, and get ready, it's a bit lengthy, any expressed wish that some form of adversity or misfortune will befall or attach to one or more persons, a place, or an object. In particular, curse may refer to such a wish or pronouncement made effective by a supernatural or spiritual power, such as a god or gods, a spirit, or a natural force, or else as a kind of spell by magic, usually black magic, or witchcraft. In the latter sense, a curse can also be called a hex or a jinx. With that definition, a curse can be as simple as wishing something bad upon someone, like stubbing a toe, all the way up to praying to your dark god for this person's death with offerings of blood and gold. With vast material and open definition, we have some ground to cover. Before we get into the meat of the subject, I should use the subject to my advantage by throwing this adage out there. I've never panhandled for subs, but I hereby curse your YouTube feed if you don't subscribe. Haha. If you pass this channel by, may your feed remain mid till the end of your days. And with a phrase as simple as that, there's a good chance you've just been cursed. Where should we start? Well, I guess we'll talk about the first curses and how they've evolved. So originally, God was the first curse user, right up there with these guys. Yeah, that God, with a big G. In Abrahamic mythology, there are vast stories and tales of biblical times, but no story is more well known than the creation of everything. God did some stuff and made the earth, which is cool, but it wasn't cursed. No, it was after making some people for this fresh-baked earth that we see our first emergence of cursing. After making the earth, God had some extra dust and said, hey, what if I made this walk and talk and look like me? Thus, the first man, Adam, was created, supposedly in God's image, so the expectations were high. Adam was the first incel. He truly was involuntarily celibate because, well, there were no women, or anyone else for that matter. God saw his new creature was lonely, and so like a human pet owner, he got another. Taking a piece of Adam because God was out of dust, he turned a rib into a rack, if you know what I mean, and thus, Eve was made. Things were good for, I don't know, a day, because time didn't exist until some trouble came slithering in. God had one spoken rule. I'm sure there were more implied, like don't shake it more than twice or you're playing with yourself, but the big one was, don't eat my fucking fruit. Yeah, so there was this one tree, and it had fruit, and the one rule was, don't eat it. Why? Because fuck you, that's why, I'm God, need I say more? Eve would eventually find this tree where Satan in the form of a snake, or a lizard with legs I guess, but not a lizard, convinces her to take a bite of these fruits. Eventually, she gets Adam to do the same, and then they hide from God because the fruit would give them the information like shame. This is arguably where humans get their original sin from. The concept of original sin is a unique curse aspect in itself, and it states that every human is born guilty from the sins of Adam and Eve, and it only got more meta from there. Depending on your flavor of Abrahamic religion, you can accept Christ, repent, live a holy, kosher, or halal lifestyle to shake this little evil from you. However, it's very telling of your own self-image if the biggest religions in the world believe you're fucked from birth and have to work to lift the curse. Well, that's not true. Islam and Judaism don't believe in original sin. You pick that up along the way. You're born clean. It's your free will that may cause you to stray from the path of God. Following the bite, Adam and Eve would hide from God but eventually be found, well, because it's God. So God's pissed, and thus we get our first curse. God told the couple that because they broke the one rule, they would be cursed or forced, in other words, to leave the Garden of Eden and toil the ground for food, and that the ground wouldn't just produce food, but thorn and painful plants. Despite the origin of curses coming from God itself, the nature of curses over the last supposed millenniums have taken a rather demonic nature. Believe it or not, curses since introduction can be found throughout history and across the world. From Egypt to Japan, from the White House to the Vatican, curses dropped year -1 and they've been a smash hit ever since. The best part is, everyone does it. Everyone curses. Kings, popes, witches, and wizards, wishing death and despair or downright inconvenience. They're some of the best plot devices due to the abstract nature that could even just be summed up to a series of unfortunate events. We'll talk briefly about another Abrahamic figure, as it teases us up to focus on other jazz. Moses, another dude in the Bible, sometimes called a prophet, was a pretty good curse caster too, taking his raw Bible powers from that first curse user of God. At one point in time, the world was all opposite, and there were Egyptians keeping this group of people called Israelites or Hebrews as slaves. Moses was born to Hebrew parents in Egypt, where eventually he was told by God to free his people. Moses was then given an innate knowledge of cursing peeps, and thus the plagues of Egypt kicked off. Becoming one of the first cleric classes, Moses would channel God through a staff that was at one point a snake. Moses would bear witness to a series of calamities like frogs, several types of insects, bad weather, and the worst case of mass SIDS you can imagine. Eventually, the Pharaoh would renounce his claim of people and free the Israelites. Shortly after departing, the Pharaoh changed his mind and sent an army after them, only for the army to be hit with a wall of water in the pursuit. This isn't the first run-in with the cruel hand of cursing on the part of the Egyptians, which may explain the Pharaoh's tolerance to crazy bullshit going down the way it did. The Pharaoh's curse is a well-known trope throughout Hollywood, and also, personally, one of the best memes I've seen in a while. You'd find these types of curses adorned at the burial sites of Egyptian royalty. These curses are extremely rare, as the idea of desecrating a tomb was most likely unthinkable during the age. But as we'll soon find out, there is no clear time frame on when tombs become archaeological discoveries. These curses were often conditional. You were fine as long as you didn't desecrate this tomb. There are a couple notable examples, but I found this one that really sparked my interest. Cursed be those who disturb the rest of a pharaoh. They that shall break the seal of this tomb shall meet death by a disease that no doctor can diagnose. That one is a classic curse, very ominous. It sort of writes the movie premise out entirely. But what about more on reality? Through our talks, all of this doesn't really matter if it holds no weight. So let's look at the opening of King Tut's tomb for some real-world source material. In 1922, Egypt was all the anthropological rage, and the ruins of a civilization long past was the focus of this fad. King Tut's tomb was discovered and opened in 1922 by a small team of archaeologists led by a man named Howard Carter, who established an expedition team. It should be noted, however, that the tomb had no inscriptions about a curse being present, but this could be because of the implied sacred nature of the tomb. Once the tomb was opened, we start seeing a series of unexplainable events occur. Inside was vast treasures, jewels, and gold-plated chariots. It was arguably the event that kicked off modern Egyptology. Following the years after opening the tombs, 5 notable deaths would occur in strange and gruesome fashions. George Herbert was a financial backer of the excavation, who was there when the tomb was initially opened. He would later die on April 5, 1923, after a mosquito bite became infected. He died 4 months and 7 days after the opening of the tomb. He's said to have cut this bite while shaving, or to drain it, and later would contract blood poisoning from the resulting infection. George J. Goode I, a visitor to the tomb and wealthy American railroad investor, died in the French Riviera on May 16, 1923, after falling ill soon after his visit. He was one of the first people to enter the tomb. Arthur Mace, an excavator, would die in 1928 due to the complications with his respiratory tract, suspected to have contracted pneumonia. Prior to his death, Mace would leave Egypt prematurely due to earlier health complications in 1924. During this time, the news was keeping up with the deaths of the original 10-man team who were inside the tomb. Those keeping up with the story would speculate on which person would be the next victim. Richard Bethel, another on the expedition team, would die under mysterious circumstances, with his demise being attributed to smothering. However, no suspect has ever been caught. Howard Carter, leader of the expedition team, would die 16 years after the opening of the tomb, from Hodgkin's lymphoma. Though distant, some still attribute his cancer to the curse of cancer, if you will. On his death, Carter's estate would be managed, and it was found that Carter had several items from the tomb that were taken without authorization. These items would later be auctioned off. Today, you can go and visit the tomb, even walking through and seeing the body of King Tut. Hopefully, the potency of the curse is worn off, but with over 1,000 people passing through its busiest day, I'm sure it's been diluted from the 10 unlucky gentlemen who got that first hit of curse. Some state that the actual cause behind the death of these 5 men, or primarily 3, was due to the presence of toxic spores called apoptoxins, which are produced by mold and shown to act as a carcinogen, and mycotoxin. The events that occurred one sunny Egyptian December morning back in 1922 would go on to set a couple of dominoes in motion: a revival in interest for ancient Egyptian culture, a future understanding of history, and, most of all, the mummy trope we see today. The first movie to use an Egyptian curse is The Mummy, released in 1932, only a little over a decade from the unearthing of King Tut's tomb. The plot for this trendsetter of a film describes a team of archaeologists out on an expedition who discover the burial grounds of Imhotep, a high priest of ancient Egypt. Through a series of translations and a deeper dive into the tomb, the team discovers the body of Imhotep, who still has all his entrails unlike every other mummy, meaning he was buried alive. Imhotep's personal casket has an inscription with, "Oh hey look, a curse." Quick and simple, eternal punishment to all who open his box. One member of the team says that sounds pretty bad and maybe we shouldn't open the box. Eventually, they do, and the previously dead Imhotep comes to life. He grabs his scroll of Thoth and hits the road. One team member bearing witness to this goes absolutely insane, flying into hysterics. Imhotep goes missing and a few years later pops up as Ardif Bey, a rich Egyptian historian. Using his knowledge of the time, Ardif Bey starts an expedition team to locate the tomb of Ankh-es-in-Amon, where, after the location is found, Bey sells the artifacts to the Museum of Cairo. Once this happens, Bey comes across Helen, a woman who looks exactly like Imhotep's lover all those years ago in Egypt. One of the members of the expedition team meet Helen and also fall in love. The member of the team discovers Bey's true identity, where another member recommends burning the scroll of Thoth. After attempting to do so, Bey, now revealed as Imhotep, the mummy, kills the guy who said, "Hey, maybe burn the scroll." It is revealed that Imhotep was buried alive due to his crimes, as he tried to bring his lover back to life through necromancy. She was a princess who had a strong connection to the gods, and whose tomb Imhotep raided earlier as Bey, selling all the artifacts to Cairo. It is now Imhotep's goal to kill, mummify, and resurrect Helen, as he believes her to be a reincarnation of his long-lost wife. A member of the expedition team comes to save Helen, but is prevented by the mummy's wizard skills. It's only when Helen prays to the goddess Isis that a statue bearing her likeness laser beams the scroll of Thoth, reducing Imhotep to dust. So yeah, pretty sick. Turns out that Helen is the reincarnation, and now she gets to go laser anyone she deems bad if there's an Isis statue around. I bet that comes in clutch. I would carry a little one around like Han Solo and shoot lasers. Of course, there have been other iterations of the Egyptian curse, but the element of cursed places or sacred ground has been so transformed. I would argue the founding of King Tut's tomb has become the catalyst for the uptake in cursed objects and places in media. Obvious examples of this would be films like The Ring, Annabelle, and Curse movie number 3. Oh, Hellraiser, there you go, and so on. With the global nature of curses, we often still place them in the realm of mysticism, adding a level of esoteric nuance to them. Stephen King's Thinner uses a Romani gypsy who's a part of a traveling caravan. Curses in modern day are assigned to movies and other forms of media, but also, as I've seen, minorities, so boom, there you go, woke take of the video. Sometimes that old Asian man who looks shockingly like Lo Pan is just a guy riding the subway. In other words, our belief in curses are limited to fantasy and stereotypes. Hardly anyone actually believes in curses. With reasoning and understanding, we don't place as much weight into curses as we once did, beyond a storytelling aspect. Well, at least most of us. One of the most notable groups of people to utilize or try to utilize curses are witches. Well, what really is a witch? Witches, or the practice of witchcraft, is over 1,000 years old, and is often a title given to those practicing what is deemed harmful magic. The use of what is called magic had been practiced in ancient Mesopotamia, as it was integral to society. It was only later in the course of human history that magic became taboo and less socially acceptable. Africa had its own belief systems that would be called or associated as witchcraft by European colonizers, creating a weird dynamic there. Witches in general face a long history of persecution, with the charge of witchcraft resulting in death more often than not. Even being tested as a witch would get you killed, so the penalty for practicing magic was steep. The practice of magic went from something that possessed a level of duality to strictly something with malevolent connotations. Witches are often a cop-out for anything going awry. Some cases of early documented postpartum depression were summed up as witchcraft. Everything from a bad harvest to a flood. All witchcraft. Sure, we could talk about Salem, but more importantly, I want to talk about modern witches, and more specifically, the modern witches of TikTok. A few years back, it wouldn't be uncommon for one to be scrolling the social media app of TikTok. While scrolling, you may find a rather bizarre type of video. A witch could be glanced cursing someone, or more generally, just casting spells. This trend of TikTok witches, or witch talk as sometimes referred to, would eventually fall under skepticism and escalate to the point where a user by the name of Ethan Kaiser would challenge these witches to curse him. Hundreds of videos would flood the platform of supposedly witches cursing Ethan. It's since been a year and Ethan is perfectly fine, and his message to the platform was to grow up if you still believe in magic and curses. Curses are tricky because they fall in the supernatural, the unexplainable. Sure, it's easy to discredit what you know to be fact, but then something unexplainable, or something like it, occurs, leaving you scratching your head at what just happened. If you don't believe in curses, that's fine, because as you'll soon find out, coincidence is a hell of a thing too. A man by the name of Charles Hatfield once wandered the United States selling rain. Hatfield, by the end of his life, successfully claimed over 500 instances where he had caused it to rain. The year was 1915, and San Diego, California had been caught in the midst of one of the worst droughts in the city's history. It was sheer desperation that inspired the city council to approach Hatfield, an up-and-coming rainmaker, where the city, and the Rain Man, would draw up a very interesting contract. Hatfield offered to produce rain for free, then charge $1,000 per inch for between 40 and 50 inches, and free again over 50 inches. The council voted 4-1 for a $10,000 fee, payable when the reservoir was filled. Hatfield would build a tower near the reservoir and began making preparations. After careful planning in January 1916, it would begin to finally start raining again. A torrential downpour began quickly filling previously dry riverbeds. However, this tale takes on the lesson of too much of a good thing will kill you. The rain progressed to such a point that 2 dams would collapse and the bridges would be submerged. It's suspected that at least 20 people were killed from the flood. Hatfield approached the city for payment, but the city in return would only pay Hatfield if he took responsibility for the damages, to which Charles would deny, as it surmounted to about $3 to $4 million in property damage, and he was only promised $10,000. The suit would go on to 2 courts only for the case to be dismissed with the rain attributed to an act of God. Despite the court case not going in Hatfield's favor, this event acted as a huge marketing campaign as Charles would go on to receive an uptick in jobs, even from dignified organizations like business companies. The Bear Valley Mutual Water Company wanted Hatfield to fill their reservoir, but it's like, oh wait, I thought he didn't do it. I thought it was an act of God. Charles's story would inspire novels and tales like The Sun City Wizard and be the focus of an episode for the White Rabbit Project on Netflix. Charles would die in 1958, never telling anyone how he could summon rain. Some suspect he made a chemical formula that he would then allow to evaporate, but no one ever determined this concoction. Others speculate Charles used his advanced knowledge of meteorological phenomenon to time his arrival with precipitation. More outlandish claims say Charles sold his soul to the devil for his powers. This is an especially compelling case for curses, causality, or coincidence, with each side having some solid evidence to their name. Before we get into our last example, story, whatever you may call it, let me know what you think is a cool curse or story you know about. I love reading y'all's examples and ideas on the weekly-ish subjects down in the comment section. And with that said, hopefully you've enjoyed this video so far. Remember to leave a like and sub for more. It really helps me out. We finish out this video with a piece of media close to my heart. Dark Souls, and I guess Elden Ring, and really any Soulsborne also has this premise, but our next focus is the Curse of the Undead. Keep note, I will be combining aspects of the Dark Souls trilogy, however I want to namely focus on the first entry and not what we learned going into the second and third. However, some information from the secondary entries will be used to fill the gaps. Dark Souls has a separate mythos from Elden Ring, but both have a self-insert for humanity being represented as the chosen undead, or tarnished. In the beginning, the world was gray. No light, no dark, and the only group of sentient beings were immortal dragons. In short, things were unchanging for countless millennia. Suddenly, there was light. It's never revealed how this first light, this fire, comes about, but with it, a slew of new concepts and earthly principles are birthed. Great powers called disparity are created by this first flame. The fire is a metaphor for the spark of life, but is represented as actual fire. From this fire comes light and dark. From the light and dark come the lords. These lords found singular aspects or pieces of the fire represented as souls. These souls are the disparity mentioned earlier. This is where it gets really tricky lore-wise, but for some time the lords lived under the rule of the dragons, creating pseudo-kingdoms and crusades to find these souls underground. The souls embody elements of the new way of the world, brought on by the fire, such as life and death, but more importantly, mortality in general. There were 4 holders of these original souls: Gravelord Nito, first of the dead, creator of death. The witch Izalith would be known to represent actual fire, but also less known, life and nature. Lord Gwyn is said to represent not fire, but light, and more directly, sunlight, which translates to lightning in most cases. Each of these lords are mortal-ish, and have children or sisters that represent aspects of their domain, like Gwyn and his children representing the sun. Confusingly, Gwyn has an uncle named Lloyd, who becomes important later, but ties us back into that period of living under the dragons. Finally, our last lord, the holder of the Dark Soul, is that of the Furtive Pygmy. The 3 previously mentioned lords awoke and challenged the rule of the dragons, teaming up with a traitor of dragonkind, Seath the Scaleless, who is speculated to have a long intertwining history with sorcery in the new world these lords are creating. More notably, it's speculated the immortality of the dragons stem from their stone scales. However, it is Nito who creates death, affecting Seath because he is not a naturally immortal creature in this world. Seath being, well, scaleless from birth meant he was susceptible to mortality and thus could be the source of his betrayal. During this time of finding the souls, the Pygmy awoke. The Furtive Pygmy, a progenitor to humans, would harness his Dark Soul, a manifestation of darkness, and begun to instill amounts into his descendants. The darkness would also be used to manifest the first armor and weapons for humans. Basically, side note here, the Furtive Pygmy's descendants are just humanity in this world. So, yeah, it doesn't really talk about how he has, like, descendants, how he has kids, what goes on there, but he has kids, and these are the kids, the holders of the Dark Soul. The Dark Soul is arguably the strongest when the first flame is present, and more importantly, when the flame is fading, and weakest when the flame is out entirely, but again, more on this later. Some of these descendants would receive larger portions of the Dark Soul, becoming that of a Pygmy Lord. These Pygmy Lords even providing assistance to Lord Gwyn during his conquest of the dragons, as they were capable of harnessing darkness, instilling it in their weapons and armor. More on this darkness later. After slaying the dragons, the lords would divvy up the land. Gwyn would receive the surface world, with his newly found kingdom of Lordran being established soon after, with the capital city called Anor Londo. There, Seath would be given an archive to continue his study and search for immortality. This post-war era, or really when the original fire first popped up, would be called the Age of Fire. If you couldn't tell, the lords come in opposing pairs. Izalith is life, Nito is death, Gwyn is light, and the pygmy is dark. They're meant to balance one another. However, Lord Gwyn would turn on the pygmy and the descendants, banishing them to the Ring City and undead asylums. There's strong evidence to suggest at this time that Gwyn began to understand that the Dark Soul was limitless energy that could be divided forever. Thus, he created the Dark Sign, a brand that burned the emerging darkness from the bodies of the pygmies, keeping their individual Dark Souls contained. He would also use the undead, or simply referred humans, to partially inhabit this new city of Anor Londo he was making. Gwyn also understood that the Dark Soul was meant to bring about the Age of Darkness, through challenging Gwyn's reign and allowing the First Flame to fade. The world of Dark Souls is cyclical, meaning that eventually a new fire would emerge, but Gwyn, being the Lord of Light, believed the Age of Fire to be better for humanity in so many words, if prolonged. I theorize that after enough time, darkness fades in so many words, and we're left with the gray world we once opened with, until the cycle begins anew. With our pygmies, or the primordial serpents that we'll mention here in a minute, having their dark sign removed, transform into immortal dragons. This was going well until the first flame that was keeping the Age of Fire going and gave birth to the Lords began to fade, and the link with the dark sign caused the brand to weaken. The Dark Soul in humanity essentially made these pygmies immortal, but during the time of the Prime Age of Fire, this darkness was weakened to a point where they would actually die. Now with the fire fading, the dark sign is weakening and the pygmies are returning to life. However, with the presence of the brand, they are going hollow. With a lack of identity from the centuries of oppression, humanity is a little lost and now suffer from bouts of insanity. This condition is worsened by the undead status, as each new resurrection worsens one's physical and mental state. That is a part of hollowing, but more importantly, it's a loss of purpose and drive. This gets a little meta, as each failed playthrough, or I should say incomplete, would canonically be your hollowing. The condition can progress to a point where you are a shell of your former self, a hollow. Hollowing can be reversed, but at times it is also known to be permanent. This is referred to as the Curse of the Undead. With all that said, the story takes place at the tail end of the Age of Fire. You are a chosen undead, cursed with unlife, and brandishing the dark sign. You awake in an undead asylum. You don't know this yet, but you're part of a prophecy predicting the end of the Age of Fire, an undead who won't go hollow. Through a series of grueling hours, the player can begin to uncover more lore about the prophecy and their greater place in the universe. Ultimately, we as the player learn about everything I've come to tell you to this point. We also get to see how the world is played out in this Age of Fire. Gwyn would have children and would link his soul to the First Flame after noticing it dimming, ensuring the Age of Fire would progress in an unnatural state. More on this down the line, but it is said that the fire actually went out and Gwyn would burn his soul to become the Lord of Cinder. This act is technically called the First Sin, but that's Dark Souls 2 lore. The witch Izalith would not want to join the city of Anor Londo, where Gwyn and his principality resided. Thus, she migrated underground once again and founded her own capital city after the same name. There in the capital city of Izalith, the God Witch would experiment with her own Lord Soul in an attempt to create another First Flame of her own. However, she would ultimately fail, creating a curse on the world of Dark Souls instead. Izalith, through her experiments, would inadvertently create the Flames of Chaos, a warped version of the First Flame that would give birth to the various demons you see throughout the world. The Flames of Chaos would go on to ravage the capital, killing all but one of the 7 daughters of Izalith, including herself. 2 of the 7 daughters would be forcibly merged with Izalith herself into the Bed of Chaos, an amalgamation of twisting vines said to represent the heart of this new Flame of Chaos. Gwyn would eventually declare war on the capital of Izalith and more overtly, demons, sending the newly found Silver Knights where their armor would be charred black, turning them into the recognizable Black Knights we see throughout the game. It was after the fire began to fade, Gwyn called his knights back, where he would have them reinforce the direct city of Anor Londo. Gravelord Nito, meant to represent death, assumingly understood the Age of Fire would come to an end, letting the world outside his tomb run its course. It's also assumed Nito used a majority of his Lord Soul, creating the concept of death during the Age of the Dragons, which prompted Seath's betrayal. As the player, we are to ring 2 bells to gain access to Sen's fortress, a proving grounds of the Lords, who by the way are also referred to as gods. Following the ringing of the two bells, we are approached by a primordial serpent. This serpent is Kingseeker Frompt, and he tells us that it is our duty to link the flame once again and ensure the Age of Fire continues. This will be done by obtaining the Lord Vessel and harnessing the powers of the Lord Souls in the game. Following this conversation, we journey to the previously mentioned Sen's Fortress. It is here the player must defeat an Iron Golem, where upon the Mechanation's death, we will be granted access to Anor Londo. While in the city, we can encounter several chunks of lore, meeting some of Gwyn's knights that inherited pieces of Gwyn's soul / First Flame. It's in Anor Londo that once defeating Ornstein and Smough, one of those knights that I had mentioned earlier, we are given access to Gwynevere, first daughter of Gwyn. Gwynevere has given us a Lord Vessel, something that allows us to capture the essence of the Founding Lords. Upon attacking Gwynevere, the player realizes that this image of her is actually an illusion. Through some deep diving, we the player can learn that Gwynevere hasn't been here for some time now. It's revealed that when Gwyn linked his soul to the First Flame, he ultimately made himself human, but more importantly, he went hollow. Gwyn's body would remain in the kiln where humans are sacrificed, shuffling around as a shell of his former self. Before the linking of the First Flame, Gwyn would leave instructions to his kin to ensure the continuation of the Age of Fire, namely, keep burning humans, or in other words, keep burning the Dark Soul. He created the Way of the White, a religion focused on creating an undead champion to take his place as Lord of Cinder. Gwyn also told his kin that eventually an undead of immense strength would have to link with the fire once again to keep the Age of Fire going. Once an undead is linked, they too shall become a Lord of Cinder, someone who has burned their soul and sacrificed themselves for the Age of Fire. Gwyn's children would follow the line of succession, following his quote-unquote death. A symbolic mausoleum would be created in Gwyn's honor where his body would never rest. It was after the rekindling of the Age of Fire that Gwyn's firstborn son, who helped him defeat the dragons, would temporarily take the throne. Darkness spanning from earlier effects of the weakening fire began creating turmoil in the kingdom. The war god did not specialize in matters of word and therefore struggled with the nuances of Anor Londo. Before Gwyn set out to rekindle the First Flame, he gave some very specific instructions to those who would overtake the throne, mainly keep hurting the undead for fuel. Then one day, the Firstborn began to side with the once dominant creatures, the dragons. Worshipped as a god of war, the Firstborn would be exiled and his name stricken from history. This event would cause a great migration from Anor Londo by the other children of Gwyn, or in other words, the other gods like Gwynevere. All except one. Gwyn, despite being the Lord of Sunlight, would sire another heir, Gwyndolin, the youngest of his children and his second son. Gwyndolin would be a disgrace to Gwyn, being an embodiment of the moon rather than an aspect of sunlight. This nature, in connection with the moon, would cause Gwyn to raise Gwyndolin as a woman and be kept in hiding. Covering for the lineage, Dark Moon Gwyndolin, utilizing moon magic, would create an illusionary Gwynevere to oversee Anor Londo in Gwyn's absence. Gwyndolin would also create the Dark Moon Blades, a covenant whose purpose was to protect the deities of Dark Souls, slaying any who dare betray their own respective covens, or in other words, those who have sinned. Basically, he created a group that would go kill those who have betrayed their Way of White. Canonically, I don't think you actually kill Gwyndolin, but that's more Dark Souls 3 lore, and if you can't explain it, a good chance is you can blame Dark Souls lore on time, dilation, distortions, and illusions. Once returning from Anor Londo, the player begins their hunt for the Lord Souls with the Lord Vessel in hand. Through a series of grueling boss battles going against characters like the Witch Izalith and Seath the Scaleless, you find yourself approached by another primordial serpent after defeating a few more bosses. This, despite his identical appearance, is not Kingseeker Frompt. This fellow is Darkstalker Koth. He has a counteroffer to Frompt's, in fact, don't reignite the flame. Well, would you look at that? He tells us that all this is meant to happen, and by reigniting the flame, you only prolong the death of an already unnatural dying world. To allow rebirth is your true destiny. Pretty cool, I guess. That is until we remember the Four Kings. The Four Kings are a boss who we fought just before meeting Koth. Once four separate lords in the more traditional sense who looked over Gwyn's kingdom. Gwyn, similar to Seath, would give an aspect of his lord soul to these leaders. However, the lore goes deeper. With this soul, the Four Kings would create the city of New Londo. After Gwyn rekindled the First Flame, the Four Kings would be approached by Darkstalker Koth, showing them the ways of the Abyss. Teaching them spells like Life Drain that will allow them to be strong even as undead, I guess. The kings being undead or humans themselves would begin to open the Abyss as they wanted the Age dark, or maybe in other words, a limitless dark soul to progress their kingdom. It's here we discover the Abyss isn't a promised haven for humanity, as after the Abyss goes loose, the Four Kings are mutated into ghastly beings. The Abyss is sealed and New Londo flooded. So now we have a decision. Who will we side with, Kampf or Frompt? Well, we begin to make our way to the kiln of the First Flame after collecting the Lord Souls from the following bosses: Seath the Scaleless, the Four Kings, Gravelord Nito, and the Bed of Chaos, to gain access to the final area, the Kiln of the First Flame. And of course, the litany of bosses required to reach these four in particular. But after all that, we're at the kiln. Unsealing the doors, we see the Lord of Sunlight himself, Gwyn. Gwyn is a hollowed shell of his former self. The battle is easy for Dark Souls standards and has tones of sadness. Following Gwyn's defeat, we are given the two options that have hovered above us this entire time: link the fire or don't. If we link the flame, it's understood that the curse of the undead is temporarily broken, that is, until the fire begins to fade once again. This ending places a new cycle in play where we no longer are catering to the norm of the Age of Dark, being natural and, more importantly, unavoidable. Which raises the question: if we link the First Flame, it's understood that the curse of the undead is temporarily broken, that is, until the fire begins to fade once again. This ending places a new cycle in play, where we no longer are catering to the norm of the Age of Dark, being natural and, more importantly, unavoidable. But instead, the Age of Fire's prolonging is the new natural cycle. Which raises the question, or more importantly, that the theory that the Age of Dark is not natural, and that it is Gwyn's destiny to prevent the darkness acting as a counterbalance to the limitless Dark Soul, or in other words, the Abyss. Interesting enough, if we allow for the flame to fade, leaving the tomb, we are greeted by not just 2 primordial serpents, but a dozen. There are theories that state that this is the primordial serpent's main goal, and that Fromp simply forgot his way, or in his own way, hosted a one-man rebellion. Gwyn is aware of Fromp, and arguably aligned their goals to create a chosen undead for the purpose of rekindling the flame. So, who's right? Well, as you've most likely learned, it's all subjective. There are no wrong answers here. But I should say there's no right either. Similar to the cast we've encountered throughout the story, most are motivated sheerly by survival and drive towards more power or a higher standing in the world, and once the ultimate standing of God is obtained, the main goal is sustainment. Unlike the Age of Fire that promotes status quo, the Age of Dark is seen to represent change, both for the world and also the people. The Four Kings are shown to be a glimpse by this changing nature brought on by the Abyss. Additionally, we didn't cover the DLC, Artorias of the Abyss, a relatively short DLC that goes more in depth about the effects of darkness, but let's knock that out anyways. In this DLC, a creature by the name of Manus, Father of the Abyss, is shown to have at one point been a pygmy like ourselves. However, Manus, a powerful sorcerer in his prime, indulges in sorceries and items that use the Dark Soul as a catalyst. Manus was also said to have a particularly large Dark Soul. Eventually, Manus would perish, and be buried where later a city named Ulasil would be built. This darkness he was fond of would cause the Dark Soul of Manus to go wild after a pendant he held dear was taken from his grave. The raging Dark Soul would give birth to the foul creature we see today, and more importantly, the Spreading Abyss. Gwyn would send one of his 4 knights, Artorias, to stop the spread of the Abyss. However, as we'll find out, Artorias failed in his mission. It's our duty as the chosen undead to put Artorias, who has been claimed by the Abyss, to rest and carry on his mission and slay Manus. Eventually, you're not going to believe this, we do defeat him and return to our world. More importantly, in this DLC, we get to see a glimpse of the Abyss, and we also learn that this was all brought on by Darkstalker Koth. Koth would appear to the city of Ulasil and convince them to unearth the grave of Manus, setting in motion what we know now. We get to see a world with a semi-Age of Dark already underway. However, this is a bit off. Similar to how Izalith made a corrupted First Flame, this may be a representation of the corrupted Age of Darkness. There are several reasons this may be true, but nonetheless, we're gonna have to wrap this one up. Both ages, as we've discussed, have their own individual pros and cons when held to our own moral code. But as we've already discussed, the Age of Dark may naturally segue into the gray stillness we first began with, meaning that it doesn't really matter if the Age of Fire has progressed further. The characters of Dark Souls, despite their deep lore, are very shallow. Concepts such as intrigue and deeper politics are rarely talked about. The big thing is that these gods choose not to accept their changing world. From my interpretation of the Dark Souls story, the characters can never move past simple principles. It's as if a king has abandoned his people to try and stop a meteor from hitting the planet by jumping into a volcano and going into a violent coma. The insane part about this analogy is that it works, but there was another meteor hiding behind the first one, and oh wait, there's actually infinite meteors. Now we have to throw a king in the volcano every 100 years, and each time we do, the world gets a little shittier. This is the curse of the First Flame. So Dark Souls is super cool and chill, and I gave a brief synopsis, but that's one of my personal favorite curse stories. There were a lot of characters I didn't mention, but the fun thing is you can pick up pretty much any of the entries and be in the same loop as most of the player base. Most people don't know Elden Ring is about the battleground that aliens are fighting over, and the DLC is about how we're all actually aliens or touched by aliens except like a handful of people. Curses are something else. From ancient Egypt to modern video games, the array is vast. Remember, despite your belief in the supernatural or not, your ideas do have effects no matter how subliminally, and you make decisions based on transient emotions that have stuck around. You may be ultimately cursing yourself to a sour existence by holding on to these ideas. With that said, it's good to be back with a big 30-minuter and a bang to Season 3. If you're new here, welcome, and I hope I made a good impression. If you're not, well, hey gang, good to see you again. Like and subscribe as usual, and peace out.
A new baby is a magnet for relatives, friends, and neighbors.
When you're young, the potential for the direction of your life is limitless, or at least it's easier to pretend that it is. You're told that you can be anything you want, often being asked what would you like to be when you grow up. An astronaut, an actor, an Olympian, you may say. All equally possible with the work and dedication to such bold careers cast to the wind for now. The world truly feels as if it's your playground. Now it's just a matter of time. Time being the key to everything and is as ambivalent as it is cruel. Young children grow into beautiful and handsome men and women. Then those beautiful people eventually grow old, maybe losing some of that fervor of youth for twilight wisdom and savor of the very last taste. With growing bodies comes the shrinking potential. The choices become more restricted and the path more plain. That, of course, is if you are a fatalist. Others, non-fatalist, free willist if you dare, are more inclined to odds. Odds are fun and offer a bit of competition and, more importantly, freedom. Life goes from stagnant line to an interconnected web of you and others. A web may be too liberal in terms of the odds, more of a choose-your-own-adventure book with an unusually high amount of options. As you can always go forward, but never back. Setting down your path or book, you have a goal in mind you're compelled to complete, to be a greater version of yourself. The way you go about obtaining this grandeur has taken you down a path uniquely your own. You would like to become a city planner. Keep in mind, city planning is just niche enough to make my point, but I want you to know non-city planners may find a word of advice or two in this little monologue I prepared for you all. City planning it is. A vital part of any good community is organization. Organization provides so many needed aspects to society, like planning the growth of one city and making sure the hospitals are in a reasonable distance from the retirement communities. Those who talk about your city planning endeavors may even bestow you one day with the title of creator of the best city ever. A lofty ambition, but shoot for the moon, because even if you miss, you'll land among the stars. You'll make forever homes in top school districts. Gerrymandering politicians will have their political misdeeds expelled with your metropolitan utopia. Nothing will get in your way, the path is set, and the way is clear. First things first, education. City planners never just fall into position, it's earned through long years of school with multiple facets of studying like urban planning, sewage systems, and quite possibly architecture. School's expensive, not always in monetary value, it's also that, but more importantly in this case, time. The fleeting nature of time is enough to drive anyone to the depths of insanity, add one's personal ids and egos, and fuck, it's another level of isolation. You're experiencing a lifetime of individual experiences that can never be replicated, only to be left with something as limiting as physical communicative methods like words and art to express an inexpressible perspective. This feeling is Sonder, the feeling that each person is living a unique and complex life equal to your own. In your pursuit to become a city planner, you lose time that could have been spent pursuing an infinite webway of possibilities like time with family or becoming really good at piano, something else you've also been interested in. This little mechanic in the game of life is called opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is a simple phrase that cosigns the possibilities of one's life down to a two-word phrase. While you've chosen to focus on city planning as your career, you've lost that time spent not becoming everything else. This is the first of the many costs to come. That time will never be returned and you will no longer be the blank slate you once were. No one is going to be the unique culmination that was you on that particular day, and once that day is gone, it can never be experienced again. All that was offered, accept it or not. Opportunity cost is inescapable. You're constantly at its expenditure, as being limited to a singular perspective already puts you at the will of those odds. The cost is more apparent when you make choices like what school to go to, if school is even a choice you'd like to opt for. The world is rather big, and the internet makes it seem like we take up more space than we actually do. Having the ability to know what's happening in San Francisco while in New York near instantaneously tends to make you feel much more vast. Remote work allows for one to pursue these opportunities with even less sacrifice, as you only have one physical body, but through technology, you've created a puppet of your consciousness to complete the work. Traditionally, one may work a 9 to 5. This is colloquially known as a designated piece of time for labor consisting of a multi-hour block from the times of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., with a 30-minute to hour-long lunch break included within this period. If you're not familiar with this premise, then may I refer you to Dolly Parton's wonderful tune about how it's enough to make you crazy. During this block period, you are expected to work in exchange for compensation. Welcome to capitalism. In this block of time, the work may vary. Some types of work are performative, as in you are expected to meet quotas of progress each day, or to continually work the full 8 hours with the general understanding task must be completed. Other work is contractual, where compensation will be provided after the project is completed on agreed upon terms. Obviously, we do the work because hopefully we enjoy it and feel fulfilled after completion. It aligns with our passions in life. You should love what you do. Key phrase, should. Most don't. We live in a world where money is a required facilitator to living, that's just cost. Sure, you could go all survival mode and make every aspect of life out of raw materials like shelter from felled trees, but that's just not as common as it used to be, and isn't something that's known out the womb like burrowing animals. Cost more oftentimes than not has to be managed and fulfilled prior to the end goal, or in this case, being a city planner. You'll die of hunger or exposure long before you've even placed your first building. More importantly, you don't have to work, but your quality of life is going to take a drastic downturn based on your low income status. In the United States, there's just about enough socialist policies at play to not die in the streets. However, similar to how you don't know how to build a house from birth, you most likely don't know what programs you can utilize to receive aid. Connections with others can allow you to skip steps here and there. People just generally liking you or someone in relation to you can get you extremely far. It takes a lot more work and resources to become so good at a task or skill that you can't be ignored. Either way, as a 16-year-old joining the workforce, those connections or skill set you've developed are all null. You're at the bottom. This is good though, says the writing on the walls. The competitive nature of the workforce is essential to have the voluntary participants inclined to build one's work record or history, and the connections that allow you to supersede required skills. You're not the only one gunning to build the perfect city, and the competition is inherently going to be compared to yourself. Cost can be overwhelming, and it can often take over the original goal of doing what you love. Instead, one focuses on how to reduce the worry of cost to the maximum quantifiable amount. This can put those who focus on costs in situations tolerating bullshit one would normally never accommodate. Basically, you've been poor and you see a clear way out of being poor, and you would no longer like to be poor less than you would like to work a job you don't like. Very few actually enjoy staring at financial spreadsheets or finding the best insurance policy for clients. However, those who put cost over happiness do enjoy not worrying about said cost over being entirely happy. Most people don't like some aspect of their job anyway, and there's no point in having a shitty professional life if your personal life matches. Even happiness is relatively subject. The highs are only as sweet as the humbling lows. A shitty hard day's work makes that happy hour a little more happy, if you get what I'm saying. To struggle is to be human, and that struggle will follow into reaches of passion as well. There will be exceptionally hard city blocks to design. It won't all be sunshine and rainbows once and if you do ultimately become this well-renowned city planner. Though dedication and commitment are powerful forces of the undying human spirit, they're more akin to the flame of a candle, burning brightly when initially lit and then left to be subject to the breeze of the world. With time, the flame dims and grows, with the external forces at play. While on your journey to become max-level city planner, you may find the breeze to be more intimidating, and the cities aren't calling you back. Your flame is temporarily dimmed. Compromises must be made, and that data entry position would cover cost. A stepping stone onto greener pastures. It's only temporary. Day 1 soon turns into day 100, and then day 1000. The familiarity of data entry has sunk in, filing the correct reports to the correct databases, and ensuring any errors are remedied. You've become familiar with your coworkers and even go to activities outside of work together. These are arguably some of your closest friends. You live comfortably, not worrying about cost, and taking a risk to jump fully into city planning would be a risk even a daredevil may not take. Because though you haven't thought of cost in quite some time, the uncomfortable nature and skin-crawling feeling of being swallowed by cost still dwells in your psyche, so you stay. You tell those around you that you're a city planner and that data entry is just paying the bills. However, that sensation too begins to fade, and you really are just a data entry professional who does city planning as a hobby. How did life come from an open world and possibility to knowing that day after day you will be entering data? This was only meant to be a stepping stone. The odds were never in your favor, and statistically you've ended up in a position that corresponds with probability. The group leaves Tchotchkes and on return are informed by their coworker Mike Smokowski that they're downsizing Initech and that layoffs are sure to follow. We overhear Milton Wadhams, a meek and stuttering man, talking to the phone saying that he doesn't care if he's fired, as the company has already violated several personal requests of his, mainly moving his desk a numerous amount of times. Back at Initech, the new person that was with Bill is now performing interviews on the staff, deducing redundancies and finding what staff members to lay off. Michael is eventually called in to be interviewed by the now pair of auditors. Something I didn't mention is that in 1999, Michael Bolton was a tremendously successful singer with a peak in his career during the 90s, producing tracks for such movies like Disney's Hercules. Michael from Office Space hates Michael Bolton. However, the auditors love Michael Bolton, and so our Michael lies about also being a fan of the singer. There, Mike S. pulls Peter aside as he actually wanted to talk to him about something. Mike explains to Peter that he knows how he can get about being depressed over his job. Hell, Mike expresses that he was probably more depressed than Peter, and he had done it for 30 years. But you've just got to stick with it because sometimes in life, good things do happen. Out of bed and now at the kitchen table, Peter is seen writing letters with checks enclosed to unknown people. Peter is then seen outside the restaurant of where he first took Joanna, who now works there after being fired from Tchotchkes. Peter apologizes for his reaction to the whole Lumberg thing and says that she was right, the computer scam was all. Peter is seen at Initech after hours and slides his confession for the stolen money under Lumberg's door. As he's leaving, he turns back and grabs just a corner of it, reobtaining it, the confession, before leaving. Milton is at the secretary of Bill. This isn't a standalone full plot synopsis of the film and my thoughts about it all. I just find that Office Space does a great job at showing a realistic, albeit hyperbolized and comedic version of the droll that comes from working a job that you don't really love, and to be completely honest, a job that you hate. Peter's experience in some aspects are unique, mainly the hypnotism bit isn't too common to my knowledge. However, the emotions he feels and the frustrations that ultimately make him hate his job are. Presuming that you get a healthy amount of sleep each night of 8 hours, that leaves you with 16 hours in a day. Now utilize 8 of those 16 being spent on or at work. This leaves you a meager 8 hours of recreation without the inclusion that one may have kids, as those 8 hours become smaller and smaller. Despite the depressing nature of the workforce, your job makes up a large amount of one's life. You could even go on to say it makes up half of one's life. In Peter's case, he hated his job, and it was his possible fear of cost that outweighed his desire for something else. There are a couple of philosophies presented throughout the film. Mike Smokowski, who was hit by the car, was a bit of an optimistic stoic. Working a job he arguably hated more than Peter, but sticking with it because everyone hates their job, and why should he be the exception? Mike takes on a positive view. His case is different. Peter started out hating his job, but also hating his life via his girlfriend Anne. Mike S., as we presume, loved his wife, but hated his job. A job that, seen during the consultant interviews, was essentially doing something that didn't need to be done. In some capacity, I think Mike knew his job was pointless. Peter, on the other hand, provides a service that anyone could do, even better perhaps, but nonetheless a point-serving task. Throughout the movie, Peter constantly expresses his desire to be outside through either the wish for implanted fishing memories, knocking down his cubicle wall, or even the finale where he makes a remark that he's just happy to be outside. Additionally, Peter makes remarks that he wishes that there was less oversight, less people telling him what to do, and that he messed up. In Peter's new position, he's outside, and there's not many wrong ways you can shovel rubble. More importantly, there's no TPS reports. His current position still provides value. He's clearing old buildings for the future and contributing in a more noticeable way to the growth of society. Shuffle. There's a fellow by the name of Jimmy Cash on TikTok who's a janitor for an elementary school. Obviously, most people don't want to be janitors, but the way Jimmy shows us a glimpse of his world may make you think otherwise. Now that Jimmy is successful on TikTok, you see him having more fun, taking summer trips and enjoying his personal life. Early in his post, Jimmy, however, was pretty focused on just showing his day-to-day interactions. From the outside, Jimmy is cleaning floors, taking out trash, and telling us about some of the interactions he's had with his students. More importantly, Jimmy provides through his own words the value his job provides in his eyes. Yes, he's just mopping a floor, but in his eyes, he's facilitating the best possible learning environment for the kids, and making teachers' lives easier. It's all about the students for Jimmy, and in a lot of ways, he's helping to shape the kids' future as much as the teachers. Having this mindset truly will allow you to enjoy the most of an otherwise less desired job. If the purpose of the job is in the service industry, then take solace in the fact that hopefully you've made someone's time on this planet that much better. A bad day is a state of mind rather than what actually happened that day. I've had my car broken into 3 times in 1 week and felt more sad on days that just felt like particularly off Tuesdays. Having a drive or sense of preordained purpose is a blessing not everyone has. You should revel in the fact that you have a goal and desire. Just because you're a data analyst now doesn't mean city planning is completely off the table, because as said, sometimes good things do happen. Happiness, as cliche as it sounds, comes from within. You'll still roughly be the same person whether that person or not is an official city planner. Getting the title won't drastically alter how kind or ambivalent you are towards the universe. You may even lose that sense of purpose once the position is obtained in a process where this once desired dream, that was placed above all else, is tarnished by reality, but the self-actualization that he obtained along his journey. In Peter's case, the inner peace obtained doesn't come from the release of possibly being condemned for wire fraud or the new job, but that Peter has the formula to be happy. Simply permeating existence and enjoying available resources is going to leave one feeling hollow. Sure, it may be desired while working at a shit office job to do anything else, including nothing. But once obtained, similar to the dream career, it will tarnish with time and sour in one's mindset if a greater understanding is not obtained. Life comes with ups and downs and good and bad days, and though that's not a hot take, I think that Peter, and yourself more importantly, have to come to the realization that we can identify desirable traits in our professional and personal lives that make that trending downward a little less steep. In the modern age, there's a battle between us and cycles of immediate gratification. You can essentially have anything and everything at your fingertips and your front door whenever you want it, and it'll only become more expansive and faster. People who built houses used to build houses because they liked building things. It was an art form and a craft, a reflection of one's dedication to doing something that not only provided a service to others but was worth doing because it made you happy. Building houses now, or even city planning as we've looped in, is becoming increasingly commodified along with everything else. Everything's a product to be packaged, categorized, and sold. This isn't to romance history or look back on a time that never was with rose-tinted glasses, because what I've stated isn't a unique perspective even to my time. I'm sure people in 1999 were saying the same thing. It just seems that everyone has this general consensus on how the world should operate and how things could be so much better, but we're all comfortable in our current job because it's secure and we like enough things about it to let it last. Moreover, this current state is the known, and similar to how Peter wanted to do nothing but eventually started hating that, I think with our mindset to the current situation, it has to be the first thing to change before a change in occupation, so to speak. There's beauty in the everyday, and identifying said beauty isn't the easiest. Our egos tend to get in the way of looking at things objectively. The self is the enemy to happiness. It's hard to appreciate the exceptionally nice fall afternoon when your boss brought you in to talk about underperformance, or that a potential publisher decided they would be going in a different direction than your work. Objectively enjoyable days that match what you've historically told yourself and others in terms of weather are limited and can be ruined by bad days. However, your potential for bad days fluctuate based on your reactions to near unlimited chances. I personally lean to more of a proactive choice and give my thoughts to internal factors. I manage a small retail team, and whenever an employee has ignored instructions or failed to meet standards, I look internally to see if I missed listing specifics or failed to accurately employ the importance of said moment. This mindset doesn't strictly apply to my job, which I've come to like enough aspects to continue doing, but rather my whole worldview. It's far and few between that I will not find something that I've done to contribute to the situations that I'm in. And if somehow I conclude that I was magically faultless in the situation, then that's where sympathy, empathy, and understanding come into play. Just like you run late for work once in a blue moon, so do other people. Just like how you accidentally cut someone off in traffic, so do other people. People often don't get hurt from genuine mistakes, so just chill out. It's this ideology that I believe has me constantly reevaluating myself as a person and how I try to be more kind going forward. Working retail has taught me to meet a lot of slander or demeaning comments with a smile on my face, and to not react as a person who just had their feelings hurt, but rather a person who has a great life, and maybe, just maybe, by killing you with kindness and understanding, I can let you in on that too. Most of the time, I kind of do this thing where I feel more embarrassed for the person letting out whatever bad emotion. You, sir or madam, are being rude to a retail employee. Karen isn't a term I'm fond of, as I know a very lovely Karen, but others who don't know kind Karens would be inclined to label you as such. It's actually kind of insane because retail employees or anyone working a position are kind of shielded unless heavily in the wrong. I don't know if I believe in God, but I believe the universe to be alive and treats those who treat its creations well with favor. Getting less physical, my mommy raised me somewhat right, and I want to be good and do good things. Well, why? Well, as Jordan von Strangle once said, Timmy Turner, you are not a good person because you expect to get something out of it. You're a good person because it's the right thing to do. You could be the pivot point in someone's life that makes them reevaluate and go forward with the same mindset that you have. Most likely not, but if I was able to make someone understand that it's all peace and love out of a million, well, shit man, I guess that's just another hard day of honest work. That beer that I will ultimately be drinking after this interaction because I'm human too will be all the more earned because of it. It's hard to remember not to get caught up in a moment, to remember your training as they say in Kung Fu. Just be nice, be kind, that's all. Don't develop a savior or messiah or superiority complex. You are equal in complexity and value to your fellow man. This is a good rule for breaking into the beauty that awaits your discovery in the mundane. You've been given the rare opportunity to be alive, to exist. Trust me when I say that your phone, or whatever you'd rather be doing, will still be there most of the time. Live in the present, revel in the chance to become familiar with your fellow man. Count the small victories as just victories, and your large failures as honest mistakes and opportunities to learn. It's just such a wonderful thing to be able to learn, to grow, to pursue one's dream and bear witness to a metamorphosis to all the different people you will become. Some slightly different and others vastly apart, but in the end, all of it is you. Work hard, make friends, find something you love, just enough to keep doing it, and drink a beer or two at the end of the day, because you earned it. Hey there. Yeah, you there. Come over here for a second. You ever commit a crime? Hell yeah. We all have at one point or another. You're telling me you've never jaywalked, fished without a license, or sped while driving? Of course you have. Make sure to leave a comment down below in vivid detail, only you would know, with exact dates and times of your crime. In case the title and the intro didn't clue you into the subject of the video, we're going to be talking about crime. What is crime, or I suppose, a crime? How do we define what's legal? Who are criminals, statistics, and finally the future of crime and crime prevention? To kick it off, let's start with origins. Crime has a lengthy history, and though words at the time may have not been all that common, even a society of early Homo sapiens and quite possibly Neanderthals had the societal faux pas that were best avoided, like killing members of one's tribe unjustly and taking non-communal resources from another without permission. I could use a lot of the time for this video describing how laws were officially established in ye olde days, like the founding of the Hammurabi Code, an edict issued by a Babylonian king over vassal cities, or how Southeast Asia had the Arthashastra, a little piece about Indian statescraft and other viable information pertaining to law. But the whole analysis would take time, and a lot of it. Time that I feel could be better used portraying more relevant and pressing examples to give a better glimpse into crime and legality as concepts. Laws traditionally, and arguably are, still sourced from religions, at least into the modern day with how we can see the adaptation and practices of laws in countries with predominant religions. The establishment of laws prior to the globalization of central religions most likely stemmed from essential needs and understandings of a collective, similar to how we described knowing things were taboo, like killing a tribes member. But back to religion. Islam, for example, or Islam. Islamic law still has a pretty firm grasp on countries where the faith is most prevalent. The fundamental understandings source back to Islamic jurisprudence. Beyond cultural aspects and practices, historic Islamic law can still be seen in countries like Pakistan, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, meaning some of these laws have been practiced for millennia. Sharia, one aspect of many in Islamic law, refers to intangible divine laws obtained and understood from the Quran by scholars interpreters of the Quran. Sharia also sources from the Hadith, the stories and sayings of the Prophet Muhammad, often being the other primary contributor. Islamic jurisprudence is more complicated than just Sharia, and there are laws that were practiced by primarily Islamic countries that have since spread without religious backing. Despite laws that source directly from religious texts being fundamentally motivated by just that, religion, the evolution of culture and what are determined to be good ideas don't stay isolated to singular cultures and groups, often catching on due to the success first experienced with the country of origin. For example, one Islamic institution, Hawala, was a very early value transfer system first dating back to the 8th century. Hawala would run outside the scope of banks through the following process. The sender of funds, one party, provides a sum of currency to a broker for the receiving party. That's two more. The sender of the funds provides the broker, the sending broker, with a password known to the recipient, the receiving party. These passwords in previous times would be told face-to-face prior to the invention of electronic communication, either through a medium or prior to the recipient's return to their home country. The recipient of the currency often had their own broker, the receiving broker, that then receives and delivers the funds to the receiving party. Both brokers would take a fee of the total sum of transferred funds, avoiding fees associated with official institutions. The Hawala system is centuries old, if not millennia. It required the trust of 4 parties and is strictly based on honor. In previous eras, the breaking of honor during a Hawala would be a breaking of the Islamic code set forth by jurists who based their understandings on the Quran, something that would bring great shame and essentially be going against the teachings of the Quran, resulting in consequences like excommunication of ethnic and religious groups. The system of Hawala has since become more regulated due to counterterrorism agencies, as this was the same means of value transfer used to perpetrate the 9/11 terrorist attacks. As in the modern era, it was possible with greater ease to maintain anonymity and launder money. Despite the vast history, the practice is ultimately a good idea. It allows for cheaper, more discreet transfer of funds, and by cutting out the banks that take a sizable exchange rate and transfer fees, there's less money to be lost. Such a good idea, in fact, that the practice has been formalized by both Italian and French governments by the names of Avallo and Aval, respectively. Moving away from Islam, we can obviously infer that the 10 Commandments of Catholicism/Judaism didn't create the premise of do not murder, but rather gave a glimpse into the understanding of the 10 most important rules to a specific group of people at a specific time. Adding on to this, the 10 Commandments are just one example, but an underlying source of laws is what the predominant number of people in a place and a time have a vested interest in to provide the most benefit and protection to the wider public.
Hey, I thought it was all over.
Jumping forward in time, and speaking of time, we see that the laws change with it, especially with the growth of the world, including newly available resources, the progression of technology, and the moral codes of the populace. For example, the addition of the 18th Amendment to the United States Constitution was the outlawing of alcohol. This period in U.S. history is known as Prohibition. The passing of the 18th Amendment stemmed from, in my opinion, the lack of understanding relating to sociology. It was reasoned with the outlawing of alcohol, social issues that were common would decrease, believed to have stemmed from alcohol, like domestic violence and child abandonment. This was in reality a massive failure. This outlawing would give rise to bootleggers, organized crime, decline in alcohol sales tax revenue, and the list goes on. However, relating these topics back to my previous statement, it was the perceived action that placed public interest and safety at the forefront when in reality, it backfired tremendously. This is also because most alcohol drinkers were considered morally depraved individuals. It's because the law was unfair to those not willing to sacrifice a personal freedom, a law one could call oppressive, that their standing in society continued to drop. And that's kind of what we see today with, heroin addicts, for example. We associate a level of depravity, a level of moral bankruptcy with those who are addicted to opiates or heroin, when in reality it's more of a sociological issue. Addictive studies are currently being held, and people do recover. This gives us a glimpse into a less informed era. We can deduce from the laws passed what was important to the civilization at the time, and that the understanding still stays true to this day, with current laws. This isn't an isolated incident either. As we'll discuss further, public perception isn't always the best thing to rely on when it comes to establishing laws. Laws rarely equal morals, ethics, or the upkeep of larger personal freedoms. One may also argue that laws are threats made by the ruling class.
Laws are threats made by the dominant socioeconomic ethnic group in a given nation. It's just a promise of violence that's enacted, and police are basically an occupying army. You know what I mean? You guys want to make some bacon?
But why do people commit crimes to begin with? Strain theory, developed by Robert Merton in 1939, explains that people commit crimes because of societal pressures as well as desired goals and the lack of means to achieve these goals. The American dream is heavily referenced in this theory, which is the premise that if you work hard and make good choices, anything is possible in America. And though that is still potentially true, there are large unaccounted for inconsistencies in this simplified adage. Merton describes types of strain as well, like structural, which is the perceived needs of an individual and how social structures are inadequate to fulfill these needs, leading to changing perceptions of means and opportunities required to meet said perceived needs. Other strain described is how if a goal to an individual becomes more significant than, let's say, judgment, the achievement of the goal may outweigh the means of achieving the goal. This ultimately leads Merton to state that a social structure of a society and the pressure one feels to achieve their needs and goals can lead to deviancy. Strains can stem from socioeconomic standings and access to needed resources like education and facilities that would further the progression of one's own goal. In 1994, Stephen Mesner and Richard Rosenfeld agreed with Merton with their own institutional enemy theory, stating that American culture is too focused on one's financial success and that the American dream actually creates higher crime rates. The Mesner-Rosenfeld theory also explains the existence of white-collar crime, as Americans have a fetishization with money, and this creates an individualist sense of success with a desire to earn even more money, despite that requiring possibly ill-gotten gains. There are other factors, such as mental disorders in the science of psychology, that puts others at a higher risk that aren't addressed in the theories I mentioned, but it goes without saying that these are factors that must be taken into account on an individual level. Classical strain theory is also limited in the notion that it focuses more on individuals who are in the lower class and less on an applicable purpose when it comes to group activity. Additionally, it doesn't include crime that is seemingly perpetrated on the basis of gender inequality. And finally, evidence is sparse when it comes to backing up some of the claims, so take it with a grain of salt. I could also go on about numerous sociology theories that go further in depth, but to finish our discussion on strain theory, a counter view proposed by Robert Agnew, developed in 1992, states that crime stems from an individual's perceived feelings of acceptance within an environment. Primarily, how this person interprets and copes, so to speak, with said rejection, whether this rejection is handled accordingly or in a criminal manner. This initial rejection, however, can lead to further alienation of society rather than conformity. Agnew pointed out that a negative reaction is more true, especially in younger individuals, especially during transitionary periods, but research should be conducted in order to further determine the factors result in crime versus cope, like intelligence, social supports, age, etc. Looking back into what we'll call modern history, let's say the last 100 years or so, it was in the 1900s crime was relatively low, with movements like anarchism catching some media attention. But it should also be noted with each decade we examine going forward, factors like lower population and statistical data vary even into the modern day, which affect the so-called lower crime rates. The lack of forensics in small towns not reporting crimes would lead to a perceived lower crime rate, as well as what we considered a crime. For example, a fight breaks out in the streets, though that would catch attention today with surveillance and personal smartphones to record the instance. In the 1910s, it was most likely perceived as two men settling differences, something that didn't need police intervention or recorded data for that matter. That also goes for child abuse and domestic violence. Over the course of the last 100 years, our tolerance for violence has decreased dramatically. In the times we'll be talking about, domestic violence and child abuse, similar to a public display of assault, were seen as issues being handled within the confines of the home and didn't need police intervention. With the 1910s, specifically 1913, the American Medical Association created a campaign to ban a large amount of drugs we still see illegal today, like cannabis and narcotics. More laws made more laws to break, which would lead to the trend we'll see going forward. In 1918, Prohibition, as we discussed, would be enacted, leading to a rise in crime of bootlegging and violent organized crime that defined the 1920s. In the 1930s, dealing with the fallout of Prohibition, organized crime coupled with the Great Depression saw a massive spike in crime already exacerbated by the 1920s. Crime began to drop in 1937 and then lowered significantly in the 1940s. This has been theorized as a result of World War II, which, in case you didn't know, required a lot of troops on America's part. Demographically, there are offenders who are predisposed to committing violent crimes. Some of the top demographics are young people, men, and alcohol drinkers. Of course, there are other factors discussed in strain theory like mental illness, antisocial behaviors, family dynamics, peer groups, the list goes on. The 1940s saw a significant decrease in the population of working-class young males with a national drinking age that wouldn't be established for another 40 years. This resulted in a dramatic decrease in crime for the 1950s that wouldn't be seen again until nearly modern day. The 1950s marked a turning point for the U.S. From this point forward, the decades up until the 90s would be marked with a rise in crime decade after decade, due to a turbulent political landscape and the rise of the civil rights movement. With the civil rights movements, actions that were largely in the name of equality and social freedom would be deemed as crimes by the U.S. government. The 1960s would see riots, rise in militia groups, and rebellions stemming from the civil rights movements. But also, the generation of baby boomers would be coming into young adulthood, who, as we know, are at a higher inclination to commit violent crimes. Traditionally, agrarian families would urbanize, moving to larger cities, raising population density, and so on. Tolerance to violence was still high, and the availability to TV only worsened the situation. The 1970s would continue the trend with a crime wave sweeping the nation, especially in these newly densified cities. Depictions of violence were prevalent in media, raising exposure, and with limited known effects of media, the lack of the MPAA rating, children's exposure rate was only growing. This is where we would see the rollouts of mass incarcerations, the framework of the American prison system we see today. From these incarcerations, the rate of convicted felons would raise nearly 40% in only 6 years during this decade. This is also where we see the emergence of serial killings and killers for that matter, with suspected cause being the higher urbanization rates of cities. The 1980s were similar to the 1970s, but add crack, AIDS, and the serial killers are all warmed up into the mix. Let me preface by saying that AIDS did not lead to crime, but it was more of hate-based crimes, like against, gay people. The 1990s would be the final bang to America's nearly 50-year of uninterrupted rise in crime, reaching an all-time high in 1991. In the early 90s, we finally began to see the crime decrease, with several factors possibly attributing to the unrelenting streak finally coming to an end. Our top contenders are increased policing of urban areas, the removal of lead from gasoline and paint, the legalization of abortion, and crack was on the decline. Life was looking good. This is the era of time that most scholars call a crime drop or the crime drop. But speaking further on the legalization of abortion, we see a similar trend with marijuana, but refining the discussion even further, abortion is now on the chopping block once again, with 12 states outlawing the practice with the overruling of Roe v. Wade. By legalizing acts or substances that have traditionally been illegal, we can expect crime rates to drop and not rise. Marijuana, a separate issue altogether, is something to think about, but we take an assumption that abortions, especially legal ones, won't lead to further crimes. Back to marijuana. Sure, someone under the influence of weed could commit a crime, and it could be because of the influence they committed the crime, but we can never say for sure. By legalizing the action of said traditionally illegal exhibit, in this case marijuana and/or abortions, we take a buffer to the root of the problem out of the equation to solve the deeper issues that lead to teen, unwanted, and unsustainable pregnancies. The same goes for marijuana. By removing the buffer of the act or outlawing of the substance, we can actually determine the root cause of any crime committed under the influence, such as violent crimes or social issues, rather than shoveling it off on "he was high." From this point on, crime has decreased. I would say more time needs to pass from the year 2000 to really understand why crime is decreasing so steadily, but there are a few assumptions being made off the cuff, as with every other decade we've explored so far. Tougher gun control laws taking effect, an aging population as there's not as many young people as there was in previous generations, less crack now than before, advancement in technology along with government oversight in the new era of surveillance. The tolerance to violence is at an all-time low, children aren't being exposed to violent media as frequently, there are more resources for readily available activities that create inclusion, lowering deviancy, incarceration rates and harsher punishments dissuade more premeditated crimes, mental health resources are more available, the list goes on, and one of them I feel like just throwing in here right now is car culture. People are driving a lot more than they used to, and so you're not going to be a victim of crime on the street like you could have been in decades past. We're arguably becoming a better society, ideally. In reality, there are some other factors at play. The The Marshall Project keeps track of crime rates in America. Police departments, roughly 18,000 of which there are, report to the FBI and they compile all their findings. That's all fine and dandy, except the Marshall Project reported that nearly 1/3 of all police departments haven't been providing data. This is arguably, and allegedly, done in order to raise the value of a city or college in order to promote further growth in population. Theft being the #1 reported property crime and assault being the #1 violent crime. But hey, at least you won't lose your life. Despite the crime rates being down, even as I write this, the perception of most Americans is that the crime rate has gone up. This could potentially be sourced back to the revolution of social media. You see more conflict, if not outright crimes, doom scrolling the socials. Crimes that could be happening on the other side of the country that, as someone living on the opposite end, you would never be privy to unless it made national headlines. But now with social media, you can see it all. I theorize from my own research that we're now hyper-aware or hold this perception that crime is up, so we're putting ourselves in less of a position to be made victims. This raises the question though, what are we actively going to be doing as a society, and what developments can we expect in the future that can continue this trend? Well, for starters, let's talk technology. Technology has certainly helped deter crime in recent years, that's a given, and this isn't an exclusively modern trend. The power of science has opened up an avenue of forensics that would revolutionize how we as a society solve crimes. Fingerprints were first discovered or really made notice of in Italy, 1686, in Excuse My Mambo Italiano, by Marsilio Malpighi, professor of anatomy at the University of Bologna. Malpighi noted that fingerprints left distinctive marks on surfaces in the form of spirals and ridges. In 1788, German anatomist Johann Christoph Andreas Mayer discerned that fingerprints were distinctly unique to individuals. There's even documentation that ancient Egyptians of 3000 BC were some of the first examples of when it came to autopsies. And there's obviously been other developments in the last 5,000 years besides just fingerprints. Forensic ballistics, toxicology, matching physical evidence like clothing fiber. There's also been other techniques that have evolved that assist in fighting crime, like the progression made in psychology for suspect profiling, interrogation methods, and a central database.
From my heart and from my hand, why don't people understand my intention?
Weird science.
Hey there, it's me. I don't know if you know what I look like, but this is what I look like. So quick discretionary note, the next section isn't focusing on the discovery of DNA, just DNA fingerprinting. Jeffries was a great guy, but he did not discover DNA. I figured I'd throw that out there. And if you've made it this far, why don't you go ahead and subscribe and like this video for internet clout, for me. I'll share it if I get enough, but for me. Okay, back to the video. Most notably, however, was the discovery of DNA, in my opinion. Like fingerprints, DNA is pretty concrete when it comes to identifying unique individuals. Increase the rate in which case files could be solved. More files solved, less crimes likely to go unsolved. This notion heavily dissuades a lot of people from committing crimes, seeing that on the surface level that it may be easier to fight battles legally than take nefarious routes, especially if the crime is premeditated. The age of surveillance has also had a large impact on dropping crime rates. The placement of CCTV and cameras not only in a majority of public spaces, but in our very own pockets creates an all-seeing network of cameras just ready to gather video evidence of any wrongdoings. Not only cameras, but the World Wide Web, in which nearly everyone uses on a daily basis, provides a global platform to essentially create cyber manhunts. Sure, it could be possible in days before the internet to commit some public freakout and move to another city or town and start the slate anew, but times have changed, and if you commit a level of assault at the local McDonald's, your community, friends, family, and your employer is going to find out, either through their own discovery or the vast army of internet users informing them. And this is just technology. There is a string of other factors that are working for us to become less criminal in the years past. It's the advancement of technology, yes, but also the lower tolerance to violence, the harsher punishments, and the higher incarceration rates. The aging population, more socialist programs that offer further outlets like hobbies being widely available, more inclusion relating back to string theory, the internet keeping everyone indoors and entertained while also acting as a deterrent to actual crime. Looking to the future from this perspective, I believe AI, like all things, can probably be assumed to have a place in crime stopping. For example, if we use AI to scan through video feed faster than humans for facial recognition, then we can identify perpetrators on a faster scale. This is just one aspect, but it could also be used potentially in the future to solve the crimes themselves. By feeding all the data of a case file into a machine learning program, it could even just solve whodunit before humans could. Rather dystopian to think about on some level, but on the other end of the spectrum, we could find that just expanding research on sociology and psychology will find a better means of dealing with the source of the issue, taking on a proactive stance rather than a reactive. Relating back to strain theory, furthering education rates and addressing cultural issues like America's fascination with money could also lower the crime rate even further. There's a lot of prospects to pursue, and only time will tell how crime will fluctuate with, well, time. Namely, I think even with the turmoil we're experiencing with our political climate, crime will continue to fall as we progress as a society.
Pop culture.
Now, as always with my channel, and more specifically my videos, I like to look at works of media and analyze the possible messages when it comes to topics. One such example of media that I thought would be good for the topic of crime is Minority Report. Minority Report is a sci-fi feature film starring Tom Cruise. Now, to give you the spark notes, the year is like 2070, murder is at an all-time high until the arrival of precogs. Precogs are the alleged result of genetic testing that led to the production of 3 individuals who can see the future and, more notably, future murderers. Through the implementation of technology and the natural abilities of the precog, the greater area of Washington, D.C. has come under the jurisdiction of the pre-crime police. The pre-crime police are charged with solving the location of the crimes that the precogs predict and stopping the murders even before they happen. This drops the homicide rate to nearly 0, but there are still red ball killings, dubbed such as they are knee-jerk killings of passion, with the pre-crime police only given minutes to stop them. Called red balls because when the precogs predict a knee-jerk crime, 2 red balls spit out of a machine with 2 names, the killer and the victim. The would-be murderers are apprehended and kept in medically induced comas, tried for crimes as if they had committed them, assumably on stasis for life. Now, I could sit here and explain the whole plot of the movie in detail, but peeps don't like if the video has a cool thumbnail and isn't directly called Minority Report Explained. In short, it gives a glimpse at a hypothetical situation in which crimes can be prevented beforehand and how criminals are tried following their prevention. The film allows the audience to ponder the moral and ethical concerns of doing so. In the film, a large majority of society, whether it be through propaganda or liberties taken with the presumed direction of the film and culture as a whole, says that most people would be okay with this. But the film doesn't really take a look at a possible opposition party even showing children accepting of the precog society. Let it be known that would-be murderers often have little idea that they themselves are committing these murders. There are a few exceptions and details that should be noted. The precogs are looked at as machines that have very few personal freedoms, and by the end of the film, if the would-be murderer observes the prediction, they can willingly choose not to commit said murder. In the world of Minority Report, the precogs act as the ultimate deterrent to homicide. In the real world, who's to say? DNA may have just been as revolutionary as a concept before it was discovered, so who's to say precognition and divination isn't as likely? It's not such a leap of faith one might think in the world of Minority Report to think crime would drop so severely. We already see the results of cameras in the internet in current day along with other technological innovations and shifts in culture affecting crime rates. In addition to the prediction of crime before they even occur, another obstacle our main character faces is the retinal recognition software that's all over the DC area. From taking public transportation to entering your place of business, there are scanners placed throughout the city scanning every passing individual's unique eyes. This is also something we're beginning to see now with AI facial recognition, as I pointed out earlier. To finish off nicely, there is a litany of other films that address the potential of combating crimes via sci-fi mumbo-jumbo. Deja Vu, which I haven't seen in a very long time, stars Denzel Washington, and is a movie where detectives of some obscure department have access to a sci-fi camera that allows for them to perceive any event in time, in the past and future, and thus uses the camera to solve murders. RoboCop uses a cyborg android man to go punch heads off criminals. The list goes on, but to summarize, with a grain of salt, we're in a good place right now, though it may not feel like it. Violent crime is down, and we're also missing data. I like to personally believe that even if this data was entered, that the missing cities wouldn't break the mold or pattern of how we've been trending since the 90s. The future looks bright, and the world is becoming a safer place. We've begun to understand society on a larger scale, an understanding of how and why things happen. The progression of technology is a factor that will continue to work for us, and no matter how the future goes, it's a trend I hope will stick around. Be good, don't commit too much crime, and peace out. The birth of the human race hasn't been an isolated incident. Our brief time here has given rise to conceptual facets of life specific to our own and only our own existence. Going beyond surface level themes of the feeling of compassion for another, beyond what we recognize in our animal counterparts, or even a primal rage spawned on by the competitive field for the acquisition of resources. No, something more plagues the hearts of those who walk on two legs and call themselves a person. This inherited devil, bestowed upon us by a universe with the desire to be observed by its own embodiment, is the blessed curse of purpose. More commonly said, what is your purpose? Why are you here? A cockroach cares not for its destiny more so than it cares for finding love and a mate, at least from what we've been able to tell. This purpose is a reduction of the numerous aspects that have spanned from it: desire, hope, willpower, and so on. Those with a stronger sense of purpose and a birthright to all that life has to offer have been shown to culminate a desire that throughout history has recurred over and over again. The desire to conquest, the God-given purpose to expand one's borders and exert a claim over the earth, and in some cases, beyond the stars. Napoleon of France, Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, conquerors, leaders, emperors, all with a divine manifest. That whole diatribe brings us to today's topic, empires. I believe I had the unique or defective brain structure based on how you'd like to see it, and finding joy by playing games where you stare at maps and watch them change ever slightly over the course of many hours. Can I recommend these games? In most conversations, no. It's like explaining how staring at a spreadsheet of a simulated business is revolutionary gameplay. Crusader Kings 3 is one of these examples of a multi-hour map-changing game that is by far one of my favorites. I won't dote on the complexities of the game, however what I will mention is that you select a ruler of a given time of your choosing. The end goal is to expand one's dynasty and become well known, or maybe it's not. What I mean by this is that Crusader Kings, or CK as I'll refer to it from now on, is a game all about choice. A choice to expand one's kingdom to empire status or enjoy the domestic nature that comes with being a singular person of some royal status. More importantly, you can conquer the world minus the majority of the southern hemisphere, but CK is unique in the aspect that the game only continues as long as the player wants it to continue. That is, if your empire is in a lasting state. As you see, there aren't really conditions to ensure victory, but there are a litany of ways to fail, or in other words, experience loss conditions. Overwhelming declarations of independence that create a series of secession wars, dissatisfaction from one's citizens requiring taxes to be lightened that ultimately lead to financial collapse, plagues that eat away at the empire from within, the inability to produce a viable heir, and thus your multi-century lineage dies out. So many unique, and what I've described as, to me, enjoyable ways to watch an empire of gold collapse and tarnish. CK is only a footnote in demonstrating how empires are a lot like people. They have personalities personified in their strengths and weaknesses, as well as their goals and ambitions. With that little note out of the way, I believe we should take a look at some actual empires, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. We'll be taking a look at both fictional and non-fiction, just to get a healthy mix, mostly non-fiction though.
It is the 41st millennium. For more than 200 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth.
Kicking us off, as it's just had a major installment in the video game market this year under the title Space Marine 2, I believe the Imperium of Man requires a bit of focus. The Imperium of Man is a fictional empire that stems from the Warhammer 40k franchise. 40k over the years has gone through a series of retcons and revisions to the lore, but we'll just be focusing on the latest and most up-to-date information. This information for more notable events and happenings are almost always released to the public through novels. I'll reference a few of these, but with over 90 official published titles, we have to consolidate. The timeline of humankind in 40k uses reality as a baseline, but has drastic differences with 40,000 years of history at the very least. We'll be jumping around quite a bit. Let's start, at the beginning. During the Neolithic Age, roughly 8,000 years before the birth of Christ, there were a collection of special individuals who were deemed as shaman. These shaman had a latent connection with the metaphysical and could read, connect, and source power from a higher realm of psychic energy called the warp. Those with a connection to the warp would be deemed as psychers later on in history. The warp's energy is dictated by the emotions of sapient beings located in the material world. During the age of the shamans, emotions would rise and fall, keeping the warp in balance. However, as the numbers began to rise and expansion took place, these emotions grew stronger, and thus their presence in the warp did as well. Shamans would reincarnate, or more importantly, their abilities would be passed on to others as they faded. Eventually, the malevolent emotions would spawn the early demons of the warp that would begin to consume these shamans and prevent the natural cycle of reincarnation from occurring. The shamans were a vital role in humanity's evolution thus far, and prevented what would be humanity's fall into chaos, or in other words, the negative forces of the warp. With numbers dwindling, the remaining shamans gathered together to determine a needed course of action before extinction took place. The collective decided that they must pull their remaining psychic energy into a singular incarnation of their total power. In an act of great self-sacrifice, thousands of shamans cast their lives away for something greater. This allowed their souls to be merged into a single soul, manifesting in the warp. The soul that need not fear being devoured by demons would arguably become the most important person in the 40K franchise. 1 year after the deaths of the shaman, a child would be born in ancient Turkey to Anatolian herders. This child would go on to become the Emperor of mankind. Traveling and watching the human race, the incredible psychic powers would emerge as he grew. During this time, history would progress as it's written in our own world. However, due to the growing nature of the human race and other sentient beings of the galaxy, things would begin to unfold, and the Great Game would begin. The emotions of the galaxy reaching a climax would give birth to powerful warp entities, manifestations of particular emotions with near, if not direct, godlike power. The first being Khorne. Khorne, the chaos god of emotions like wrath, rage, anger, and hate, would come to embody violence and war, sometimes referred to as the blood god, who sits on his skull throne. Whether the events were the culmination of their birth or an effect stemming from it, Khorne is said to have come about during the age of the Mongols. Tzeentch would be next, acting as the chaos god of change, knowledge, destiny, and lies, coming about sometime during the Renaissance period here on Earth. Finally, there is Nurgle, the chaos god of disease, pestilence, and decay, coming to sentience sometime during the Black Plague. Humanity would progress, and the Emperor would go on to learn from the humans, eventually beginning to aid the more beneficial societies as an advisor or figurehead, but never directly in charge, giving humanity a chance to do the right thing. The Emperor, whose psychic powers were maturing, became aware of the Chaos Gods, and the Chaos Gods became aware of him. Humanity would progress further and enter the age of technology around the 15th millennia, a golden era for prosperous growth and exploration. During this period, humans would establish the first interstellar civilizations linking back to Earth, now called Terra. This was done by using the warp as a gateway to achieve faster-than-light travel across the stars, utilizing the abilities in the growing number of psychers now present to navigate. This was also done with the help of fully autonomous sentient robots called the Men of Iron. Most notably, however, was the creation of the Standard Template Construction Database Library, referred to as an STC, a device that held all known data of mankind and how to reconstruct any technology, as well as an adaptive AI that changed the designs based on environmental factors and limitations. Truly, the magnum opus of the pre-Imperium humans. All was going well until boom, it all immediately fell apart. The sentient robot men declared a war on all humans Terminator style. The warp ways being used for travel opened the realm to warp storms, pure chaos energy disturbances that prevent entry and exit of planets, most notably Terra. These warp storms allowed the forces of the gods of chaos to rain upon unsuspecting planets. Civil war raged, and it was the end of a golden era. The entire network of mankind had been severed from another, and this would be known as the Age of Strife. The Emperor, seeing that mankind was over its head, decided he would no longer sit on the sidelines, ultimately waiting for extinction, but instead guide humanity towards salvation and towards greatness. The Emperor would begin on Terra during what would be called the Unification Wars, overthrowing the warlords who had come about by mastering the old ways of technology lost millennia ago. During this period, several innovations would take place, as well as the adoption of key characteristics of the Empire we see today. Valdor, Birth of the Imperium, released in 2019, gives us a more personal look at the early days of the Empire, with its central focus on the Unification Wars. In the early days of conquering Terra, the Emperor partnered with several others to give him an advantage over the warlords. At first, there were just murmurs of a force who donned gold armor, marked by the eagle sigil crested by lightning. but before long, they couldn't be ignored. The growing Golden Army was different from the warlords who had called Terra theirs. He claimed no religion. In fact, he discouraged any. His warriors were handcrafted brutes, brought through genomancy, and like his sigil, dubbed Thunder Warriors. He placed value on science and restoring the old ways of the age of technology. It wasn't long before Terra was nearly conquered. During this time, the Emperor found himself in need for stronger soldiers, not just stronger, but smarter, more gifted. He knew of the Chaos Gods and how while the Thunder Warriors had served him well, they would be no use for the forces of the Warp. Thus, using his genecraft once again, he created 20 Primarch sons, 20 sons of the Imperium, of the Emperor, and they would be crucial in the next step of the Imperium of Man. However, before the Primarchs can be put to use, the Chaos Gods tore open the Warp and scattered the sons across the galaxy on different human planets. Several traitorous acts later, from within, and the Imperium of Man was ready to reach out to the stars, no longer headed by Thunder Warriors, but by the Adeptus Astartes, a revised and superior version beyond all merits, otherwise known as Space Marines. The Unification Wars have come to an end, and the Great Crusade can begin. A lot happens from this point. The Emperor finds some of his Primarch sons, all but 2 of the 20. A major event occurs called the Horus Heresy, where one of the Primarchs, Horus, who is convinced by the Chaos Gods, convinces 8 others to join the forces of Chaos, while 9 loyalist Primarchs fight for the Emperor. The Emperor is gravely wounded and placed upon the Golden Throne, a highly advanced life support system that requires the sacrifice of 1,000 psychers a day to keep the Emperor alive. Luckily, this sacrifice is not made in vain, as most of the now Demon Prince Primarchs are out of commission, as well as along with most of the Loyalists. Now, you're pretty much caught up to the very surface level of 40k. Of course, there's been some developments, but I'm kind of waiting to see how that goes before talking on it further. Let's talk more, though, about the intricacies found within the Empire, as the origin story I've given you will make this all go by much smoother. The Imperium of Man is a vast multi-planetary empire that prior to the Emperor's current state was an absolute monarchy. With the Emperor sat on the Golden Throne, the form of government has taken on more of a theocratic oligarchy vibe. The Emperor, even in the presence of the Primarchs, is second to none. However, there are dicative branches that control several facets of the Imperium of Man. Currently, one of the Primarch loyalists who has come back into frame, Rabute Gilliman, is overseeing things as regent. Below him is the Inquisition and the High Lords of Terra. The High Lords of Terra, also known as the High Lords of the Imperium, are the ruling body of the Imperium of Man in the Warhammer 40k universe. They consist of the most powerful and influential leaders from various factions, including the Adeptus Terra, the Inquisition, the Echelary, and the Space Marine chapters, which we'll talk more on. Their primary objective is interpreting and enforcing the will of the Emperor, just in different ways. The Inquisition is a removed and secret government organization given authority equal to that of the High Lords of Terra. Their job is to sniff out and report the taint of chaos prior to it being allowed to go too far, which in the Imperium's eyes is at all. Moving on to the secondary level of the Imperium, we'll start with the Adeptus Terra. The Adeptus Terra is more so a categorization or umbrella organization of more notable subsect branches like the Adeptus Astartes, or in other words, the Space Marine Legions. They oversee 5 other groups and basically are the middleman between the High Lords of Terra and those who actually go out and fight chaos, transport resources, navigate the stars, and so on. Next is the Adeptus Mechanicus, based on Mars. This subsect is almost an independent nation-state of the Imperium. And just because I have to focus on 2 other empires, I'm gonna speed this up a little bit. In short, they're a tight-knit group of cyborgs who believe the machines have souls called machine spirits. They live on Mars, which is called a forge world, as they're the leading advancers of technology in the Imperium. They used to be separate, but believe the Emperor is something called the Omnisire, as he demonstrated his psychic abilities to repair a great machine with ease. Mars, in the 40k universe, is home to the Void Dragon, a Xenos, or in other words, alien, who is immensely powerful and is sealed on the planet after a fight with the Emperor. Next is the Adeptus Ministorum. Despite being opposed to religion, the Imperium of Man is highly religious, with its Gothic overtones taking inspirations from Catholic architecture. Its use of Latin phrases, its staunch opposal to the worship of the polytheistic pantheon of chaos, all illustrate this. The paradoxical nature of the Imperium is most apparent with this sector, as the Emperor has a long history of disavowing worship of himself. As he states, he is no god. Lorcan, one of the Primarchs who oversees the Wordbearer Legion, came from a zealous religious background and actually turns to chaos for this reason, as if the Emperor will not accept his worship, he will find a god who will. The Adeptus Ministratum enforces what is called the cult of the Emperor, and were created following his seating on the Golden Throne. Their controlled worlds are called Shrine Worlds. Next are the tertiary subsects of the Adeptus Terra we discussed earlier. The Adeptus Astronomica is charged with training Psykers to maintain the Astronomicon, a metaphysical beacon used to navigate space at faster-than-light travel via warp space. There are 10,000 of which 1/10 are selected to feed the Golden Throne every day. The Adeptus Astra Telepathica is charged with finding Psykers and putting them to use for the Imperium of Man, whether that be sending them to the Astronomica or in some other nefarious use. The Imperius Administratum is exactly as it sounds. It's the bureaucratic section of the Empire that oversees the quadriary and final sections of the Imperium that totals in 6, but we're still on the tertiary tier, so let's continue. The Adeptus Arbites are cops. They enforce the law of the Imperium of Man. More importantly, they act as judge, jury, and executioner because despite all the cool space magic occurring, there are just regular people living day to day. And those regular folks break and follow laws same as you and me. The final group of the third tier of the Empire are the Adeptus Custodes. These golden gods are given the duty of protecting the Golden Throne, acting as the elite fighting force of the Emperor himself. They are perfect and are to Space Marines what Space Marines are to normal people. Sometimes referred to as the Legio Custodes, created in secret by the Emperor prior to the Unification Wars. The Custodes are absolute perfection incarnate. They don't have off days, they are 100% perfect, immune to the corrupting nature of chaos. Finally, we move on to the 6 divisions of the bottom tier and base of the Imperium structure. Rogue Traders are a faction of the Imperium composed of high-ranking nobility. They are the explorers of uncharted space and given free rein to take advantage of the resources available on untapped planets. This freedom allows for rogue traders to act in multiple roles such as declaring wars, ruling planets, or enforcing diplomatic relations. The role of rogue trader is passed down through lineage from parent to offspring. The Officio Assassinorum is charged with training Imperial assassins. These assassins vary in several degrees of specialty, but are all deadly nonetheless. Often used to kill political rivals or rebellious politicians, they are the silent blade of the Imperium, as sending in the Adeptus Astartes or Space Marines isn't always the most effective option. The Imperial Commander Branch was created to designate rulers of planets under the banner of the Empire. It's basically just the division that places planetary governors in charge. The Imperial Fleet is the totality of the Empire's spacefaring vessels, divided into 3 categories and 1 subcategory: the Imperial Navy, the merchant fleets, and the civil fleets, with the Navis Nobilite fleet also attached to this division. The Astra Militarum, or Imperial Guard, are just normal people who act as the Empire's fighting force. Lastly, but not least, is the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines. Sectioned into 20 legions with a representative Primarch to be called their leader prior to the Horus Heresy. Following the events of Horus's actions, the Astartes are divided into chapters, with roughly 1,000 being present. These are the forefront of humanity's defense against Chaos and Xenos alike. They are genetically altered, sometimes psychically gifted, and near unstoppable. Each chapter specializes in their own field, with a few notable examples being the Grey Knights, who are the #1 Chaos Slayers, or the Ultramarines, who hold a special place as being some of the top of all the legions due to heroic acts. With that said, you now have a general idea of the Imperium of Man's structure. To finalize our study of this vast galactic empire, let's recap and add some info. The Imperium of Man is a multi-planetary-wide empire that places technological advancement, super soldiers, and fanaticism at its forefront. Ruled by all means of the definition, a dead god king who was put there by 9 of his own children, with a preference to gothic overtones and brutality. The Imperium of Man is not a good place to live. In fact, it's awful. Zealous beliefs, crowded hive worlds, and enemies beyond comprehension. If it's not the forces of chaos, it's Xenos. Tyranids, a race of a hive-minded beast made up of claws and maws. Necrons, cybernetic augmented race who can alter reality itself. A perverted race of elves who gave birth to the most recent installment in the Chaos God pantheon, Slaanesh, Chaos God of pleasure and excess. The horrors are never ending. In the 40k universe, you are a number, disposable. Might equals right, and even when you're on top, a great game is being played where your downfall is just a stepping stone. They did it to the God Emperor himself, now imagine what they can do to you, a mortal. We move on. Next, we focus on the history of the Mali Empire of West Africa. By the way, this is real, like in the real world, so no Xenos or Space Marines or dragons and jazz. There is a Sorcerer King, but we'll get to that. The Mali had a humble beginning as a collection of tribes and then a kingdom prior to full-on empire status. We begin our tale somewhere around the 11th to 12th century. Well, actually, we need to start earlier, around the 8th to 10th century, as we can't focus on the Mali Empire without giving first a brief look and explanation of the Ghanan Empire. The Ghana Empire began when Egyptian travelers settled in West Africa, bringing more advanced weapons and knowledge to the land, allowing for the conquest of their new surroundings. Ghana, originally called Ouagadougou, would become Ghana as we know it because Ghana literally translates to gold, and as we'll talk about, gold makes up the lifeblood of the West African empires. The Ghana Empire thrived, developing advanced tax systems, departments of ministries, and laws of succession. Known for its vast gold reserves and its rich cultural impact, it became a central trade hub of the Sub-Sahara, a jewel of the Gold Coast. During this period and the centuries following, gold would become so prevalent that it was a commodity rather than a luxury. Every man, woman, and child had access to gold, and the supply would only grow with time from this point on. Things went well for Ghana until the Almoravids, a group further to the north, began invading the Ghanan Empire, seeing weak points in the military might of this economic giant. Ghana was a target because of their vast amounts of gold, but also because, though they tolerated Islam, it was not their central religion. Islam, unlike most new religions today, was a rapidly expanding force to be reckoned with, and it didn't take long since its creation at all to reach Africa. Ghana eventually became overwhelmed when the empire to the east, the Soso Empire, began to annex Ghanan territory. After Suo Amaro, leader of the Soso Empire who was declared a sorcerer king, demanded tribute from Ghana in the form of payment. Soumaru was known for his military prowess and, more importantly in African folklore, is said to have played a magical pan flute or similar woodwind instrument that bestowed supernatural advantages to the Soso. Soumaru ruled shortly on militaristic principles, traveling further south. A leader by the name of Sundiata was able to withstand the conquering neighboring nation's forces, defeating Soumaru in an epic showdown. Prior to this event, the previously dominant Ghanan Empire was seeing a downward trend in trade due to instability, i.e. foreign raiders, and thus the traders went further south, placing them in this quickly growing fiefdom of Mali. Mali had more of economic value via a shit ton of gold similar to Ghana, but is said to have even more vast gold reserves than the trade giant of Ghana. Sundiata was a warrior prince of the Kieta dynasty, liberating the local people of the Soso Empire's control and annexing some of Ghana, along with demonstrating the importance of strength in numbers to the surrounding tribes. Once all this sorcerer king business was wrapped up, an official doctrine of governance was instilled with the Korokan Fuga. This established doctrine would unite the area's tribes under one banner, the Mali banner. The Korokan Fuga would also establish a general consensus of laws throughout the land. Some notable examples of the laws or just general rules of practice were that the Kieta dynasty would always be on top, and that the Kieta lineage would rule Mali. Other interesting laws would be that men could marry at 20 and not before, as well as creating economic trade agreement standards such as 1 cow being equal to the value of 4 sheep or goats. As we'll go on to explore, the Mali Empire was a powerful economic kingdom, however it was also rather progressive socially. Women were held at a high standard in the Mali Empire and treated nearly as equals, being involved in most day-to-day ongoings, and given a value of importance. After the death of founder Sundiata Keita, who united the tribes, a royal palace slave, former slave, or respectable business client, as it wasn't entirely clear, Sakura would go on to take the throne briefly, but died on his return trip from a pilgrimage to Mecca. This occurring despite the Kieta rule that only members of the dynasty could be the Mansa, or emperor, was temporarily null during a time of political turbulence. Sakura's reign was best known for the vast expansion and growth of territory and is considered one of the most politically powerful Mansa of the entire Mali history. Soon after the death of Sakura, the most notable in my opinion, Musa would become Mansa Musa of Mali. An historical record, Mansa Musa is considered to be the wealthiest man to have ever lived, with today's estimated net worth of over 400 billion. Musa inherited the throne at an opportune time as the previous Ghanan Empire had been absorbed, making up a majority of the current state of Mali. Taking a successful pilgrimage and returning safely from Mecca, Mansa Musa during his travels would cause a drastic inflation crisis with how much wealth he was dispersing in the neighboring nation of Egypt. However, this inflation crisis showed the rest of the world how powerful Mali stood, not even being rivaled in today's world. Unlike Ghana, Mali's central religion was that of Islam, and was a strong benefit when it came to maintaining positive relations with the neighboring countries, something Ghana had experienced firsthand. Though traditionally the Empire of Mali was an Islamic state, Musa strengthened the connections with the larger Muslim world. Culture bloomed, borders expanded, and an age of growth was occurring with the building of new mosques in cities like Timbuktu. This period of time was considered the golden age of the Mali Empire. Musa would die at an indeterminable date, with his later actions arguably being confused with those of his son, Maga. who would go on to take the throne for 4 short years. Megha would be deposed by Musa's brother, Suleiman, who would go on to ride his brother's curtails, not really doing anything of significant difference, other than strengthening the bond Musa had established with the Marinid Sultanate, or in other words, modern-day Morocco. Following the death of Suleiman, Mali would start bumping through the lineage of the Qieta dynasty, with several short-lived emperors taking place of insignificant note. Civil war, other supplies of gold, and the redirection of those previously precious trade routes due to climate change would devastate the Mali. Things would only get worse as nomadic raiders would begin attacking and capturing key cities. Eventually, the leader of the neighboring Songhai Empire, Soni Ali, who was once a vassal to the north of Mali, set his sights on the already dwindling empire. Soni Ali would be the death of the Mali Empire and the next stage of African imperialism. Mali currently exists today, and so does Ghana, but we'll talk more about that in a minute. As this is the end of the Mali Empire, I feel I owe it to you to finish out strong, so allow me to give a brief rundown on what happened to the Songhai, as clearly they still aren't a present nation today, unlike the other two. The Songhai was a prosperous empire that expanded most under Ali, who would face his own downfall due to his desire to maintain traditional African animalism, a faith that was giving way to Islam. Soni Ali would pass and his sons would go on to take the throne, only to be overthrown by Muslim nobility and scholars, as they felt they were being overlooked by Sani Baru. Eventually, Soni Ali's nephew, Muhammad, also known as Askia the Great, would succeed the throne. Muhammad, not being much of a warrior, would focus inward on the empire by dividing Songhai into provinces and establishing Islam as the official religion of the Songhai, creating religious schools and mosques. Muhammad would establish all that good stuff like trade with the Portuguese and set taxes. Eventually, however, Muhammad would be deposed by one of his sons, Askia Musa, and his other children would squabble over the throne for several years. During this squabble, the Songhai Empire would come under the crosshairs of Morocco. It was one day that Morocco would send a small force of warriors to attack the Songhai's still massive army. Morocco would come out on top in the Battle of Tondibi, as they had just gotten access to guns. The Songhai Empire would have their assets seized and become a part of Moroccan dynasty, ending a legacy in 1591. Eventually, in 1901, Africa would be set upon by European nations, most notably France in this instance, and exploited for its riches and vast resources. It was in 1960 that Mali would gain independence and become the country we know it as today. Ghana would do the same in 1957, gaining independence from the United Kingdom, and is the republic we also know it as today. So to finish off, let's recap. Ghana was a rich empire that organized the gold trade as an export and commodity, rising through power slowly and through small conquests. Through nomadic raids, tensions raised by religious differences, and finally the opportunity given to the Soso Empire, the Ghanan Empire would fall. Mali, a neighboring nation to the south, was about to face the same fate at the hands of the Soso until a warrior prince stepped forward and defeated the threat. Following the battle, the tribes and kingdoms of Mali would band together to create an empire under a set of rules. The Mali would go on to annex Ghana and their share of the gold trade, becoming one of the most prosperous nations to ever existed.
Islamic and proud, the Mali Empire was looking sharp until civil wars, nomadic raiders that took key cities, and the growing previous vassal of the Songhai moved in. The Songhai, now in charge, had all the gold, trade routes, and manpower until a firearm-equipped invading force from Morocco, paired with internal conflict, allowed for the Moroccan Empire to seize all resources of the Great Songhai. A couple hundred years of the same pattern would occur, and in 1901, Europeans would occupy Africa. In the later half of the 20th century, independence would be returned or declared. We move on to the final empire we'll be taking a look at. If you're enjoying the video so far, leave a like, subscribe, you know, all that jazz. To finish us off strong, let's take a look at another fictional empire in the Elder Scrolls series. It's gone under a few names, but as current, I believe it is called the Cyrodiilic Empire. So like the Imperium of Man or the Age of African Imperialism, we need context. The creation of Nirn, the mortal plane in the Elder Scrolls universe, or more specifically, the planet our story takes place on, Mundus, was not merely an act of divine will. It was a complex interplay of cosmic forces. The Aedra, divine beings, specifically 9 in total, played a role in the formation of the world. At the time, though, there were only 8. But to understand the world itself, we must understand the primordial dawn, and more importantly, how the universe came to be. In the beginning, it was pure chaos. Chaos being the only way to describe it, as there was no forces of order or void yet. It was just an inconceivable something. This something, this absence, would eventually give way to forces of order and chaos. Chaos as we imagine it, and not just the something chaos.
Instead of being called Chaos and Order, these twin forces were named Padme, the force of chaos, and Anu, the force of order. The forces having come about gave birth to substance and created the known Arubis, or the universe of the Elder Scrolls. Eventually, these forces would give birth to ethereal souls or avatars named Anuiel, Order, and Sithis, Chaos or Void. Both Anuiel and Sithis would give rise to smaller beings embodying their own merits, the first of these lesser beings being called Lorcan of Sithis and Auriel of Anuiel. These beings would be called Et-Tata. During this time, Anuiel and Sithis would create several overlapping planes of reality during their struggle for control. Anuiel would create time, and the flow of Arubis would begin. Eventually, Lorcan, who was created by Sithis, would approach the other Et-Tata with a proposition to create Mundus, the mortal plane, where the inhabitants would be of the lesser Et-Tata's creation, or in other words, mortals. Prior to the completion of the realm of Mundus, several of the Et-Tatas would return to the higher planes, and only the 8 divines would bind themselves to the mortal realm, becoming the focus of religion, or the known quote-unquote gods of Mundus. These beings would become devised as the Aedra, acting as a force for order to maintain basic principles like time in Mundus, while the beings who left or never joined at all would be known as the Daedra, who symbolize not necessarily evil, but change. Lorcan would be destroyed after a meeting of the Aedra held at the Adamantine Tower, leaving the divines to maintain their creation. Lorcan's body would become the 2 moons of Maser and Secunda, and his heart would be cast down to Tamriel. The 8 divines would go on to create the native inhabitants of Nirn, the planet we had mentioned. The Elnophae were the primordial race of the elves and humans, and the Hist, giant trees, who are in turn like normal trees, but somehow are known to possess a level of sapience. This major event would symbolize the end of the Dawn Era. The beginning of the Merethic, or Mythic Era, would be characterized by the dividing and appearance of new races, aboriginal to Tamriel, called Batmer, or Beast Folk. Some of these notable races were the Khajiits and Argonians. The Aldmar, descendants of the Elnophae, on the elven side, would disperse along the land and adapt to the geographic locations and cultures that were developing, eventually becoming subsect races like Altmer, Aelids, Falmer, Bosmer, and more. In this early age, the human tribes were fragmented and vulnerable. The Aelids, an ancient civilization of elves in Cyrodiil, viewed the humans as mere cattle, subjugating them to serve their whims. This enslavement sparked the earliest seeds of rebellion, and tales of heroic deeds of legendary figures like Pelinil Whitestrake, a champion who fought against the Aelid tyranny, became folklore, inspiring future generations to dream of freedom. Pelinil's exploits were marked by brutal battles where he wielded divine power against the Aelids. His confrontations with the Aelids not only liberated but also laid the groundwork for the future Alessian Empire, a political entity founded on the principles of human rights and divine worship. This empire was founded by Alessia, who freed the humans at the time of elven control. This allowed for the newly freed human population of Cyrodiil to create the first human empire and the extensive empires we'll be focusing on going forward. Alessia's vision of a united human front against their oppressors was not solely based on her own experiences. It was a reflection of a collective yearning for freedom. Her leadership was marked by the Edict of Alesia, which formalized the worship of the 9 divines and established the empire's cultural foundation. The edict was also introduced laws designated to protect the rights of humans and other oppressed races, fostering a sense of solidarity. However, this was not without consequence. The Murukati Selective, a powerful faction within the empire, sought to impose a strict interpretation of the Alessian doctrines. This led to tensions with other human factions and even the early formation of alliances with some elven groups who sought to coexist peacefully. The Alessian Empire's reach extended beyond Cyrodiil, as they sought to expand into Valenwood and elsewhere, neighboring nations to the south, with primary inhabitants being the Wood Elves, descendants of the Altmer, and Khajiit, beastfolk with feline demeanors. The conflicts in these regions showcased the complexities of the Empire's expansions, where liberation often evolved into further oppression, creating a cycle of violence that would haunt the Empire for centuries. The Alessian civil wars fragmented the empire, leading into a series of bloody conflicts as factions fought for dominance. During this period, notable figures emerged such as Manny Marco, a powerful necromancer who played a significant role in the civil strife. His mastery of dark arts allowed him to manipulate both the living and the dead, making him a formidable opponent. Manny Marco's influence peaked when he founded the Order of the Black Worm, a secretive organization that sought to harness the power of the dead for its own gain. His actions ignited a backlash amongst the populace, leading to a resurgence of Alessian loyalists who viewed the necromancer as a direct threat to their way of life. The civil wars weakened the empire significantly, allowing the remaining Aelid nobility to stage a resurgence. This period saw numerous battles and skirmishes as the Aelids, now reduced to scattered factions, sought to reclaim their former power. The internal strife ultimately culminated in the Battle of Glen Umbra Moors, where the Alessian forces finally achieved a decisive victory, but at a staggering cost. The Alessian Empire would ultimately fall, as it was heavily motivated by religion, and fanatic groups would emerge as the empire expanded that were unable to be quelled as the money and manpower ran thin. A 10-year war that covered nearly all of Tamriel would end with the dissolvement of man's first empire. 400 years would pass until Riem and Cyrodiil faced off against invaders from another continent called Akaviri, creating the base of a new empire. This empire was heavily noted with conflict. Several wars would be fought, most importantly with the Argonians of Blackmarsh to the east and the rulers of Skyrim, home of the Nords, to the north. This new empire was going well until Remus III died and handed the reins to another dynasty who actually were descendants of the Akaviri invaders. A man by the name of Versidue Shai would engage in a long war with other restless leaders who grew tired of paying levies into the empire, eventually holding open rebellions. Though Shai would win the conflicts and bring peace to the realm through military might, a group of assassins based out of Morrowind called the Morag Tong would eliminate Versidue. Shai's son, Savrian Chorak, would take over briefly, but would meet the same fate at the same group of assassins. In addition to the assassination of Savrian Chorak, all heirs would be killed in order to end the lineage. This ending of the dynasty would finally be the death of the Second Empire and the end of the First Age as well. This would begin the age of the Integrum, which, despite having several smaller kingdoms and empires, would mostly be composed of sheer anarchy and fighting. The Akaviri would return, and the only nation to come out on top was Morrowind, home of the Morag Tong, who then became the Dark Brotherhood that had kicked off this period. This era lasted for an unknown amount of time, as even with the creation of time, Elder Scrolls likes to jump around non-linearly, till the birth of arguably one of the most important people of Elder Scrolls lore. Tiber Septim, Talos, Ysmir, or Dragonborn are all names donned by the only person to unify Tamriel under one banner. Tiber Septim's rise was characterized not just by military conquest, but by his shrewd political maneuvering. As he united the fragmented kingdoms of Tamriel, he carefully crafted a narrative of unity and strength. His early victories in Skyrim and High Rock were instrumental in solidifying his reputation as a powerful leader. One of the most pivotal moments in Tiber's campaign was the Battle of Old Hroldan, where he faced off against a coalition of rebellious Nord clans. Tiber's ability to harness the might of the dragons through what was commonly known as the Shout would become an event chronicled in the Song of Tiber Septim. With the help of the Greybeards, a monastic order devoted to the way of the voice, he tamed the dragon Numenex, turning the tide of battle and securing the loyalty of the Nords. His unification of Tamriel was further solidified through the establishment of the Imperial Cult, which promoted the worship of the Nine Divines while allowing local practices to flourish. This religious approach helped assuage fears among conquered peoples, fostering a sense of belonging within the empire. Tiber Septim's legacy was multifaceted, encompassing military triumphs, cultural flourishings, and political reforms. Under his reign, the empire saw the creation of the Imperial Library, a repository of knowledge that sought to document the history of Tamriel, ensuring that the past would inform the future. This is a bit of jumping around, as the lore surrounding Talos, or Tiber Septim, is so convoluted, but I'll explain very quickly. It's theorized that Talos is actually the culmination of 3 different people, all under those names I had mentioned earlier. He also achieved an enlightened state called Chim, where he realizes he's a fictional character in the dreams of a concept called the Godhead, which is not the same as the universe, but rather the universe and all its planes are, or in made of, from the Godhead. A dreaming super god above all else who can't act on Arubis or hasn't been shown to at the very least. Talos is said to have been invited by the Divines, the Aedra, to join their pantheon, as since he is not bound to keeping Mundus afloat with principles, like time and morality, he can act as a more involved force. Chim allows Talos to achieve a state of power unbeknownst to anyone, as it's similar to lucid dreaming, and he uses this to change the history of the Elder Scrolls series many times. Lost? Well, yeah, so is everyone else. This is all very meta and not well understood by most fans, but it adds a mysterious aura and ties things up nicely-ish. Talos or Septim is said to have retconned portions of history which explains some events that occurred in the games never seemingly happening, or events that never occurred, now happening. In my personal opinion, Talos or Tiber Septim is meant to act as a narrative device to set the stage of present games. If something that was once established by the dev team is then contradictory to what another dev team had in mind, this can be attributed to Talos, an easy cop-out. It allows for the series to stay flexible and presents how the current status of the Empire we know has come about, and quite possibly even our own playable characters. It's no secret that when starting up a new Elder Scrolls game, we play as some no-name character with seemingly no past history, and fans have theorized that this is because we've been created by Talos to act as his avatar on Mundus, coordinating events that would be better for the Empire or the mortal plane in general. This also explains the Elder Scrolls items themselves, not just the series, as the scrolls themselves are just seemingly there with no history or knowledge to be gained. They tell of past, future, and present events and change constantly, which is reminiscent of Talos' ability to change historical events. I theorize that Talos changes time so often that they simply exist so mortals of Mundus can try and keep accurate records of what supposedly happened, which is a cool tie-in with that library that he established where the Elder Scrolls can be found. As the Empire expanded, Tiber faced challenges from both within and without. His successors, notably his grandson Uriel Septim I, struggled to maintain the delicate balance of power. Uriel's reign was marked by the War of the Red Diamond, a conflict that emerged from the struggles between various noble houses vying for influence. This war highlighted the fragility of the Empire as notable families like the House of Indoril and the House of Riddlethar sought to manipulate the central authority for their gain. The conflict ultimately culminated in the Treaty of the Two Moons, which established a fragile peace but did little to address the underlying tensions. Now bear with me now, but we jump from Uriel Septim I to Uriel Septim VII, as all the other ones in between are just fun lore pieces, and to be honest, Uriel Septim VII was our emperor for 4 of the 5 games. As the Third Era progressed, the political landscape of Tamriel became increasingly complex. The emergence of the Thieves' Guilds and spreading of the Dark Brotherhood showcased the shadier underbelly of society, as crime and corruption flourished in the shadows of the Empire's grand ambition. At some point, Uriel is temporarily imprisoned and staffed by a usurper named Tharn, but is released by a prisoner who goes on an epic 10-year journey to do so. This is the premise of Arena, the first entry in the game series. Following this, Uriel sends a champion, presumably your character in Arena, to solve a case of the Underking, who is haunting a town in High Rock, and Hammerfell. Secondly, Uriel also needs help from the player in finding a letter from the Queen of Daggerfall, which reveals the location of the Mantella, an item of immense power that Talos used to conquer Tamriel, as it allows for the control of a world-conquering brass golem called the Numidium. That was created by the Dwemer or Dwarves. The player finds this item and is given 7 options, creating the event known as the Warp in the West. The Warp in the West, a mysterious event that disrupted the power dynamics in High Rock, highlighted the fragility of the Empire's control over its provinces. This incident saw noble houses rise and fall in a matter of weeks, leaving a power vacuum that other factions were quick to exploit. The Warp in the West was Bethesda's way of addressing the 7 different endings of Daggerfall, the second game in the series. Basically, something called a Dragon Break occurred where time split into 7 paths, and all 7 of these endings occurred. At some point, they all reconvened, and all endings actually happened. Time stuff, Talos stuff, you know this by now. After the Dragon Break, Morrowind, the third entry in the series, would occur, where a semi-god named Dagoth would challenge the status quo of the Empire. However, we, the prophesized Neravine, stopped this. It's a cool game and arguably the best Elder Scrolls game for its respective time, however it's gotten a bit dated, and the events are primarily isolated because of your interference in Dagoth's plan to use a second Numidium, powered by the Heart of Lorkhan. The most notable event is the destruction of Lorkhan's heart we mentioned at the beginning. At this time, the Thalmor, a secretive society of elven supremacists who had been quietly building their influence, capitalized on this instability. Their secretive operations, rooted in elven supremacist ideology, sought to undermine the Empire from within. This era marked the beginning of a prolonged struggle, as the Thalmor would eventually emerge as a significant adversary, setting the stage for the future conflicts. We then move on to the Oblivion Crisis. The Oblivion Crisis, or Oblivion, the 4th entry, marked a turning point for the Empire, as the mythic Dawn cult opened the gates of Oblivion, realm of the Daedra, and the very fabric of Tamriel was threatened. The Daedric invasion, led by Mehrunes Dagon, led to widespread devastation, with cities falling to the hordes of Dagon. The once mighty Imperial Legion, strained and unprepared, struggled to repel the invaders. This would also lead to the assassination of Uriel Septim VII. The assassination of Uriel Septim VII was a devastating blow to the Empire. His death created a leadership vacuum, leaving the Elder Scrolls in disarray. In this chaos, the emergence of Martin Septim, a bastard, was not just a twist of fate, it was a reminder of the Empire's enduring legacy and the potential for rebirth amidst destruction. Martin's journey was fraught with peril. The Blades, loyal guardians of the Septim dynasty, helped him navigate the dangers posed by the mythic Dawn. Their loyalty was tested as they fought against not only the cult, but also the chaotic forces of Oblivion. To be honest, I know our character is very rarely talked about, but Martin's ash just hides in the Blades Temple while you, the player, hero of Kvatch, do the real work. The climax of the Oblivion Crisis is marked by Martin's transformation into the avatar of Akatosh, Dragon God of Time, and was a moment of divine intervention. As he closed the gates of Oblivion, he not only saved Tamriel, but also reaffirmed the importance of the Septim lineage. His sacrifice created a power vacuum as well that would have profound implications for the Empire in the years to come, as Martin had no heir. The Fourth Era would begin under the shadow of the Aldmeri Dominion's resurgence. The Great War, sparked by tensions between the Empire and the Thalmor, showcased the Empire's weakness. The Dominion well-organized military forces swiftly advanced, capturing key territories and exposing the Empire's vulnerabilities. The siege of the Imperial City marked a pivotal moment in the Great War. The Thalmor's ability to exploit internal divisions within the Empire allowed them to capture the city, further undermining Imperial authority. The political ramifications of this defeat resonated throughout Tamriel, as provinces began to question their allegiance to the Empire that seemed unable to protect them. The signing of the White Gold Concordat was a controversial moment for the Empire. The treaty imposed strict limitations on Talos worship, an act that ignited outrage among many citizens who viewed Talos as a symbol of their identity. This decision highlighted the tensions between the Empire's desire for peace and the deep-rooted cultural significance of Talos to the Nords and other groups. During this time, a new dynasty takes the throne, the Mede dynasty, and we were to pick up again with our second emperor, Titus Mede II. 200 years later, and we pick up with Skyrim, the fifth and unfortunately the latest entry in the Elder Scrolls. The Stormcloak Rebellion erupted in response to the perceived betrayal of the Empire. Ulfric Stormcloak, a charismatic leader with a deep sense of national pride, became the face of the resistance, who felt disenfranchised by the Empire's capitulation to the Thalmor. This civil war became a microcosm of the larger struggles faced by the Empire. As the Stormcloaks fought for their identity, the Empire struggled to maintain its cohesion. The conflict highlighted the disparities between the central authority and the provinces, leading to a deepening sense of mistrust. As the war raged on, both sides committed acts of brutality, further entrenching the divide. The conflict drew in various factions, including the Thalmor, who sought to exploit the chaos for their own gain. The Civil War was not merely a struggle for independence, it was a fight for the very soul of Skyrim. As the Civil War raged on, the ancient threat of dragons resurfaced. The Dragonborn, a figure of prophecy, emerged as a beacon of hope against the overwhelming odds of civil strife and dragon attacks. Their connection to the dragons was not just a matter of destiny, it was a profound exploration of identity and heritage. The Dragonborn's journey was filled with challenges as they have navigated the treacherous waters of politics in Skyrim, while confronting powerful dragons like Alduin. Each victory against the dragon not only enhanced the Dragonborn's legend, but also reignited the hope for a united Skyrim. The battles against the dragon symbolized the broader struggle within the Empire. As the Dragonborn confronted these ancient foes, they also confronted with the rivalries and alliances that define Skyrim's political landscape. The dragons represented not just a physical threat, but also the remnants of an ancient history that shaped Tamriel. The Empire stands at a crossroads, its future uncertain. The Civil War continues to unfold, while the Thalmor's influence looms large over Tamriel. Yet, amidst the turmoil, new heroes emerge, embodying the spirit of resistance and the hope of a united future. The legacy of the Septim dynasty, though extinguished, inspires many to reclaim their identities. The heroes of Skyrim, each representing different factions and belief, forge their paths in a land marked by division. Their actions reverberate throughout the Empire, hitting at the possibility of renewal and restoration. And then next? Well, we don't know what happened next, as they've spent 12 years fucking off and have just barely started on Elder Scrolls 6, so yeah. Sorry to leave on a cliffhanger, but that's how everyone else feels. Leave hate comments on their Instagram for all I care. Yes, I understand the need for new IPs, but they're working on an Indiana Jones game right now. And if that flops, we probably won't get another entry. So, as much as I love playing Skyrim 6 times, I want something new. Not to turn this into a Bethesda hate rant, but they're known for being very money-hungry idiots. With that said, I hope you've enjoyed the latest video. I've got to talk about a lot of things I enjoyed on a very surface level, and leave the rest for you all to enjoy. Go read 40k books, get into history, and be the hero of Kvatch for me. With that said, if you've enjoyed this video, leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Peace out. Hey gang, quick side note here. I'm a little sick. I've been sick for a couple days, but I wanted to pump out a video so you guys weren't waiting a month for this one. I'm a little hoarse sounding, so hopefully you can stand by me, but it's a good one. You should listen to it. Thanks. Man has no wings nor hollow bones, yet we fly higher than any bird. We have no gills nor swim bladders, yet explore depths never before thought possible by even the most daunting of sea beasts. We lack the evolutionary factors to survive the cruelest environment of all, the dead vacuum of space. But above all else, we've placed those brave enough to dare on the moon, only to gallivant as if it were a walk in the park. Human progression seems to be limitless to what our own imaginations are capable of dreaming of and desiring, though those may be facsimiles. Take your wildest ideals, a few of your faithful companions of encouragement, or even your most scorned enemies, and you've inevitably created the next field of science, the next evolutionary goal, the next grandiose quest for the indulgence of one's own species. The Wright brothers, inventors of the first airplane, are said to have been inspired by a toy they shared as children, a small pseudo-helicopter device that would propel itself into the air via rubber bands. An item, an object, so menial as a children's toy can alter the journey of a species. But are these things really that insignificant? What do children value? What can they value? Their parents? Their schoolyard friends? Their toys? If all the value that a child possesses is placed in these few objects, principles, relationships, then that rubber band-powered helicopter toy is an atomic bomb. Children don't stay young forever, and they grow. The brothers couldn't possibly know that the creation of their flying machine would lead to one of the most crucial innovations of the last 200 years, up there with microprocessors and transistors. Both Orville, or Otis as he preferred, and Odie, as I prefer, with his brother Wilbur would die before even seeing the first metal plane take the air, which makes me wonder if they had any idea of the way their brainchild would grow to become a brain god. As this shit comes in levels, you can't explore the heavens without first taking the initial jump. Baby steps. When I read of the Wright brothers, I imagine just two brothers with a dream and a bike shop, whose hope to be able to fly amongst the skies went beyond anything they could have imagined. It's such a simple premise, but who hasn't played with one thing or another and went, it'd be really cool if we could make this bigger and ride it around, more realistic, and lived it. Works of fiction made non-fiction. In the age of high-paced consumerism and on-demand product acquisition, it feels as though things are made with a purpose rather than to see if they can actually be done at all, and much less for the betterment of humanity. That purpose is money. It's so rare that someone or some group of people just do things to say, hey, this shit is cool, and I'm passionate about this, and don't really care what other people think. I'm going to enjoy this, and we all could be better possibly for it. No. We will be better for it. If Big Pharmacy could patent the sun, they would. Jonas Salk stood in direct opposition of the greed found in the hearts of all humans, putting himself to the side for a brief moment. One of the most incalculable acts of kindness that received 17 awards, one of which was a stupid Google Doodle homepage for his 100th birthday even though he died 20 years prior, would be all the historic recognition he would receive. Worship the saints while they walk with us, not when they've walked past us. At its peak, 1 in 200 people who walked the planet would contract a debilitating disease that would rob you of a full life and mobility of one's body: polio. If you didn't know someone coming out the womb with polio, you would have met on average 400 people before they laid you to rest. The last person to have contracted polio, Paul Alexander, died earlier in March of this year, 2024, and was also the last person to live in an iron lung. Thanks to Jonas Salk, the polio vaccine is free to everyone, or at extremely low cost. He could have made millions, if not billions, and been one of the richest people to have walked the earth. Thanks to one person saying, it was never about the money, generations down the line polio will have just been a bad dream, and the greed of man will have been a little weaker for it. Not to cut modern day short, but for some reason, People don't like free miracle cures when they come from the same companies that profit off your unwellness. Most people, even big health organizations, aren't evil. They're just stupid or greedy. They want your money, not your life. If you continue to stay alive, you can continue to give money, which may be evil, but that's not what this video is about. It's easy to get tunnel vision. Actually, it's the de facto state when it comes to existence. It's such a gift at all to simply be that we often feel that this gift must be used for something greater, to contribute in some way to the rest of those we perceive are also existing, to be the next Salk or Wright brother. Whether that be ensuring your children have a better life than your own, even though you may not be around to see a majority of it, or the late-stage effects of one's own actions. You just want to abide by the golden rule and leave things better than how you found it. You want to do good. Curing cancer even though you may be long dead before seeing the fruits of your labor, as it then must go through the scrutiny of trial phases before it can actually be used worldwide. Before you go, because you will go, most decent people want to know things are going to be okay, and that you are liked by enough people and a part of that okayness. God, a confirmation of an afterlife would make this all so much easier, and maybe that too is a possibility we never considered imaginable, similar to the doubts that the Wright brothers faced with flying machines, or that the Earth might not be flat. On the other end, however, is the philosophy that life was simply meant to be enjoyed, not in excess, as hedonism would have you believe, seeking the next pleasurable stimuli after another, but in Epicureanism, the ideology that life was meant to be enjoyed in moderation, to find meaning in the little joys. You, despite how it may feel and what we currently understand of our greater place in the universe, were not placed here for any reason. Your reason for living, for simply being alive, is to find meaning in simply doing it, to feel fulfilled while you're here with the worldly tools available. This is objective naturalism. Until we run into another advanced civilization, we have to infer either we are the greatest thing to come out of the universe to date of 13 trillion years, or that the universe is very big and life is rare, but not as rare as one in infinite odds, which is equally scary as it is comforting. So pick a lane on what you'd like it to be. Some speculate life goes through something called the Great Filter, a concept that is the ultimate trial for all life forms, and most don't get past this, resulting in extinction and hence why we aren't part of some greater galactic federation. We could even be going through it right now. And until this moment arises where we do find life other than us, we feel as though destiny calls to us for more. We're special. Based on this logical comparison, it is equal in value to invent a new type of car as it is to enjoy a sunset or one's family. It may not feel this way, as there are far less people inventing cars as there are those enjoying sunsets, but we can attribute this to saturation. In terms of the universal scale we had mentioned, all of the people enjoying sunsets are right here with us. But consider the hypothetical that there is life on a planet where sunsets don't look nearly as beautiful as our own, even on the same universal scale, or that sunsets are much more exceedingly rare with a day cycle that lasts 10 years. But on this hypothetical planet, there are cars. This planet is covered in so many varieties of cars of differing shapes and colors, so much so that no two people, or aliens at this point, have the same one. Sunsets would seem a lot more special, and those who enjoy ours would be much more the topic of galactic envy. Our cars would mean nothing to the civilization we've encountered, but become the next intergalactic tourist hotspot for that big ball of gas in the sky. Doing something for the sheer sake of enjoyment, or really just doing it for the sake of just because, has become more, or maybe always has been, a concept that seems taboo, associated with time wasted. There's always an end goal, some means of doing something with purpose. Of course, this could be a fallacy, that all action is motivated by some force, but in some way or another, everything is done just because. Why invent a cup? Just because I felt as if there was a better way to deliver water to my mouth than my hands. Why enjoy the beautiful winter morning with a cup of coffee in your favorite mug, one you made no less? Just because I find the activity enjoyable. Why build an airplane? Just because I wanted to fly. Why cure a disease? Just because I wanted to help, to be good. In a lot of ways, we've preserved this nature to ourselves, of just because. Why make plans to go to Mars? Just in case we destroy the green gem we live in, or I guess it's on now, and need a plan B? Why upload a digital copy of one's consciousness to a computer server? Just because I don't want to die, and this seems like the next best thing to immortality. Why invent an artificial intelligence that can problem solve and create art, just because thinking is hard sometimes? I'm sure at one point or another someone looked up at the summer night sky they enjoyed purveying just because they find it humbling and breathtaking, and took notice of a flashing light dancing its way amongst the cosmic sea. A satellite. This satellite, this machine, is not only just a means of transmitting messages across electronic signals and a complex exchange of electromagnetic radiation, but a symbol. A symbol of how far we've come and how much we've mastered. In a way, it symbolizes progress, but also narrows down the possibilities of what's perceivably left still worth mastering and controlling. What's still possible? It seems we can do anything, control the weather, move mountains, destroy continents, and civilizations built up for millennia. Where does it end? What's the final goal? What are we doing and to what means? That there is the big question. And throughout the ages, the answer has changed quite a bit based on who's being asked. If you asked a 12th century crusader, the end goal would probably be spread Christianity to the entirety of the earth. If you asked a cartographer in the 16th century, it would be to map the entire planet accurately. And if you asked someone in the world today, their answer would vary depending on where their passions lie. Some may say singularity, where the fate of humanity and technology run in perpendicular, never to be separated again, achieving a higher state of being, similar to that kind of shitty Johnny Depp movie Transcendence, but better supposedly. Another may say that though we aren't actively working towards it, and are in fact trying to avoid it, nuclear annihilation and thusly extinction. It's frankly quite impossible to determine or even make somewhat accurate guess on the end goal or even fate of humanity. Technology evolves at such a rate and breakthroughs are made at the same rate to the point that our entire worldview could be flipped around, and the fundamentals we've become accustomed to just aren't the case anymore. Gravity is a great example of this, and it's because of this curvature of space-time. Space-time is a model we quirky humans came up with where we combine both three-dimensional space and time together to create a plane. A large body with mass or energy can cause space-time to bend or curve, and this dent is what we call gravity. Why does it do this? Well, that's really complicated and math-heavy, but imagine it just does. Things aren't curving but taking the path of least resistance, which in a fourth-dimensional space is what we know as gravity. Essentially, our understanding of gravity stops on the quantum level. Things act not wrong, but not right the smaller, more particle-based you get. And also black holes. As with our current model, it states that infinitely dense things are impossible, but we know black holes exist, so what the fuck is happening there? Higgs fields, asymptotic safety, causal dynamic triangulation, string theory, general relativity, completing the standard model, gravitons. It gets pretty fucking crazy, and if I could get it all in 15 minutes, I would be nominated, not win, because science is a popularity contest, let's be real, a Nobel Prize. Essentially, we know how things do what they do, we just don't know why. It's like we're currently reverse engineering the universe, but here's the deal. If we could understand quantum gravity, it would be such a significant event that it would make the entirety of the human history look like baby's first steps, and now we've jumped straight to Olympic athletes. On a physics standpoint, we could be able to understand what exactly happened during, and quite possibly before the Big Bang, so that's kind of a big deal. We'd solve the information paradox of black holes. If you don't know that one, it basically talks about what happens to matter that goes into these things. Hawking radiation is a bit of a something, which is the radiation that emits around black holes and stems from them, but without being around one and measuring this radiation, it's a hard sell. We suspect that Hawking radiation is made up of photons, electrons, and positrons. Photons have no mass, but electrons and positrons do. When these electrons and positrons meet, sometimes referred to as anti-electrons, they are destroyed and become energy. That's E equals mc squared, son, as cliche as it sounds. It's all very theoretical and very cool. You can read arguments on Reddit or even the folks who wrote this jazz, but even they go, well, in my model the universe is static, even though we know the universe is not. Or they would imply a virtual particle that's more of a disturbance that appears in our universe out of nowhere because quantum fields and things like photons suddenly appearing to have mass. They aren't real particles, but rather a fundamental tool to understand particle interactions. It's 3 a.m. Do you know where your particle is? Well, neither does it. Moving into practical means, time machines that can only go forward, kind of like Interstellar, along with really fast means of travel as gravity and the speed of light are the same, which would be cool because you couldn't go the speed of light, but you could go really fucking fast, as G-force isn't something you have to worry about in space. This may all be absurd at one point or another. It was once absurd to think that we'd be walking around with supercomputers the size of a slice of bread with all recorded human information available at our fingertips. That's an easy cop-out, but another example of the would-be seemingly impossible is that we can shoot neutrons at elements like uranium, splitting the nuclei into two, taking the released energy and powering entire cities with that jazz right there. Life imitates art, and pop culture is no exception. Countless examples of technology appearing in movies, TV shows, and books only for that same technology to be made reality less than a century later can be found all over the place. H.G. Wells is notorious for doing this with his works, predicting some of the most abundant. His book, Men Like Gods, predicted email and voicemail back in 1923. The World Set Free predicted the atomic bomb back in 1914. And it's not just Wells either. Star Trek predicted FaceTime and cell phones, not exclusively as others have been doing this for a while in different medias, but still. We imagine, we conceptualize, we create. But why? What is it all leading to? Why do we continue to advance when life seems pretty good as it is? Well, the answer isn't greed, it isn't selfish intent, it isn't to find the secrets of the universe and to play God. We move forward just because. Like the pull of gravity, like a beam of light, like the nuclear pull of atoms, we move forward because it's a fundamental force in the universe. There are those who are waiting for humanity's next stage in evolution while you're looking at it. Humanity has shown no matter what great reset or cosmic forces are at play, we're going to pick up the pieces and progress from that point forward. Our bodies are near perfect, and where they lack, we will compensate with technology and our minds. We vastly outlive the average global lifespans of all creatures on Earth, and with those added decades, we're going to do something grand with it. With all that jazz out there and said context enough, what is the end goal of humanity? We know how and why, but time to address what? Well, there are a few requirements for what we will call the end. Number 1. The collectiveness of humanity has agreed that the overall well-being and flourishment of every single person is a basic requirement and most often sought after. Number 2. Longevity and perpetuity. We want humanity as a whole to last forever, in some state, whether that means environmental stability, obtaining singularity, etc. This accounts for the eventual theorized death of the universe and principles along those lines. Number 3. To leave no questions left unanswered and to control everything that needs to be controlled in order to sustain the first two. How we go about these 3 rules within the brief guidelines I've established is open for creativity. Most people fear death, and it's often those who lived long lives and are experiencing their decline in health that have shown to embrace the phenomena. But what if they could stay in peak physical condition forever? Would death still be embraced, and is it truly embraced, or is it an acceptance of the inevitable? As these questions are asked, we would most likely see a massive rise and resurgence in philosophy. And I'm talking real philosophy, not just what we see in the modern era that says be good to each other and we should all treat each other equally and equitably, and also we're trash. Want to hear the grand philosophy of humanity up until this current moment? Well, too bad, here it is. There are some people who are objectively good and some who are subjectively bad. Your actions have reactions, and no action is ever free of consequence and reward. External and ordained traits contribute to the exasperation or complete transformation of a current state, and those who have been subjectively bad can be redeemed, and those who are good can be tarnished. God is real if you believe it to be, the universe is a series of random interactions if you believe it to be. 2 separate people can believe this, and in both cases are factually correct. Being kind to your fellow person feels good, but carries no more importance than being foul. It's just transient. Value is paradoxical in nature, and you should side on the safe side of believing that you're not the only one who's experiencing all of this. Teach a man to fish or give him a fish, it doesn't matter, but not in a nihilist way, as it all matters. Everything is nothing and nothing is everything. It'll all eventually end or go on forever. By the way, this isn't absurdism, you're just not grasping it. All of this thing you're experiencing or not experiencing, is something that no word or series of words can ever describe. Human condition, blah blah blah. This is just my universal philosophy. My personal philosophy is be nice, be kind, help when you can and probably when you shouldn't, love animals, love family, love strangers, eat a lot, drink a lot, make art, stare at spreadsheets, play games, suffer, thrive, live, actually live, waste a little bit of life at a dead-end job, do all the bad and the good of what it means to be human, just do something and sometimes nothing. And as iCarly once said, live life, breathe air, somehow we're gonna get there. The end may be in your lifetime, probably not, as we have a long way to go before these 3 requirements I set out are fulfilled. But in the meantime, just enjoy life, because eventually we will reach this point, and you'll wish you had done so already. Or we won't, and never will. So why wouldn't you have wanted to, if that was the case either? The end. If you enjoyed this madman's ravings, then like and subscribe, or don't. I don't care, or do. Either way. I'm thankful as I have manners, and I think most of you are here from my Road 96 video anyways. And if you're not, well, hope you achieve enlightenment in this incarnation. Peace out.
The world stage has been open to all. At one point you're going about the droll monotony that is your life, and next spirited away to lands of fame, fortune, and historical reverence. But how is such a phenom even possible? And do we truly live in the golden age of cosmic position, or are we in the gilded era of rotting splendor, too blind to see what's right in front of us? Who am I, you ask? Whoa there, sport. Cool those jets. I'm just another hopeful fool, same as the rest, hoping to one day make it big in showbiz, baby.
Hey, so with that out of the way, it's me, and today I want to talk about comedy. More specifically, the archetype of the fool, and what makes a good fool to begin with. But first, a quick message. Not an ad read, by the way. Hello all. My last video, Villains Becoming Heroes, received some critique, some feedback, some hater comments, and I'm such a small video creator, channel, whatever you want to call it, that I can give out gifts for honoring such great critiques. And for that, I have this for you. Yeah, you see that? You enjoy it? Alrighty, back to the video now. Now, for an actual ad read. Have you ever wanted to talk to industry leaders, learn the ins and outs of various workplaces and the kind of people that make them tick? Well, the How This Works podcast is breaking boundaries and giving a first-hand look into these leaders' lives, getting to the bottom of what makes them successful. With over 30 episodes, there's a lot to learn, and Skipper, the host, has a great way of connecting and engaging within each episode. With topics like permaculture, sex ed, attending top art schools, marketing and design, the How This Works show has it all. Be sure to check it out. Not sure what I said in that last bit before the ad read, as I was just riffing, but welcome back to the show. Comedy is a word that today often just associates itself with funny movies, skit shows, or people who stand on stage and try to make the intolerable existence we all experience a little bit more tolerable, but in their attempts become intolerable themselves. Of course, it spans much more than this, but we're just on the precipice of this deep-rooted history that comes with our delight and laughter. The word comedy is associated more generally with an invocation of raw human emotions that could even be called primal. When it comes to comedy, it's like being struck with a beam of sunlight on an especially cloudy day, finding a $100 bill on the ground, or a familiar smell of places from a different time and a different you. Unexpected, unanticipated, and moreover, very much appreciated, if not the slightest bit striking. Comedy by its very nature catches you by surprise. The word originally comes from the Greek word comic, and it roughly translates to invoke laughter. But with time, like all things, the word has changed. Things can be comedic, but not overtly funny or laughter-inducing. One week, many years ago, I remember I had my car broken into 3 times and had a watch my dad got me for like high school graduation stolen. I know, dumb on my part to keep it in my car. I also quit my job and my roommates were shits, but in the end, I couldn't help but look back and laugh at how funny it was with how much bad luck I was having. Even then, I know a lot of things in a person's life can almost always be attributed to their own actions, and if that was the case for this utter shit week, then all the funnier. As cruel as it sounds, one person's surface level suffering can be funny, and if you can't change what's already happened to you, then might as well join in on the laugh. You ever hear of slapstick? A fool continuing to make foolish decisions. For what? The world, the cruel God that made us, the indifferent universe that maybe we can somehow, I don't know, make different? Moving past my own foolish behavior, let's discuss fools further. In ye old Camelot, or the Middle Ages, there used to be jesters, and arguably there still is. But these funny little guys would become avatars of the comedic forces at play, a personification of all that brings laughter, often being multi-talented individuals who could sing, act, or some other various skill, but the most important role is that the jesters must be entertaining. entertaining to their respective royal figure and all their friends they wish to entertain. These folios would do it all, and then some, often acting as a critique to the political climate and a connection between the royal lineage and the people they ruled. The fool is an archetype if you haven't heard, but I got critique for giving you the benefit of the doubt that you may not know everything, so we'll just be taking a leap of faith right here that you know what an archetype is. The fool is an archetype that we see has grown to a position of greater importance, or I guess we could just call it relevance, often acting as chaotic forces in a narrative and playing a role of satire. A way of communicating themes to an audience in more simple, and more importantly, entertaining terms. To be a proper fool, despite the role they play being something to jest at, a fool must be the smartest in the room. In order to properly make satire of anything, you have to understand the full scope. You have to take the perspective of everyone in the room and cater a performance, so to speak, to match and find common ground of possibly countless people. Most people can't even do this with a group of 3, themselves included, so despite the archetype being called the fool, they are no idiot when it comes to analyzing any situation. This is where the paradox of the fool begins to make its appearance. The fool, being aware of all facts, can often be the one putting on a brave face while facing the crushing grips of reality. Choosing not to succumb to the actualities faced by the mortal coil and playing the part that is needed in order to take heavy topics and make jokes about them. If you go too far on these topics, it's a mockery, and hate will ensue. If it's too light, it's pandering and shallow, and hate will ensue. The fool faces the realities of the world and dances the dance of the human mind in order to get something as small as even a chuckle. Laughter is their currency, and for this currency their valued object is knowing that maybe, with the troubles of the world, the only thing you can do is laugh. We all play the part of the fool in one way or another. We're foolish by nature, but some excel when it comes to laughing at the absolutely ludicrous situation we find ourselves in. The foolish are often overlooked. We take their words, their jests, their quippy little anecdotes, and consume them for what they are. This is another aspect of the fool's paradox. Beyond their possible profound sadness, there is reason. Reasonable statements being put through a filter of entertainment, nuance, but nonetheless, reasonable. Because of the smoke and mirrors that is clever wordplay with punchlines, setups, and finally the big laugh, we often don't examine their words for what they're actually telling us. Court jesters often had an immunity to consequences of ridiculing the king, to an extent, but it's because they are the fool. Their words are not to be taken serious. It's the job of the jester to make people laugh, and what's more laugh-enticing than someone telling the ruler of your world that they have a big nose, or that they've made the price of goods far too expensive due to the war they declared for pride. And if it's not funny, then entertaining nonetheless. Have you ever heard the expression, "it's funny because it's true"? Truth, despite what the adage would say, is not subjective. Things happen, and if every detail and facet is considered and included, then we finally arrive at the truth. All these aspects reconstructed and deconstructed in a matter of moments by our very seemingly addled fools. It's an art form, and I think most forget about that. Comedy is an art form, but not every so-called comedian is an artist. It's never been easier to be anything than it is right now. Don't get me wrong, it's still really gosh darn hard. You see that? Trying to get my monetization rate up. As it still stands, it's really f***ing hard to be anything at all. Comedian, actor, performer. You can take a consistent schedule of your skill, upload it regularly to this magical place called the internet, and you will eventually find your people. Hell, even me, who posts non-thematic content of things I just find cool, with a bit of editing skill I've developed, has amassed over 2,000 supporters. And if you don't think that's a lot, imagine if 2,000 people showed up to your house right now. I'd shit my pants. It's never been a better time to do anything artistic. I live in the 11th biggest city in Texas and still have a possible reach of everyone using the internet right now. There's no longer a need to confine yourself to LA or New York in hopes of making it big. This is awesome, but as a result, the markets for these respective art forms has become saturated. To be called oversaturated would be a pessimistic view, but just simply saturated nonetheless. This video is about comedy, and fools in particular. One fool who I think is playing the part of the enlightened idiot is Shane Gillis. Shane Gillis has had a monumental rise in his career within the last year that can only be described as insano. I won't give you the full rundown of Shane's history because I'm sure you've heard of him at this point, but he was once hired to be a part of SNL's regular cast, only to be fired for something said previously on his successful podcast co-hosted with Matt McCusker. Only then to be invited on to host SNL for his success, saying the exact same things that got him fired as an up-and-coming comedian. He's a supernova right now, and as I'd like to say, he became so good, he couldn't be ignored. But let's take a deeper look at Shane's comedy, one special in particular, and a few occasions. In Shane's 2023 special, Beautiful Dogs, his opening joke is about how when he goes abroad, it's the best feeling in the world to tell other countries how America is number one, to which other countries, in his perspective, make remarks about the mass shootings in America. Shane makes remarks, though, in a comedic light that at least they're not gay. But in all reality, there's really no good comeback to that because it's a pretty serious problem, and America's the only ones doing it. He even goes on to make statements that America isn't doing anything about it, and so the shootings will continue. In case you're not American, that's like a huge deal. America loves guns, because other than the fact that an AR-15 is somehow supposed to defend citizens from the #1 military in the world, there's not a whole lot of reasons to have them, besides they're cool. I like guns. I have guns. Oh boy. Why do I have guns? Well, because if society breaks down, everyone else has a gun. I suppose I'll need one so my resources aren't taken when our shaky government possibly collapses. America is the best, but I'm a little biased, and even then, it still leaves me with concern that our government just shuts down sometimes. Shane addressed gun control in a tactful, hard-hitting manner, but that's what makes it funny. It's sourcing back to the old ways of having political commentary sprinkled in. Except, there's no longer kings or royal families to critique, so we have to go to the next best thing. Governments, corporations, groups of people, and in some cases, individuals. Sure, it's funny in the moment, and you could obviously just go, "It's a joke, bro, stop deconstructing the social commentary and just laugh." But it's because it's down to earth and relatable of the issues you face today that makes it funny. Remember that one episode of King of the Hill where Bobby joins clown college, but his instructor is some avant-garde elitist, and ultimately Bobby workshops Tartuffe the Wonder Dog? If everything was based around archaic themes, then it wouldn't be comedy. It would just be abstract garbage, with no pressing context, no substance. Immediately following the gun control quip, Shane talks about love on the spectrum, which he makes an inadvertent critique of, briefly mentioning the commoditization of differently abled people, saying that we, the wider public, will watch it, possibly raising awareness of conditions and becoming more intimately familiar. Shane does this little dance back and forth for a bit, talking about the integration of minority groups in segregated America. He talks about the publication of warfare to the masses with the rise of the internet and handheld cameras, stating the entire war in the Middle East is just on the internet. He talks about the perspective of each side, making remarks about the overwhelming odds anyone who steps to America can face. To name a few more quickly, the alt-right pipeline, porn addiction, American history and slavery, treatment of those with special needs, the list goes on. Shane's comedic nature, his jester-like ability, isn't limited to strictly confined controlled spaces like stand-up specials, but out in the real world too. On a live broadcast of College Game Day, Shane made jokes about former Alabama coach Nick Saban having paid players, and thus his actions contributed to his success. This has been an ongoing thing, as college athletes couldn't be paid at one point. South Park even had an episode about this, as the rules about being drafted into the professional leagues from high school for any sport where you could get paid are pretty restrictive, likening student athletes to slaves. Shane made a joke about the SEC never paying players in a sarcastic manner, despite there, in my opinion, being some evidence, allegedly, of this occurring in roundabout ways. It was all in good fun except for Alabama Jones, Nick Saban, who got butthurt, which is a larger indicator of guilt than anything. Shane Gillis is the perfect fool. He could act like a know-it-all and just say you paid players in 2013, it's fucked up what America does, and so on. That's not a fool though, not a jester. That's a cynic. He is taking scary, spooky concepts or social commentary of his own undertaking and turning it into something for everyone. He's not an idiot, as we discussed, but a savant of the human experience, a medium of tragedy and comedy. This is a good example of a fool. Let's discuss a bad one, as I too, like yourself, like to be a hater every once in a blue moon. Shane Gillis has a connection with this very subject, and this specimen is one Joseph J. Rogan. Ladies and gentlemen, Exhibit B. Joe Rogan has also had a meteoric rise to success, but over a much longer span of time. He's the everyman. Not in the basis he can relate to everyone, but he's done it all. Fear Factor, UFC commentator, news radio, podcast host, and I guess comedian. Jack of all trades, master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one, except comedy. Joe Rogan, in my personal pissant opinion, has had major success with his podcast because of his ability to network and bring on truly unique interview subjects, where he allows them, at least in their early days, to fill the space primarily with their life story. He had or has a great ability to know when to shut up and let people talk and what questions to ask that the audience is probably thinking themselves. He's always had his toe in the pool of foolery, but to me, in this facet of life, he's a stool humper, both figuratively and, well, literally. Joe to me is the kind of guy who thinks poop jokes and moaning on stage is equal to a well-crafted, articulate meta-commentary on the societal atmosphere. Newsflash, it's not. Well, sometimes it's not. Most times, I don't know, I could go for a good poop joke. He's as of late surrounded himself with more and more comedians, or what we'll call fools, and I think that's what's given him this false confidence that he's on equal playing fields with those very same people. In a lot of ways, I think people are using Joe for his success and vast platform for their own career boost. Everyone's a yes man, and instead of telling him to his face he's not an intentionally funny person, we've wound up here. So we're going to be taking a look at his latest special, Burn the Boats. One that took like 5 years to make somehow. The set opens with Joe talking about living in Texas, something he's done for about the last 4 years. He claims Texas as his home state, but I'm sure he also did the same for New York and California when they were focal points of mainstream media. As a native Texan myself, I don't like this, but that's personal bias. Plus, there's more to Texas than the San Antonio-Austin area. To say you've seen Texas, you need to go to these cities or have had an intimate relationship with them. El Paso, Amarillo, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, Waco, Houston, Corpus Christi, Brownsville, and Laredo. Saying you love Texas from Austin alone is saying like you love California because you've only lived in the Bay Area. I digress. He opens up about Texas weed being some crazy shit, and it makes you reminisce on the fact that you're on stolen native land. This could have worked well if he went more into it. He connects this to Buc-ee's, which aren't Texas exclusive anymore. In case you don't know, they're big-ass gas stations. Rule number 1 of Texas is respect the beaver. It's still not much. I like his bit about aliens and fishing, where he says if aliens are real, why don't they just land on the White House front lawn, and talks about how you don't check in with the president of the lake when you go fishing. He then talks about his time on Fear Factor and why it was canceled, and in short, they made contestants drink donkey ejaculate. I don't really care for this, and trust me, I can get down with crude and crass, but I just wasn't feeling this one. He gets into COVID and talks about how people were jerking off on work calls, and this is where I realized all these jokes are just surface levels, oftentimes followed with, "How crazy is that? Am I wrong?" They just felt like they could have been more. The premise is fine, it's the jokes that are falling flat. They need more workshopping, and if not obtained in 5 years, I don't think it will ever be, at least by this person. Next, we have the taking edibles before a flight, and this is where he gets me again. It's a great premise for a stand-up bit, but it falls flat. It's just stoner thoughts. I would change this to be, well, I get paranoid, so I'm extra sure to tell the TSA guy I don't have any of the prohibited items in order. I don't have a knife on me. I don't have lithium batteries. I don't have a bomb, and I definitely don't have a lithium-powered knife bomb. What's the deal with that? He makes a good bit that being high in an airport is fine because even when you're acting weird, it's an airport. Everyone is. A line sticks with me. It's a near-death experience, you always survive. I like that. That was funny. He does a black accent. The bit is overall okay. Similar to the themes Shane successfully talked about, Joe talks about the following themes. I don't know if successfully would be the word to describe them, but the arbitrary nature of the TSA, the demonization of trans people in film. He kind of advertently, raises this is like a film thing, by the way. Chinese Communist Party, human rights violations, whatever. These are all as important as Shane's, but Joe, like a good fool, is missing key aspects. Joe's entire set is thrown off in the midst of good jokes by his refusal to see the larger picture at play. He makes references to conspiracy theories, aliens, superweapons, the works, and even comes close to acknowledging the bigger picture, but at one point calling himself a political independent. The problem with Joe, or at least in this set, is that he has tunnel vision about all the wrong things. The political left, the gender renaissance, I suppose you could say, that's going on in America. Come and ass jokes. The subjects themselves aren't the problem and could be a basis for elaborate jokes if I feel they were better understood. However, he never acknowledges that these issues could be a conspiracy of the controlling party to divide the wider public from unionizing to address larger political issues in the country like rampant corruption and mismanagement of funds. Or how both the Democratic and Republican parties can't seem to agree on anything, but somehow both agree by giving literal trillions to foreign nations with their own citizens suffering. All his takes is highly specific to his own worldview. Beyond this, there's nothing wrong with having beliefs. If you have your own stipulations and biases about trans people, that's your own thing. You've got your own deal. I'm not going to address that right now. But he's saying things that someone who's actually more centralized, me, has already heard with no originality or take other than screaming it. Men in the women's bathroom? Men getting pregnant? Oh dear Lord, what will we do?
A lot of people think that if you let transgender people into a woman's bathroom, it'll be a loophole for predators, you know? And if you think that, that means you believe there are guys out there going, man, I'd love to go into a woman's bathroom and abduct and murder someone, but unfortunately, I'm not allowed in there.
I just had a strong hunch that at that very moment, you could have caught the same messages from Tucker Carlson on TV being presented in the same way. It's not the content, it's the lack of understanding and using the understanding to formulate a humorous joke regardless of content. The reason that the alien and airport jokes hit more with me is because I semi-enjoyed his take on these subjects. I thought they were the most originalist jokes with personal experiences tied in. I can't relate to Fear Factor, and honestly I don't give a shit that you made contestants drink Donkey Cum, and how they got buckets of cum. Another one I actually enjoyed by Joe was his discovery of the world of bodies. It was fresh. Never before had I heard it mentioned that these body exhibits received them from Chinese medical schools, but that's semi-true. I've never been to a Body World or World of Bodies exhibit, but I found his take and World Scope refining the subject down to this joke to be enjoyable. Other than his jokes, I found his delivery to be grating. He yells a lot, and that's fine, but by a lot I mean through the whole thing. The delivery is important, but if your joke or anecdote can't carry itself on its own merit, work is needed. The audience is awake and interested. They've come to see you. You don't need to scream to keep them interested. It just felt amateurish. The archetype of the fool is not an easy role to play. It takes skill and even a little bit of raw natural talent. To be a fool, you have to be the most worldly, the most well-traveled, and the most informed, but you can't let everyone know it either. You have to be a connector of concept and consciousness. If I were to put it into an analogy, it's as if a figure skater goes onto a frozen lake and the ice is as thin as glass, and the entire time they're juggling hammers. You're either doing it right or wrong. There's no in between. Often appearing as someone with no cares, the fool is burdened by the heavy nature of the world. For some it comes naturally, having a worldview of nihilism where nothing matters, so might as well make jokes of it all. Others, it's absurdism. The reality of it all is so absurd you can't help but laugh at the greatest joke of them all. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this video. I decided to give myself a little bit of a break and make it shorter. Lots of themes to explore here, but this is where I encourage your own research. Leave a like and subscribe, I guess, and I hope my ideas weren't too unoriginal, or at the very least, I hope it was entertaining. Until next time, peace out! Space edit, space edit, space edit.
Leave me alone! Alone.
Leave me alone and get your own life.
I don't want to be alone.
I am so lonely. All the other filter minds are scared of me.
I like to be alone. I'm a workaholic who is rarely happy with mediocrity. There's nothing wrong in being okay with enough, but I admit my own hubris. I'm greedy and prideful. In the back of my mind, I want to be recognized and rewarded for my effort, but I'm sure I'm not alone in this sentiment. In fact, it's those who come to the acceptance of their current state in life, whether it be career, personal relationships, or hobbies, that are often the happiest. I, among many, are not one of those people. I'm highly competitive and often want to be number one at what I do, no matter what it is. This mindset leads to seclusion or self-isolation, to be more fair. There's always going to be work to be done, and I delude myself to believing it can all be done if I just go 100% on everything all of the time. Eventually, the work will be complete and the task will dry up. I've done it all. The job that pays me, this video editing shtick I do, all of it. If I just work hard, I can do it all. I can be complete. More specifically, beyond just being a heavy worker, I do a full-time gig running a retail store. It's corporately ran with over 120 other locations, but with that said, I still want to be number one in sales, loyal customers, all of it, and oftentimes, I believe I am. Here's me on a trip I won/earned by doing just that. See, me, There, in Vegas, there's me at the biggest tactical convention in the world. Invite only. Anime glasses push. I've been promoted twice in less than 2 years, and it's not enough. I'm power hungry, not for the ability to tell others what to do or anything like that. I just feel if I was in charge, I could do it better. I'm aware this is rather egotistical. Please bear with me. By being number one in this specific case, you have to be friendly. You have to not only sell the products, but yourself. Be authentic, but not too authentic. Be assertive, but not too assertive. You have to have a perfectly constructed personality ready to switch an aspect of yourself on a moment's notice. I'm good at it.
Damn good at it.
And I choose to use these powers for good, getting folks into the top-of-the-line tactical apparel and gear that I truly believe in. And with a little convincing, you will too. In my eyes, it's better than a car with a crazy interest rate or some new medication that has ungodly side effects. This little dance I do on the daily is exhausting, and so when I get off work, I want to be alone. Alone in silence in my craft, i.e., this and other things like this. But let's be honest, Schedule 1 has consumed me. I grinded that all day today. It's currently 12:48 p.m. Central Standard Time, and I spent way too much time playing that, but enough about this. Now Kaylee, my fiance, this beautiful woman right here, she's my rock and keeps my neuroses in check a majority of the time, making sure I don't work myself to illness or making sure I eat, because work comes before my own needs in my mind. She keeps me from being an office hermit or making rash life-altering decisions, allowing me to live every once in a while. God, I love this woman. I like to imagine I'm the wind in her sails, supporting her no matter what she wants to do and helping her break the rules every once in a while. If I were to describe our relationship, we're a wacky waving inflatable arm two men. I'm the inflatable and her my fan, giving me the breath to keep the show running and not deflating into a rubber pile on the ground. She's order, I'm chaos. Nonetheless, enough about my career and personal life. That's not really what this is about. Point is, I see a lot of people, thousands a year, and when I get home, I get to see my amazing soon-to-be wife. It's good that I'm being socialized like a dog at a dog park. Similar to dogs being socialized, socialization is good for humans too, even as draining as it can be. It's both physically and mentally rewarding. But let's talk about it. Let's say I didn't have to interact with anybody ever. Let's say I didn't have to talk to customers, Kaylee, my friends, yes I have those surprisingly, the list. More importantly though, in this scenario of didn't, let's say I can't interact with anybody else. All I am for the foreseeable future is locked in a room, video editing. Let's up the ante. Let's say it's an empty room, or a raft, or a piece of metal orbiting the Earth. Alone, completely isolated. What would happen to me? Because when there's no one around and nothing to do, you truly are. Throughout the course of human history, isolation studies have been conducted. Controlled environments where the subject is in a sterile area with safety measures in place before too much mental harm has gone down. What about those unlucky few who aren't in these merciful studies? They'll get their section, but let's see what we can't gather from science. To kick us off. Wait, what's that sound? That's Michael from Vsauce. But he's not doing a strictly Vsauce thing. So, is he still Michael? Well, yeah, he's Michael with Minefield now. Minefield Season 1, Episode 1 talks about isolation, the long-term effects, and even gets some first-hand accounts of prisoners and their lives following the experience. Beyond Minefield, most prisoners of solitary confinement share a similar tale, which can be read about more in the book Hell is a Very Small Place, a collection of accounts or essays released in 2014 composed together by 3 authors recollecting varying experiences in confinement. When released, common symptoms were overstimulation by crowds and an inability to handle the close proximity in which non-confinement individuals would engage each other. Other notable accounts were the lasting and prolonged effects of such an experience, and it was a survivor's mentality often held by those who had made it through. Permanently altered by what they had gone through with lasting psychological effects relating to circadian rhythms and, most commonly, memory. We're about to get a glimpse of this as Michael, from Minefield, is going to undergo 3 days of simulated solitary confinement, as 3 days is the longest we're predicted to go without receiving brain damage. Brain damage from what, you may ask? Well, What they don't tell you is that if you're alone long enough, a god of loneliness with a brick shows up and bonks you. In all seriousness, humans need external stimuli to undergo synapse growth, and the largest contributor to external stimuli is other people. But really, what we need is new information. Books, movies, people. Something to stimulate the sense and scratch that brain itch of yours. The video we're about to break down briefly goes into further depths of how boredom falls on the emotional spectrum under the same feelings as disgust. Yes, it's good to be patient and self-satisfied, but it's healthy to rid oneself of boredom, which is a side effect of not being permitted to let your brain grow. By isolating oneself from all external stimuli, you can begin to expect a degradation of mental capacity. Michael will be doing true isolation similar to the United States prison system and solitary confinement. For this experiment, he will be in a white room destitute of anything notable with a fluorescent light that never goes out. He has a bed, a washpan, a food source, Soylent, water, his thoughts, and 3 days of complete isolation, 72 hours. To give the spark notes of this roughly 30-minute video, Michael begins to go nuts almost immediately. Sure, he entertains himself briefly, taking 100 steps and doing push-ups, but then after only a few hours, the cracks begin to appear. First, we see a distortion of his circadian rhythm, very common, or in other words, his sleep cycle and internal clock. Michael has the perception that several more hours have passed than what has happened in reality, a pattern that will not be going away anytime soon. After a few hours, it's time for his first sleep period in the cell. This is where the monitoring team of psychological academics suspect that the worst of the isolation effects will begin to take place. As you're aware, humans, despite being recommended to do so, don't sleep in perfect 8-hour increments. Michael there first goes to bed sometime between the 72-hour start mark and when he wakes up at the 66-hour mark, with still a little less than 3 days to go. Michael talks to the isolation chamber's camera, suspecting it's around 8 a.m. on Thursday, maybe even closer to 9 a.m.
And I woke up maybe 1 or 2 times in the night. So I think it's probably, 8 a.m. Thursday morning, maybe closer to 9 a.m. I guess I should have some breakfast.
Newsflash, it's a little before 5 a.m. He's woken up bright and early, but it's the lack of sun in his internal clock that has done him a disservice. He continues to work out, count, do mental exercises like saying the alphabet backwards. Fun fact, he was like the only person I've ever seen do this successfully. No, go watch it. He actually does it. This goes well until he talks to the camera several hours later, once again, suspecting it's 7 p.m. of the same Thursday. It's actually only 11:30 a.m., so what the fuck? Michael has been awake and active for about 6 hours with 59 hours remaining, but perceives that from his point of view of waking up at 9 a.m., 10 hours have passed. He says he will have dinner now. It's quite literally not even midday.
It's amazing how hard it is to tell what time of day it is just based on your body. I think it's about 7 or 7:30 p.m. on Thursday. I think I'm going to have dinner now.
Another camera check, Michael states that it's been 24 hours. It's now 3:35 p.m. that same Thursday, and only 17 hours have passed.
Bored, but obviously nothing dramatic. If I had to guess, it would be 24 hours now since I first came in.
By not having a clock or even the sun to gauge time in days, Michael is becoming increasingly separated from the actual time of day. He then goes to sleep once again because that worked out great for him the first time and thinks it's the next day. In reality, Michael has slept less than an hour. This is not good. Eating habits have gone completely out the window, with him stating that he's having breakfast at 8 p.m. on that same Thursday. Entertaining himself and losing so much track of time, Michael has completely become unsynced, stating it's 9 p.m. on Friday, when in reality it's a little before 2 a.m. on Friday. He's got a long one ahead of him, almost losing an entire day. He's attempting to sleep nearly every 6 hours. Michael on Friday begins to lose it completely, hallucinating missing water bottles, a decline in cognitive functions, reoccurring dreams of the very same room he's locked in. With 12 hours left, Michael has no sense of time. He's frustrated, and his cognitive decline and emotional decline are clearly present. He's hallucinating the lights are changing color, appearing more yellow in the morning, confusing dreams with reality, even going so far as to opening the door briefly, believing that someone had knocked. Eventually, he's near catatonic when he finally receives an actual knock on the door. The 3 days are up, and Michael has spent 72 hours in complete isolation. Now let's analyze what occurred with Michael from Minefield. This isn't Michael from Vsauce, they're separate entities. Following his release, Michael was tested by the staff, and in some of the tests performed better than the period of time prior to entering. This is attributed to the adrenaline in Michael's system from being released, suspecting the adrenaline was sourced from him being that happy about leaving the room.
There you go. I would say you did actually a little bit better this time.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Although we had hypothesized you would be worse at all of these tests, I think the rush of adrenaline that you got from finally being out and being able to communicate actually had you more focused, more aware, and that's why you...
Isolation, even self-imposed, clearly has some dramatic effects to the health and mind of people. To begin, Michael almost immediately loses his sense of time, and it probably didn't help that he took a nap within the 2 hours of entering the room. I think I got that narrowed down, by the way. Spanning from his lost sense of time passing was the change in his meal and sleep schedule as we've observed. Michael was eating meals and calling it lunch or dinner, when in reality they were more likely attuned with breakfast or even a midday snack. This basis of time, spanning from when he felt the need to sleep or eat, further removed him from the actual time of day, and in this case made his stay in isolation feel nearly a day longer. Beyond biological components such as tiredness and hunger, Michael almost begins to lose it mentally in no scientific terms pretty much immediately, as we saw. As I haven't been completely isolated without daylight for 3 days myself, I have no room to judge, but boy would I like to. Experience that this is, not judge. I'm pretty judge-free. It'd just be cool to experience this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, as miserable as it seemed. We see Michael begin to question his surroundings, forgetting about where he put things like water bottles, as well as becoming increasingly more irritable within the situation, like why the lights are so bright and how the soap is not a pleasant scent. His dreams become engulfed with the premise of the room itself, only dreaming of the room, making the distinction of reality and the dreamscape near inseparable, which seems to also make it feel longer. This was only after 3 days, and despite Michael's true-to-the-cause examination, he could have left the room at any time. He wasn't a prisoner, but a subject, and a committed one at that. He's got hats off to him. Experiments like this have been done numerous times, and there are ethical concerns involved as you're essentially doing psychological damage for the sake of science. Not a new concept. Humans tend to draw the line more often than not when science exceeds animal testing for whatever reason. I get putting lab rats in mazes. It seems fun for them. It seems fun for me. But putting chemicals on rabbits for makeup and sending dogs into space is somehow a newly found discovery of not being that cool of a thing to do in terms of being an evolved species. But back to the history of experiments. In one case at McGill University, several subjects were selected to undergo isolation for 3 days, similar to Michael from Minefield, not Vsauce. But instead of left in an open room to their own devices, the subjects would be kept in a somewhat sensory isolated state. Being blindfolded and equipped with noise-canceling headphones revealed that the subjects were more prone to hallucinations, and vivid ones at that, compared relatively to what we saw with Michael. Missing water bottle? Get the fuck out of here. It's about to get real. Some of the counts of the experiments reported hallucinations such as intense geometric patterns that took over the entirety of their field of vision. Another was an imagery of mice acting human within a marketplace with their intricate little mice economy. That's kind of a different one. And another one that's kind of freaky is even imagining that their bodies had split and that the subjects were perceiving from two bodies, or that there was another person in the room with them. Considering it was 1950 something, this was new information and extremely interesting, which would lead to further tests, but this experiment, that's a relic of the past, and we must look to the future. The future, like the isolation test performed by spacefaring agencies. The premise is that space travel is an inherently long process, with a trip to Mars taking 6 to 9 months, even with today's technology, not to mention that that time would be extremely isolating beyond a crew of colonists or astronauts or crazy people as we call them. Hence, we need to understand how humans would react in such a situation with tests and experiments. One I found poignantly relevant was the Mars 500 experiment performed from 2007 to 2011, put on by Russia, the European Space Agency, and China. Briefly said, subjects were selected to study the effects of global isolation with a group of 6 people from the 3 countries. These 6 people were selected to spend 520 days in a facility that would emulate life on Mars. In short, there were language barriers and differing cultures, but after the 520 days, everyone turned out, well, pretty okay. No major conflicts needed interference from external people like staff, and everyone got along pretty chummy. They did experiments, watched movies in different languages, and worked through the provided challenges as a team, successfully navigating the facility for over a year. In addition, and more on a human note, they would celebrate birthdays and respective countries' holidays as well, like Chinese New Year's and even Halloween. Boo! The only respective downside was that the crew members became increasingly less active, spending more time in bed compared to when the mission first started. And don't get me wrong, I'm good with numbers, but I'm pretty sure it was like 700%, so like I'm downplaying it, but like, I mean, what else are you gonna do? At least they weren't killing each other. Overall, it revealed that humans can play a significant factor in mitigating each other's suffering and isolation, reducing the effects we saw with Michael and inmates. What happens, though, if we extend the time and the conditions in which we find ourselves further than a year? How about 5? What about 40? In 1965, a man was convicted of armed robbery and sentenced to spend his time at the Angola State Prison. Angola State Prison, located well in the middle of nowhere on a plot of land that was once a Louisiana plantation the size of Manhattan, is the largest maximum security prison in the United States and now the location of one Albert Woodfox, where he would spend 44 years in solitary confinement. Woodfox would be originally sentenced to 50 years for his initial crime of armed robbery outside of confinement. However, some rather unfortunate developments would occur. A correction officer, Sergeant Brent Miller, would be stabbed to death by sharpened lawnmower blades on April 17, 1972, by, in current day, unknown assailants who will probably never be caught. In 1972, Woodfox, due to his connection with the Black Panther Party, a semi-communist, semi-black supremacy group, but let's be honest, just a group of people, Americans, black Americans, who were tired of living under these uppity crackers' racist laws and oppressive cultural zeitgeist in the form of Jim Crow, would be convicted of murder along with Herman Wallace and Robert King. This trio would be known as the Angola Three due to what followed. Post-conviction, the 3 men would be sent to solitary confinement, where Woodfox would spend the next 44 years alone, with 23 hours of each day of each year spent in that 6x9 cell. Unlike Michael's confinement, where he was simply left alone, Woodfox would experience the oh-so-signature cruelty of humans, not for 3 days, but for over 3 decades. I'll be using excerpts from the interviews, mainly with NPR, throughout the years following Albert's release, with brief explanations from this point forward. Woodfox recounts how the guards would utilize gas and beatings were regular.
Oh my goodness. Well, gas was a standard form of weapons that the security people use. So anytime you challenge inhumane treatment or you challenge unconstitutional conduct, they would gas you, and depending on the severity of the confrontation, they would open up your cell and they would come in and beat you down and then, shackle you and bring you to the dungeon. And you probably would stay there a minimum of 10 days. The fact that I was involved in organizing a lot of protests against, along with Herman and Rob.
Oftentimes, Woodfox would pace his cell to relieve stress, to pass time, to think.
I paced the cell to think. I paced to relieve tension. I lightly boxed the walls. My knuckles have calluses on them from boxing the wall. I do push-ups on my fists. I don't have deep thoughts. I'm practical. I get through the day the way I have done 1,000 times. Will this be the day I break? I push that thought away. Mind over matter. I keep moving so later I can sleep sometimes.
Woodfox would use his time to expand his education in criminology and social justice, stating that his mother instilled a strong sense of conviction along with values held by the Black Panther Party. Kept in inhumane conditions, he would make a list to keep his sanity of things he would do if ever released from Angola. And in 2016, of February 19th, Woodfox's 69th birthday, he would be released from prison after lengthy appeals, evidential review, and the greater public's advocacy for his release, which arguably did not get him out in this case. This was only done because of a plea deal taken that lessened the conviction, even though the case was overturned twice, but the state ultimately indicted him each time. Justice did eventually prevail, and Woodfox was a free man after 44 years of a wrongful conviction. While Albert's life was frozen in time by a system that persecuted him based on the color of his skin and his beliefs, the rest of the world continued to turn. Though the Black Panther Party no longer existed, it was the fundamental beliefs to stay strong in the face of oppression and never give in to the oppressors that helped Albert through his time in prison, but also motivated his life following the release. In Woodfox's memoir, Solitary, Unbroken by 4 Decades in Solitary Confinement, My Story of Transformation and Hope, he details his experiences following his release. Albert would speak about his transition from prison to freedom, noting moments of confusion, waking up in his New Orleans bedroom and not seeing an inch of stark concrete, or how he developed severe claustrophobia, having an attack while watching his great niece and nephew compete in sports, feeling as though sitting in the bleachers surrounded by people, he was being smothered by the crowd. Along with claustrophobia, he would find issues with becoming overstimulated. On his list, Woodfox would write he'd like to go to Yosemite and see the sights. When at Yosemite, Woodfox explained how when he saw the waterfalls on a little piece of paper acquired from a magazine clipping, it was a whole lot different than seeing it in person. Shocking, even. An excerpt from The Guardian states, "It was far rougher than I thought it would be. We went to the waterfall way up the side of the mountain. It was quite a task getting there, going up, up, and up. The waterfall was so high. There's a massive spray where the water hits the rocks, and I turned into it. It was like someone had thrown a bucket of ice-cold water on me. It was a wonderful experience in hindsight, but in the moment, I was, what the hell am I doing here? In the cell, it looked so magnificent, but then when I got there, I realized, this is real." Albert was able to live life the way it was intended, free, seeing the wonderful sights and spending time with loved ones. Only for a short time, as in 2022, he would die due to COVID-related complications, only having 4 years of freedom since being arrested by the age of 20. Woodfox's story is not a completely uncommon one. It was a more lengthy battle, but the system of oppression felt by a whole ethnic group or ethnic groups of people ran rampant and unchecked for decades, if not centuries, even into the modern day, even into tomorrow. Another member of the Angola Three, Herman Wallace, had his freedom advocated for by Amnesty International, a nonprofit organization based out of the UK that focuses on human rights. Wallace was granted his freedom after a judge overturned the indictment due to the lack of female jurors being present and was released on October 1st, 2013, but again was overruled by the state on October 3rd, 2013. Sadly, however, Wallace would only experience his liberation for 3 short days before passing away on October 4 prior to his rearrest due to cancer. Albert Woodfox and the other members of the Angola Three showed tremendous spirit and tenacity against unfathomable odds. In my studies on isolation, I would say the Angola Three were some of the most resilient individuals to ever experience such considerable isolation. The mental tenacity and rebound is astonishing. Albert went on to have a successful, as brief as it was, career in public speaking, keeping his civil rights activist roots nearly half a century later and delivering a first-hand account on the trials and tribulations of what it meant to have been a black man in America during that time. He's a testament to the undying will of man, and with a never-ending battle and a desire, no, a need to say he did all he could. If you haven't read his own memoir, I would highly recommend doing so. Another tale from history less related to the United States justice system is that of Jose Alvarenga. Jose currently holds the longest record for stranded at sea with 438 days under his belt, a little more than a year or 14 months. It was November 2012 when Alvarenga set out with a new fishing partner, as his previous was unable to join, a 23-year-old greenhorn by the name of Esguiel Cordoba. The vessel, a topless fiberglass skiff with a single motor and an icebox for storing fish, departed from Chiapas, Mexico. The end goal, catch deep-sea exotic fish such as sharks and swordfish to sell back on land. All was going well for the men until the ship fell victim to a storm being blown off course during the torrential weather that lasted 5 days. During this time, the 2 men had to dump all their hard work and make the boat all the lighter for maneuverability, but it didn't help. The battery would die, but not before the veteran fisherman could use the boat's 2-way radio to contact his boss back on shore, letting him know of the current situation. Along with the battery, a majority of the gear was damaged or thrown overboard, leaving the 2 men with minimal supplies and food. They were now adrift in the biggest ocean in the world, completely stranded with no way of directing the now floating ship. Search parties were mounted, but unable to find any trace of the missing souls. The search ended after only 2 days with no signs or evidence of the missing boat. Adrift in the ocean, days turned to weeks, and by Alvarenga's account, he was unable to survive by catching fish and birds with his bare hands and staying hydrated on rainwater. Occasionally, former gear would be found floating nearby, which would also aid in survival. Around 4 months, Cordoba, the young inexperienced fisherman, became sick after eating raw food. Surviving the initial sickness, the young sailor refused to eat thereafter, leading to his eventual death via starvation. Alvarenga said that, at this point, this was one of the darkest moments of the journey, having considered suicide for a week following Cordoba's passing, but his Catholic or Christian faith is what kept him going and what prevented him from taking his own life. With the lack of a fellow person, Alvarenga began to lose his grip on reality, talking to the corpse for days. Something he had promised Cordoba during his time alive was that he would not eat his body. After 6 days, Alvarenga threw the body overboard, feeling that it was draining his already fleeting sanity. During his time alone, Alvarenga would report moments where he saw container ships but was unable to signal for any help, as they were too far or didn't notice his small ship. Using the moon to track time after reaching the 15th lunar cycle, or the 15th month, supposedly, Alvarenga found a tiny island. This island turned out to be a remote corner of the Marshall Islands, and on January 2014, he abandoned his boat to swim ashore. On this island, he found a beach house where he stumbled on a local couple who would alert authorities, rescuing Alvarenga, officially ending his journey stranded at sea of 438 days. Traveling over 6,000 miles, Alvarenga was reported to be in good health, besides an unusually low blood pressure. The days following his rescue, his health would decline, requiring an IV drip for dehydration, but he had survived. After his rescue, Alvarenga would be returned to El Salvador, his home, diagnosed with anemia and insomnia. Alvarenga had also developed a deep sense of fear for the water. It's unknown how a fight for survival on the open sea affects the health of people in comparison to solitary confinement. It raises the question of whether this physical battle for life in the everyday is less taxing mentally, but in a very lopsided trade-off to continue living, or if it's just as taxing with both a physical and mental front added to the damage being done. Jose had experienced hallucinations following the death of his fellow fishermen, a concept we discussed in the Mars 500 mission, that fellow humans can mitigate the mental strain in isolation. As we saw, it should also be noted that after the passing of Cordoba, suicidal ideation had occurred to Alvarenga, and he fell into a depressive state. But in addition to this statement, anything helps. By being constantly in survival mode with the constant task of being on the lookout for your next meal or drink, or even being rescued, this dilemma may dampen the crushing isolation felt on that year at sea. Only Jose Alvarenga can truly say. Now, assuming you're not a 2-year-old, you may remember a certain outbreak of a certain virus with the number 19. I already mentioned it earlier in this video, the other half of that, in its name, and I think YouTube has since stopped demonetizing videos, but just to be safe, I'll simply call it the virus after this point, unless it's in a title for a source I'm mentioning. Remember that? Shut down the world, kicked off the summer of 2020. For me personally, it wasn't that bad. I have a touch-and-go relationship with my family anyway, so it was nice spending it with my parents. I got into Bloodborne and Warzone and had a full-time, high-paying, essential job of sucking asbestos out of people's houses. It was cool. I was in school, and so being at home just to finish out the semester from home made it easier. For others, not so much of a chill time. In fact, some remember it as hell on earth. At the time, I was a more traditional artist, painting and such, before I switched over to film and got a couple of commissions for funeral portraits. People were dying from this thing, but in addition, others and everyone responsible were secluded to their homes, isolated. On another personal note, I was pretty much unaffected besides not being able to see Kaylee, who was back in her hometown, but in the grand scheme, my struggle was minimal. I'm a hermit to begin with. But some of us began to go a little stir-crazy and experience levels of loneliness and social isolation on levels of unprecedented scales. That's no bueno for your health. An article published in the National Library of Medicine titled Loneliness and Social Isolation During the COVID-19 Pandemic by Huang, Ribeiro, Pasai, Riekman, and Ikeda can let us view the known effects of social isolation and the health effects stemming from isolation, which we've talked about in the other anecdotes, but more so in this specific instance of the multi-month isolation felt by the world. In the article, we learn a few things. Loneliness has been linked with an increase in coronary artery disease and myocardial infarctions. Mentally, it reduces the time spent asleep and in bed, with a 7% decrease in sleep efficiency. Along with lack of sleep, some speculate symptoms of depression can become more pressing, such as poor rating of one's own health, vision deficits, and an overall decrease in quality of life. It's also found that in cases of suicide and suicidal fixations, that loneliness can be sourced as a contributing factor. The list quite literally begins to build up, with countless studies and research performed indicates that loneliness and isolation aren't strictly just feelings of being downtrodden, but rather an actual medical or medically related condition. Poor dietary choices, inclinations to smoke and drink, even going so far as to not taking prescribed, rarely abused prescriptions that could even be life-saving in some cases. These symptoms are all listed in the article mentioned to be factors that at least the majority of people had experienced during the period in this time. But somehow, by the grace of God, the human race made it through with minimal cuts and bruises. Time for the closing examination, so hold on to your seats. We'll be breaking down everything we've learned, and dare I say, throwing out some original ideas, too. Isolation, and complete isolation at that, is an arguably inhumane practice, especially if it's being used as a punishment. Being left in a completely staunch room with only the bare essentials has shown to lead to mental decline, with the most notable symptoms being agitation, irritability, and an overall sense of restlessness. Kicking it up further, left long enough, the progression of these symptoms kick up significantly. A complete destruction of one's circadian rhythm, with meals and sleep being entirely in the air for when they'll come. Add hallucinations on top of that, and reality is completely melted away. Michael was one example of this, but in the collection of essays I had mentioned, Hell is a Very Small Place, even dreams aren't an escape from the single-room hell one is confined to. Exacerbated by the lack of senses available as seen from the McGill study, these hallucinations can completely degrade one's self, and changing the perceived room but still trapped all the same. Memories begin to fade and the brain begins to die in a metaphorical and somewhat literal sense, with the short-term memory problems and damage to trains of thoughts being permanent. Left alone long enough, as seen with the life of Albert Woodfox, the longer in isolation, the more permanent the effects and the more psychological damage that occurs. Withdrawal, as we could say, from no longer being isolated can be noted as irritated by crowds, overstimulation by the free world, and a severe sense of claustrophobia. The dreams persist with moments of confusion and lack of self-awareness in settings and places. Throughout our research, we did hear both from the scientific community and first-hand accounts that anything at all helps delay and minimize the effects of true isolation. Books, movies, magazine clippings, anything to help get your mind off the crushing loneliness. Escapism. Those with access to any form of escape tend to fare better than those simply left with their own thoughts, whether that be learning from limited resources or producing works of whatever, literary or art. Even another person, or 5 in the case of the Mars 500 mission, show that any form of stimulation, whether it be physical media or fellow humans, can make a world of difference in limiting the damaging effects of true isolation. If these people are taken away, we can expect a downward trend in what was being held back, like what we saw with Jose Alvarenga. These symptoms, at most recently talked about in our examination of the virus article, aren't simply in our head, but can manifest in concrete physical symptoms such as heart issues and self-destructive behaviors. This is also a great moment in the video to point out that if you are watching this, then most likely you aren't locked in a room or in space or in a raft in the middle of the ocean. Sometimes, however, it can feel that way. Trapped in a mental prison, too afraid to reach out and make a connection with someone, the feelings of isolation can occur even if you aren't being held against your will. But all the same, it can still feel that way. It's hard to break the cycle of being alone, and may even experience some negative side effects from breaking the cycle, but in the end, it's better for your body and mind to be social, to form connections with other people. In today's modern age, despite it feeling like we've never been so disconnected in ideas or motives, it's never been easier to make friends and form connections. There are social clubs for activities you may find yourself interested in, even down to traditionally out-culture hobbies like tabletop games such as D&D and trading cards. There are whole localized communities at your local game shop with a vast array of fellow customers and enthusiasts with the same interests as you, just waiting for some new person to bond with over the mutual hobby. From my experience, people are always looking for new friends, and you just have to reach out and say, I'm here and I don't want to be alone anymore. I want to be connected. I'm always looking for new friends and people to connect with despite my oversaturation of other people most days. I somehow will myself to get away from my work every once in a while and get some healthy social activity, and because deep down, we all know even before watching this video, it's good to be a social butterfly. If you find yourself in a pit of loneliness, an abyss, so to speak, you know what you have to do. There are resources, you just have to be brave enough to reach out to others. I was going to end the video here, as that was a pretty killer outro, but as always, we have to do our tradition of looking at media. Media! I was in the video with like a movie or a TV show or some big Hollywood. It's a big Hollywood propaganda scheme. You fell for it. Stick around. Also, like and subscribe. I really appreciate y'all's support. Now, with isolation in media, there are a few examples that really spoke to me. Most famously is Castaway, released in the year 2000, starring Tom Hanks as Chuck Noland. Chuck is a data analyst or something at FedEx and travels the world solving problems. While flying across the Pacific Ocean on a cargo plane, the plane goes down due to a storm where he washes ashore on a deserted island, the only survivor from the crash. Thus, the battle against isolation begins. Chuck goes through plenty of struggles when it comes to trying to find food and water, but also experiences a mental battle when in vain he attempts to escape the island on a raft headed out to a cargo ship on the horizon only to be washed back up on shore from the riptide. He opens several of the FedEx cargo packages that washed up ashore, finding an angel with gold wings and a Wilson volleyball. During one attempt to make fire, Chuck cuts his hand and begins throwing objects in frustration, leading to a bloody handprint to be left on the volleyball. Chuck draws a face out of the blood and names the object Wilson. Weeks go by and Chuck is pained by his infected tooth, which he removes with an ice skate and a rock. During this period, he also goes through a series of emotions, crushing isolation, joy when he is finally able to make fire, and more notably the companionship felt with the Wilson volleyball, going so far as to talk to it. Eventually, 4 years later, Chuck is adapted to life on the island, and he is able to construct a raft out of more durable cargo material that allows him to break through the tide that kept pulling him back in earlier attempts. While on the escape journey, floating in the open ocean on this crudely constructed raft, Chuck falls asleep, and when he awakes, Wilson, his only companion for the last 4 years, is floating adrift in the sea. Chuck attempts to rescue Wilson to no avail, but soon after is rescued by one of the passing cargo ships. 4 weeks go by since his rescue, and Chuck is returned to the mainland United States, learning he was presumed dead by everyone who knew him. People rejoice in Chuck's return, but he learns that his dentist, rather ironic with him extracting his own tooth, has married and had kids. Not only that, but with Chuck's wife, who has since moved on since being declared dead. He returns a pocket watch to Kelly, his now ex-wife, which she had kept all this time, and she gives him the keys to his old car, something she kept all this time as well. He goes to Texas to deliver the angel statue that motivated him to keep going, and once dropped off at the address, he runs across the woman who was heavily implied to have ordered it. She tells where each road leads at the crossroads they encountered each other, to which point Chuck turns around and follows the woman back home. It's a fun movie with a bittersweet ending, and of course there's deeper themes, but if you're looking to delve into a movie about isolation, it has themes of loneliness, madness, and the lows of the human experience. Of course, a dramatization of a real-world experience is going to take some creative liberties in character development, but I found Chuck's journey to be true to the research we looked into. Go watch it if you haven't, it's a nice film. Delving further into realm of isolation-based madness, I think The Lighthouse starring Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson does it wonderfully. The setting takes on a remote island off of a New England coast where the only notable structure is a solitary lighthouse. With our protagonists, 2 men, a seasoned wickie or lighthouse keeper, and a fresh face trying to find financial reward in a new industry. Thomas Wake is the seasoned lighthouse keeper and Ephraim Winslow is the new helper, former logger. Wake pretty much makes Winslow his bitch for 4 weeks, having him repaint the lighthouse and empty chamber pots, but he bears it. Wake is a strange fellow, as Ephraim notices he disrobes before the moonlight and the beacon of the lighthouse every night. One night, Winslow finds a totem of a mermaid imbued in his bed, and later discovers a beached mermaid while emptying chamber pots. She taunts him before he runs back to the lighthouse. During this time, Winslow is being bothered by a one-eyed gull, to which Wake warns him against killing as it is bad luck, and mentions that his previous helper died after losing his sanity. On the day before pickup, Winslow discovers a dead gull in the drinking water, tainting it only to be attacked by that one-eyed gull, to which Winslow kills the beast despite it bringing misfortune. That night, the 2 men get drunk and speak in esoteric, very Lovecraftian, very Old English. A storm has rolled in. The day of pickup, the 2 men are left stranded on a beach waiting for their ship's arrival. However, the ship never comes, and when they return, Wake informs Winslow that the rations have spoiled. In the days following, the men get drunk every night, and when they run out of alcohol, they begin to drink turpentine mixed with honey. Slowly, the two men begin to lose it, and revelations are made that both men are possibly murderers. Winslow having let his former foreman drown while working as a logger, and whose real name is Thomas Howard. Wake having strong implications that he killed his former co-wiki, who had previously stated had lost his mind. During this time, Howard, who once went by Winslow, was barred entry to the actual beacon of the lighthouse and tries to steal a key from Wake. Wake, talking in his sleep, considers murdering Howard. Madness ensues, and the tipping point is Howard discovers Wake's personal notes on the contract period stating that Howard should be let go without pay, no less. This is after a wave takes out the actual cottage lighthouse section. This causes the men to begin fighting, where Howard gets the upper hand and begins burying Wake alive. Inside the lighthouse, Howard smokes a cigarette when Wake takes a corner with an axe, getting a swing in on Howard. Howard once again gets the upper hand, and Wake is killed by the axe. Howard grabs the key from him and finally makes his way to the beacon of the lighthouse, finally ready to see what's inside. Opening the glass housing reveals a glowing beacon, which begins to inflict mental and possible physical anguish on Howard before the screen goes white. We cut to Howard on the beach, who has been killed or is on his way to being killed, and is now being eaten by seabirds. The lighthouse is an homage to an unfinished Edgar Allan Poe story and is littered with references to classical art and literature, which conveys an old source of madness similar to The Shadow over Innsmouth. It's a fun and spooky watch, but also explores isolation with a supernatural twist. It's great seeing two men already on the verge of madness get one last push into the gulf of insanity and the story that follows. As for the relevance to what we've previously discussed, there's not much, but either way, it is a movie about isolation, and so it's made this list, as I found it rather enjoyable. With that said, final part, thanks for all the support, gang. Sorry for the delay. I was super tied up this week, or I guess it's been a month now, but I'm glad I was able to get this one out to you all. I hope you enjoyed it, and peace out. Hi everyone, I realize the length between my uploads is increasing, so I wanted to do a short one this time. Let's start with a gentle reminder. You are going to die. No need to panic, not immediately, probably not during this video, unless you're watching it while skydiving without a parachute or attempting to deep fry a toaster, but it is coming, as surely as Monday morning. And it's not just you. Everyone you know, everything you love, gone. Your childhood home will crumble, the books you treasure will rot, the memes you shared will be forgotten, buried beneath layers of digital dust, like some 21st century Rosetta Stone nobody asked for. One day, the name of the person you love more than life itself will be spoken for the very last time. Then, silence. But here's the thing. That's not a tragedy. It's just how this ride works. Heraclitus, the original sad boy of ancient philosophy, once said, "No man ever steps in the same river twice, for it is not the same river, and he is not the same man." In other words, time doesn't ask permission, it just moves. You were once a child with jelly on your hands and magic in your bones. Now you're here, watching a philosophical YouTube video instead of doing your taxes. The point is, you changed. You're changing, right now in fact. New cells, new thoughts, new heartbreaks. The person you were a year ago doesn't live here anymore. You carry their bones like a backpack. Everything beautiful in life is rented, not owned. Love, time, breath. You don't get to keep any of it, but you do get to use it, if you're lucky. The Stoics, those delightful Greco-Roman buzzkills, had a saying, "Memento mori." Remember that you will die. Not to depress you, but to liberate you. To remind you that your morning coffee, your friend's dumb laugh, the dog who barks every time you look at it funny, they won't be around forever, which is precisely what makes them matter. We live in a world of compulsive permanence. We archive, we hoard, we upload every meal, every thought, every sneeze to the internet like we're building a digital mausoleum. But nothing lasts. Not your Instagram, not your salary, not the galaxy. Even the stars will flicker out one day, leaving only the echoes of heat and the quiet math of gravity. And yet, we love anyway. We build sandcastles knowing the tide is coming. We say forever to people we'll lose someday. We write poems about people who no longer remember our name. That's not foolishness, that's defiance. That's what makes us human. You will sit beside someone you love as they take their last breath. You will wonder what the point was. You might cry, or you might just sit quietly, realizing how small and tender we all are. And later, when the world doesn't stop, when the buses still run and people still argue about pineapple on pizza, you'll understand. Grief is the price we pay for meaning. You never grieve for things that didn't matter. Life is made of endings. Your favorite movie ends. The perfect summer ends. Even this sentence ends. But when you know that, when you really know that, everything gets louder. Colors deepen. Kisses linger. Even washing dishes start to feel like a small ritual in a fleeting universe. The point isn't to live forever. The point is to live now, with whatever trembling heart you've been given. No moment will repeat itself. No conversation will be exactly the same. No version of you will ever return. You're here once, just once, like a comet, like a whispered joke, like a song on the radio you almost missed, but didn't. And that's the gift, isn't it? The fact that everything ends means that everything begins. You fall in love because you know it might not last. You say I'm sorry because you might never get another chance. You look at the stars because you won't always be able to. The Buddhists call this impermanence anicca, the dance of change, the great unraveling of all things. You don't fight it, you don't cling, you bow to it. And if you're wise, you thank it. Because without endings, there would be no stories, just static, just stasis, just nothing. Everything you love will disappear, but not before it teaches you how to love it properly. Not before it wakes you up, not before it whispers, hey, look around, this is it. And so, don't be afraid that it ends. Be afraid of missing it while it's here. Be afraid of sleepwalking through your one impossible life. Let it hurt, let it be awkward, let it change you, then let it go. Because in the end, and there will be an end, what a beautiful thing it was to have loved anything at all.
And never repeat and vastly affect the outcome. That's...
Unpredictability.
They, the proverbial they, not the lizard people they, say life is a series of choices with rational outcomes. Each decision has an expected result that we as slightly evolved sea monkeys believe can be predicted. But hey, 390 million years of evolution tend to inflate the ego. I believe as one primate to another, it's all chaos. There are no rules, no order, it's just meh, a wash. We, the royal we, stick to the idea that things are meant to follow a written path, but it's delusional. Sure, you can throw a rock at a window and predictability says it'll shatter, but in rare instances, it doesn't. The rock bounces off, leaving you wondering, well, what the hell happened there? What's up with this window? Almost disappointed you didn't get to call the window repairman who you've had a budding one-sided romance with. You're pissed. This course of events wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't predicted. Needing an outlet, you return to your office to continue on your steamy love novel featuring a loveless homeowner and a window repairman. While you write, tapping along the keys, a bird collides with the same window, shattering the pane. Initially, awestruck by what's occurred, the once seemingly invincible window is now gone, the new avian intruder present. The kiss scene in your novel, titled Transparent Love, left unfinished. It's all too much. It was an unpredictable event. A bird has never struck that window before. The window, despite your best efforts, has gone unshattered. This defies all reason, all predictable occurrences, all order. As the bird stands back up after temporarily being stunned, you try to reason that this bird is stronger than a rock. Could this be the strongest bird in the world? What are the odds? In any case, it's in your house now, but depending on the temperament of the bird, this could very well be its house now. You couldn't break the window. This bird could. Harrowing. As you get up from the desk, avoiding direct eye contact to the best of your ability, you call the window repairman's number. As it rings, the bird takes flight, breaking through another pane on its way out. Holy shit, what is happening? The window repairman picks up the call, asking how the hell you're doing, being irregular, something the repairman has chalked up to yourself being accident prone. At this point, he's predicting a weekly call. It's just the order of things. After a brief explanation that a rock broke the window, no, 2 windows, albeit as it's entirely more reasonable and plausible than a demigod bird, you both make an appointment later in the afternoon to get this window repaired. 2 of them. As the day progresses, you feel a palpable sense of nervousness. Why though? You've interacted with this person numerous times for numerous other windows, but something felt different in the air today. The repairman arrives right on time, not a minute early, not a minute late, per usual. The job is relatively quick, with him making remarks that this must have been some rock, and quandaries about how it was even set in motion. You come up with some vague excuse that you wanted to see how high you could throw a rock, but somehow that turned into a horizontal throw. Twice. The job wraps up, but before the repairman can get in his van, you blurt out, "Would you like to go on a date sometime?" The window man is clearly taken back, the statement being out of the realm of possibilities for this current interaction. Moments pass in silence. A bird mockingly caws in a nearby tree. Hopefully, not that bird. It's at this point the repairman says bluntly, "Well, to be honest, it wasn't out of my mind entirely, but I didn't want to violate the ethics of the window repairman code of conduct." "Oh, I know," says the repairman. "Let's leave it up to fate. We'll flip a coin. If it's heads, we'll go out. And if it's tails, I'll just be your favorite window repair person." With that said, a coin is pulled and flicked into the air. As it comes down, it does that woo 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 things coins do before finally stopping on the edge. Dead center of the coin. Neither of you move. You both stand there, staring at it in amazement. Complete bewilderment. You make eye contact. What the Point being of this little creative writing project that went on entirely too long is to demonstrate that though the nameless characters, who we'll call the writer, your own stand-in, and the window repairman, your potential love interest, had their own expectations of the direction their stories would take, I threw some curveballs. Like Immortal Birds, and in your particular case, a homoerotic love story in its infancy. Sure, we get a little crazy with a bird breaking 2 windows, or a coin landing on the edge, but none of it is completely impossible, just unpredictable. Like life. Like your life. Hell, like everyone who's ever lived. Shit happens you can't predict, and you certainly didn't make some choices, no matter how butterfly effect you want to get with it, that brought those on. You could absolutely summarize a series of events that seem to have no relation to one point of origin. For example, a soda placed slightly to the left of a table in a fast food joint, then causing the same place to burn down a year later. As much as we'd like to compartmentalize our lives into a neat little box, viewing things through a cause and effect mindset, the reality of it all is just being random chaos from one moment to the next. It just seems to fit so much better. Not to say order doesn't have its place. I mean, there's a reason we rely on this mindset to begin with. If you throw a thing up in the air and don't catch it, strong evidence like gravity indicates it will come toppling back down and hit the earth. But then, when things don't go our way, or any way we predicted for that matter, this can result in feelings of frustration, confusion, and maybe even a mini existential crisis with the aftertaste of you don't know shit about anything. Something we saw in my madman raving of a story in the beginning. On the other hand, maybe surprise, delight, in a life-altering scenario never even before thought of due to those pesky internal biases and how we view the universe in our single limiting point of view. And before you say to yourself, I know this already. I saw Jurassic Park. I know chaos theory with Jeff Goldblum, and that the dinosaurs are going to escape even though they're not supposed to. Yeah, but think about it like this. Dr. Malcolm Jeff Goldblum's character tells you in this little moment of flirtation in science that the water drop placed on his hand will follow a different path because of chaos theory. It could be because they were in a moving vehicle on an unpaved road with varying conditions that would lead to different results, but alas, I don't think Laura Dern or Dr. Sattler was so mind-baffled by the revelation that water would do something different. And he also told you it would do something different, so it was an expectation. It kind of relates to the three-body problem, not to fucking throw trends at you, where we, well, presumably not you and myself personally, but the human race can predict really well how two stellar-based bodies like planets will interact in space, having the ability to locate where they'll be at a given time. It's a cool skill for the human race, real resume builder, but add a third body like another planet and shit goes cuckoo bananas. Why? Well, mostly because you a dummy, son. Nah, just kidding. As Jonathan Blazik, the assistant professor of physics at Northeastern University, says, little differences get amplified and can lead to wildly unpredictable behavior in the future. Simple as. I bring this up to further emphasize you be in one of these metaphorical and possibly literal three-body problems. Think about it. 3 planets create interstellar wackiness, but on a more personal scale, you are quite literally exposed to hundreds, if not thousands, of choices a day that could affect your, so to speak, orbit. Yes, there is math and cause and effect, but there's absolutely no way in hell you'll be able to map out each and every interaction, choice, and decisions that lead you to each situation you find yourself in. The odds may favor your beliefs, especially if we relate them back to our own 2-planet prediction model, meaning we can most of the time predict that if rock meets window, window breaks. Then again, it may not. Life is not a series of choices, but a series of guesses, wondering and hoping what will happen next. You're not some oracle, and no one ever said you were. By letting go to the constant need of control, you can embrace the chaos of the everyday and maybe even enter the flow. I'm a big believer, me, Gideon, here, talking to you, in this flow state, or flow state in general, a mindset where you're just feeling it, everything. For the Buddhist out there, a temporary state of nirvana, a borrowed enlightenment for performing the everyday. It's hard to describe in words, especially for a bad writer such as myself, but you know it when it happens. It happens anywhere and anytime. The more you try to induce the flow state, the less likely you'll be able to manifest all its benefits. Primarily, though, accepting the state of chaos and that you have no control in your surroundings is typically a great start. Or even just carrying the momentum of one positive outcome till the next. Whether they were flow states or not, incorrectly predicting the future has benefited humanity better than we give credit for, embracing the unpredictable, so to speak. For example, everyone knows penicillin, a low-hanging fruit for me, but I'm going to give you a breakdown of what this stuff is and how it came about, and take a brief period on a few other moments of things that span from us not knowing what will happen next. So, long story short, there's this stuff called bacteria. Have you heard of it? Microbial organisms that are pretty much found across every surface or every biome you could imagine, even yourself. Well, when bacteria from the outside mixes with your bacteria on the inside, and more important, your organs and stuff, it causes illness. Were this to happen to you prior to 1928, well, there wasn't much, if anything at all, medical science could do to help you out. Then, in a wee town called London, a cheeky bugger by the name of Alexander Fleming solved all your bacterial problems. One of these invasive bacteria that plague mankind is Staphylococcus, a tricky little bastard that causes boils, swelling, redness, and in some cases, even death. Alexander Fleming was a bacteriologist at St. Mary's Hospital who is said to have returned from a vacay, or holiday as the neighbors across the pond call it, to find a sample of staph he left on his desk had done something unexpected. That's cool and all, but my question is, why did he have loose staph in petri dishes just hanging out on his desk while he was on vacation? Was it a booby trap? However, he got curious, as we all do, and put the samples under a microscope to discover a secondary mold had introduced itself, penicillin. After doing some research and conducting growth cycles, Fleming ultimately had discovered the first antibiotic, and medicine would be changed forever. Penicillin is still used to this day to treat staph, strep, and colon infections. I cannot emphasize what a breakthrough this discovery has been. We literally went from having nothing to having a cure-all. We were so stoked off this discovery that it created an altogether new problem, the overuse of antibiotics. By overprescribing penicillin for almost every scenario, we've been allowing bacteria to improve its game. This is called antimicrobial resistance, or AMR. We've highly elevated the AMR of the global bacteria, and now we're trying to use less antibiotics in order to avoid creating some super bacteria our current antibiotics can't handle, as this would put us back in the same boat we once began in. Moving right along, as the late great Kermit the Frog says, we look to history for our next example, not science-based, history to clarify. Ever heard of the Dead Sea Scrolls? Yeah, Evangelion Neon Genesis, how about that? Basically, it was the Bible rough draft, or I guess it's more aptly the Torah 1.0, as the scrolls have more to do with the Second Temple of Judaism than anything. Long ago, God, the God of Abrahamic faith, was a lot more active in the community, and so people thought they should write some of this down, in the form of a couple hundred scrolls, approximately 972. People of 2,000 years ago, if you can even call them that, didn't want to lose this good stuff, so they kept them in 12 caves and left it there as one of the greatest time capsules of all time. A few societal collapses later, attacks from sea people, all that, and the scrolls were lost forever. But, by a fluke, a missing goat of all things, are rediscovered in 1947 Palestine, which would become modern-day Israel about a year later. 3 shepherds, Muhammad ed-Dib, Juma Muhammad, and Khalil Musa, guided their flock in the hills of the nearby ancient settlement of Qumran, when one goat wandered away. As one of the shepherds searched for his goat, he discovered a deep cave. As we all would do, he picked up a rock and threw it down there to see how deep it could be. The rock caused a pot to shatter, so the legend goes. Upon returning with supplies, the men would lower themselves into the hole. There, a few of the initial scrolls were located. Later, the shepherds would sell the scrolls to a market vendor, where scholars would come upon them, leading to an archaeological endeavor lasting 10 years. If you haven't read them, they're pretty much all translated from Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek. I've read a bit of them to research for this video. If you're into religious text and readings, they go kinda hard in my opinion. You should check them out. Leaving a mess in your lab or a goat wandering from the herd, all problems on the surface. I'm sure all these people we've talked about expected some level of disappointment and never the next best thing. Aw shit, I gotta clean my extra gross desk. Aw shit, my goat is probably gonna get bit by a snake. You, yourself, have probably thought at one point or another, aw shit, an unexpected turn of events that I presume as an individual will lead to a negative outcome, only to be surprised by a positive turn of events. In a lifetime where you fall into the role of oracle, drone, or cog in a greater machine, it's almost as if that feeling of things coming in absolutes is the only way to think, up until a mistake turns into a life-changing moment. I made this video to remind whoever watches my secret corner of the internet to relinquish control to me. Just kidding. Set your best foot forward and just take the moments as they come. Don't try to predict everything, but don't do things that have traditionally never worked in order to meet a goal. It's all chaos, and just because if you're accepting this information now, the world appears to have changed, I'm here to tell you it hasn't. It's always been the same one you've known to be, you just know more now. It's you. You have changed, and hopefully for the better. Not every negative turn of events is damnation to face the consequences, and the feeling of being let down by hard work and dedication not going your way is possibly halved by all of this. Go forward knowing you don't have all the answers and you can't predict the future. Everything is just happening and not written in stone. One could even say you were born for chaos. Peace out. Oh, and also make sure to like and subscribe. I recently lost my workplace rival. They're not dead or anything, they just moved to a different company. And what makes that sentence funnier or sadder, depending on your caffeine levels, is that I actually never met them in person. We worked in different branches of the same company, 2 points of light orbiting the same corporate sun. We were hired around the same time, climbed the same mountains, endured the same storm. Different offices, same madness. And yet somehow we were bound together. Our higher-ups would whisper our names like competing legends. Top performers, they'd say, neck and neck again this week. I never saw their face beyond a medium of pixels, would occasionally hear their voice, maybe a meeting or two here and there, but I knew them. The same way rival athletes know each other through stats and headlines. The same way ancient kings know their enemies through rumors and scars. To me, they weren't just a coworker, they were the other. A figure in the fog who gave shape to my own ambition. Every time they beat a metric, I'd stay late. Every time I pulled ahead, I imagined them scowling somewhere across the state. I was sure they were thinking about me too, locked in this beautiful, pointless arms race. They probably weren't. They probably didn't even care. See, they seemed like the disciplined type, structured, organized, radiating positive energy like some kind of motivational poster that learned how to breathe. Meanwhile, I was cultivating my whole tortured genius aesthetic, the chaotic visionary with a coffee IV drip and a superiority complex dressed as creative independence. We were opposites in every way, and maybe that's why it worked. I hated them. Not really, or rather the idea of them, because the idea of them was perfect, flawless, the sort of rival that can only exist in imagination, where they always win just enough to make you furious and inspired in equal measure. Then one day, quite recently, they called me, as they tended to do, said they were taking another position elsewhere. And if you've seen my videos before, you already know that I'm a little bit insane and treat everything like life in a competition, including who can finish lunch faster. So of course my first thought was, did I win? Followed closely by, wait, what do I do now? Because I realized something weird. I wasn't competing against them. I was competing because of them. They were the invisible gravity keeping me in orbit, and now with them gone, there's just space. I've spent the last few days wondering who could possibly fill the void, who could unknowingly become my next nemesis, my next phantom benchmark, my next reason to get up early and pretend I'm not spiraling. But no one quite fits. No one carries the same mystique of the rival I never met. And maybe that's the point. The rivalry doesn't need proximity. It doesn't even need contact. It just needs someone to remind you that you could be better, or at least to make you want to be. Because in the end, we're all haunted by someone we're trying to outrun. Sometimes they're in another branch, sometimes they're in another version of yourself. Competition is stitched into the human condition like a hidden watermark. You don't see it most days, but hold life up to the light, and there it is. The faint, invisible drive whispering, do better, be better, win. It's not something we were taught, it's something we inherited. From the moment the first human stared across the fire at another human holding a slightly sharper rock, something ancient clicked inside our skulls. Comparison. Psychologists have a name for it. Social comparison theory. How apt. In 1954, Leon Festinger proposed that humans determine their own worth based on how they stack up against others. You don't know how good you are until you have a you, but slightly better, to measure against. It's why a student might feel brilliant in one classroom and painfully average in another. It's why a runner pushes harder when someone is one step ahead of them. It's why the human brain, despite all its poetry and potential, still loves a good scoreboard. But what starts as comparison often mutates into something more intimate. Competition becomes rivalry, because rivalry isn't just about winning, it's about becoming. A rival isn't someone you hate. Not really. They're a mirror that makes you see yourself sharper, clearer, sometimes uglier. They pull you into orbit around your own potential. You don't rise to meet their standard because you hate them. You do it because some part of you is terrified to be forgotten by them. The rival is that invisible hand that drags you upwards or sideways. At its core, rivalry is both a curse and a gift. A rival gives you something rare in this modern world of self-help mantras and participation trophies. Urgency. You don't have time to trust the process when your rival is the process. In sports, rivalry sharpens skills. In science, it sharpens discovery. In art, it sharpens truth. You can even track it neurologically. Rivalry lights up the part of the brain regions associated with both reward and threat, dopamine and cortisol in an elegant, miserable tango. It's the same cocktail of hormones that fuels both genius and burnout. But here's the strange paradox. We perform better when we have something to chase. Studies have shown that athletes run faster, programmers code cleaner, and students push harder when competing against someone of similar ability. Humans are goal-seeking missiles, but without a target, we spiral. The rival gives shape to the void. They give direction to chaos. And when the rival disappears, as rivals inevitably do, we feel the loss like grief, because we weren't just chasing a person, we were chasing meaning. It's tempting to think rivalry is destructive, that it breeds envy and arrogance, and yes, it can. Left unchecked, it corrodes the spirit. Rivalry forces focus. Nothing sharpens intent like the faint echo of footsteps behind you. Rivalry erases complacency. Without it, you plateau, becoming comfortably average, but with it, even rest feels like surrender. Rivalry teaches humility, because every time you win, your rival wins twice, and that keeps your ego from metastasizing. Rivalry creates identity. The rival defines the edges of who you are. Without them, you're just floating in abstraction. Against them, you become someone with form, intent, purpose. Rivalry gives meaning to effort. It turns the mundane into myth. The spreadsheets, the sets, the sketches, all of it becomes a part of the story about you versus them. And that story, effort finally feels alive. Of course, rivalry comes at a price. It warps perception, breeds obsession, and can turn ambition into self-destruction. But maybe that's what makes it so beautifully human. We are not creatures of peace. We are creatures of contrast. We define joy through suffering, success through failure, strength through struggle, and ourselves through rivals. The rival is both muse and mirror. They're the reasons we wake up early, the reasons we stay late, the reasons we grind our teeth at night and call it passion. They are the reminder that greatness isn't achieved in solitude, but in friction, because you can't measure your light without someone else's shadow. Rivalry, though maddening and exhausting, isn't an enemy to outgrow. It's a companion, a necessary madness that keeps the story moving forward. If we strip it down to its bones, rivalry is simply this: a human seeing another human and thinking, I can be more. And maybe when you zoom out far enough, that's what progress has always been. One person trying to outdo another, and doing so, dragging the rest of us a little closer to something divine. There's something quietly tragic about what happens when the rivalry ends. When the scoreboard stops updating. When the invisible tug-of-war loses tension. When the name that once haunted your daily metrics simply disappears. You expect to feel victorious, but instead it feels like the air goes still. The adrenaline that used to fuel your mornings now lingers awkwardly, unsure where to go. You look around, waiting for the next opponent to materialize, but there's only silence, because no one ever tells you that a rival is also a kind of companion, a ghost you grew accustomed to fighting in the dark. In their absence, you come to realize rivalry isn't sustainable forever. It's a phase, one that forces you to dig deeper into who you are, but also one that eventually demands to be released. No rivalry can last forever without collapsing under its own intensity. Even Achilles had to lower his spear, eventually. Rivalry sharpens us, but it can't be the thing that defines us indefinitely. The blade that redefines you can just as easily cut too deep if never set down. When the rival leaves, whether they quit, move, retire, or simply stop caring, you're left with the strange inheritance. All the effort, all the focus, all the drive they unknowingly gave you, you carry that momentum long after they've gone. The rival becomes a myth stitched into your work ethic. You still chase them in some abstract way, trying to live up to the version of yourself that existed when they were watching, even if they weren't. But maybe that's the beauty of it. The rival doesn't have to stay for their influence to endure. Like a star that's already died, their light still reaches you, long after the source is gone. You learn that the point of rivalry was never victory, it was transformation. The rival was just the medium. You, unknowingly, were the artist shaping yourself through the friction. In the aftermath of rivalry comes something rare: introspection. Once the noise fades, you can finally hear the quiet voice behind it all, the one asking, why did I need to win so badly in the first place? Sometimes the question is uncomfortable. It exposes the truth that rivalry was never truly about the other person. It was about trying to outrun your own reflection. Eventually you realize the final rival is always yourself. The version you were yesterday, the one that settled, the one that got comfortable. You can't fight that rival the way you fought another person. You can only learn to negotiate with it, to forgive it, outgrow it, evolve past it without hatred. The external rival teaches you to run, the internal rival teaches you to endure. And yet there's still something sacred about the external kind. Because in a world drowning in apathy, rivalry means someone made you care. Someone unknowingly flipped a switch inside you that said, I want to be better. That's not something to dismiss lightly. Most of us spend the lives searching for some kind of ignition, or something or someone that makes us burn. Rivalry then is not the opposite of peace. It's the proof that we're alive. It's evidence that something inside us still hungers, still aches to matter. And one day, when you're older, you might think back to the rivals who pushed you, those distant, imagined figures who occupied your thoughts like constellations. You might smile and realize they were never your enemies. They were the midwives of your becoming. Because without them, your story would have been shorter, easier maybe, but emptier too. Rivalry is not a war, it's dialogue. It's two souls knowingly, or not, saying to each other, show me what I could be. And if we're lucky, we find enough of them across a lifetime to never stop growing. Because in the end, when the lights dim and the scoreboard fades, you don't remember the numbers or the victories. You remember the chase, the tension, the striving. You remember the rival who made you reach further than you thought possible, and maybe somewhere out there, they remember you too. There's a point, quiet, almost imperceptible, where the rivalry dissolves into something gentler. What once felt like a storm begins to feel like weathered wood, smooth from friction, softened by time. The sharp edges of comparison fade, leaving behind a strange affection for the person who unknowingly sculpted you through opposition. You start to realize it was never really about defeating them. It was about being in motion, about having something to push against without resistance. Even greatness stagnates. A river without rocks is just a puddle. As the years pass, you start to look back at the tension with gratitude. You remember the late nights spent chasing invisible numbers, the petty victories, the moments where you nearly gave up, but didn't because someone, somewhere, might have been doing the same thing a little better. That invisible pressure was the crucible that hardened your resolve. You might have cursed their name, but they were the unseen mentor who taught you discipline without ever saying a word. In that way, rivalry becomes a quiet kind of love story. Not romantic love, don't get me wrong, I did not loathe this person, but the kind of love that demands betterment. The kind that says, I see you and I refuse to let you be less than what you could be. A rival doesn't hand you comfort. They hand you clarity. They make you aware of the distance between who you are and who you could be. And they hold that mirror steady, no matter how much you squirm. There's a reason history remembers rivalries much more vividly than victories. Tesla and Edison, Da Vinci and Michelangelo, Senna and Proust. Each pair immortalized not for their trophies they've collected, but for the friction that made them both unforgettable. The rival makes your existence legible to history. Without opposition, genius fades like smoke. With it, it becomes a beacon. Rivalry gives permanence to effort, carving meaning from struggle in a way peace never could. But there's danger too, and mistaking rivalry for identity, because once you've defined yourself against someone else long enough, it's hard to know who you are without them, you might even start creating phantom rivals, imaginary opponents conjured to keep the game alive. It's a coping mechanism, a refusal to admit that part of the story is over. And maybe that's okay. Maybe rivalry, even when it becomes an illusion, still serves its purpose. Better to invent a challenge than to sink into apathy. Still, at some point, you have to lay the rivalry to rest. You have to look at the ghosts of your former opponents and say, thank you, but I've got it from here. That's the final stage of rivalry, integration. The lessons remain, but the fixations dissolve. You absorb the rival into yourself, their strengths, their steadiness, their unrelenting drive. They stop being an external figure and become an internal compass. The pursuit becomes personal, inward, and infinite. And that's when you understand the quiet truth rivalry was hiding all along. That you were never chasing them. You were never chasing your own potential. They were just the outline, the silhouette that gave form to your ambition. All rivalry is, in the end, self-confrontation wearing someone else's face. But that doesn't make it meaningless. It makes it human, because we don't grow in stillness, we grow in tension. We grow when something or someone presses against us and demands movement. Rivalry is the purest expression of that demand. It's the universe whispering through another person, you are not finished yet. And if you're lucky, one day you'll meet another like them. A new rival, a new mirror, a new spark, someone who unsettles your peace just enough to make you hungry again. Because the absence of rivalry isn't serenity, it's decay. Growth needs pressure the way fire needs oxygen. So maybe the healthiest thing we can do is welcome our rivals, thank them, even when they make us miserable, to understand that in some strange cosmic way, they're not obstacles, they're collaborators in the great unfinished project of who we are. Because when all is said and done, the rival isn't really the one across the finish line. It's the one inside you that refuses to stop running. With that said, let's talk about some great historical rivalries, and fictitious, I guess you could say. But kicking us off, the rivalry between Nikola Tesla and Thomas Edison. The rivalry between Nikola Tesla and Thomas Edison wasn't forged in laboratories, but in exhaustion. Under the glow of electric light, still young enough to feel like witchcraft, when Tesla first arrived in America, he worked under Edison, a man already mythologized for bending lightning into profit. The story goes that Edison promised Tesla $50,000 if he could redesign his inefficient motors and generators. A small fortune in the late 1800s, and a small fortune still now. Tesla, tirelessly and idealistic, stayed up for nights on end, reworking Edison's machinery until it ran smoother than ever. When he presented the results, Edison laughed. "Tesla," he said, "you don't understand our American humor." Tesla quit the same day. That moment wasn't just a disagreement between two inventors, it was the spark that ignited one of history's most poetic rivalries. Edison believed in practicality, patents, and the grindstone of progress. Tesla believed in purity and the untamed dream of wireless energy illuminating the planet for free. Edison wanted to own electricity. Tesla wanted to liberate it. They weren't enemies in the traditional sense, they were opposites in philosophy. The grounded realist and the celestial visionary. each building their own cathedral out of currents and pride. The feud became known as the War of Currents, a contest between Edison's direct current and Tesla's alternating current. A war fought not with soldiers, but with light bulbs, demonstrations, and public stunts. Edison electrocuted animals in crowded squares to prove Tesla's designs were dangerous. Tesla, in turn, stood calmly as voltage coursed through his own body to show how harmless his system could be. It was brutal, theatrical, absurd, and it changed the world. Neither man truly won. Edison died rich and revered. Tesla died alone in a hotel room, feeding pigeons and talking to ghosts. But if you flip a switch today, if you hear the low hum of power beneath your feet, you're hearing Tesla's revenge. His current won the war. His dream survived the dreamer. And somewhere buried in that invisible network of wires and waves, the echo of their rivalry still hums. Proof that sometimes the world moves forward not through agreement, but through the collision of two stubborn visions, each daring the other to be brighter. Before philosophy, before history, before adulthood turned ambition into anxiety, there was Ash Ketchum and Gary Oak, two kids chasing the same dream under the same pixelated sunrise. Their rivalry wasn't written in spreadsheets or sales reports, but in gym badges and stubborn pride. Gary was the golden boy, Oak's grandson, prodigy, the kind of kid who made success look effortless. He showed up with a convertible, a small fan club, and a smirk that could fuel an entire childhood's worth of motivation. Ash, meanwhile, overslept on day one, burned his first alarm clock, and wound up with a half-charred Pikachu that refused to listen. It was destiny disguised as disaster. And yet, every time Gary appeared mocking, teasing, and already 2 steps ahead, Ash found a new reason to push forward. Gary was the measuring stick, the storm cloud on the horizon. Every loss stung, but every sting sharpened him. Gary won with confidence. Ash lost with heart. It was never hate between them. It was gravity. One pulled, the other chased, and the chase became everything. After years of trading victories, after hundreds of miles and dozens of defeats, they meet again not as enemies, but as equals. Gary, older and wiser, decides to leave battling behind to become a researcher, following his grandfather's path. Ash doesn't gloat, he doesn't even really smile. He just looks at Gary, with the silent understanding that rivals only reach when the fire between them burns into respect. It's the end of an era, the first lesson in what all rivalry eventually becomes: acknowledgement. Ash never really beat Gary, not in spirit, but that was never the point. Gary was the necessary shadow, the invisible mentor, the reason Ash learned what persistence really meant. He wasn't there to be conquered, he was there to awaken something. Every taunt, every loss, every narrow second place finish carved Ash into a kind of person who could keep chasing. Not just victory, but purpose. That's the secret no one tells you about rivalry. It's not about the trophy, it's about transformation. Gary Oak may have driven away in that ridiculous car, leaving a trail of dust and arrogance, but in the rearview mirror, he left something priceless. A rival who became unstoppable simply because he had someone to chase. Finally, there's a rivalry older than Tesla and Edison, older than Ash and Gary, older than humanity itself, the internal tension between meaning and meaningless. It's the quiet duel that plays out in every mind that ever stayed awake too long, staring at the ceiling asking, what's the point? It just doesn't have uniforms, trophies, or scoreboards, just a battlefield made of consciousness. There's a rivalry older than Tesla, older than Ash and Gary, older than humanity itself, the internal tension between meaning and meaningless. It's the quiet duel that plays out in every mind that ever stayed awake too long, staring at the ceiling, asking, what's the point? It doesn't have uniforms, trophies, or scoreboards, just a battlefield made of consciousness. Meaning and meaningless are the universe's longest argument. Meaning builds temples, paints canvases, writes symphonies. It's the voice that insists there must be something. Meaningless, on the other hand, sits cross-legged beside it, shrugging. It doesn't destroy, it just asks questions that make the scaffolding tremble. Why bother? Who cares? What difference will any of this make in 100 years? They need each other. Meaning is brave, but delusional without its rival. Meaningless is honest, but paralyzing without resistance. Their friction gives rise to everything we call human art, science, religion, rebellion. Every great work, every quiet act of kindness, every desperate love story is an argument against the void. We build the monuments not to last forever, but to pretend they might. And that pretense, the refusal to accept insignificance, is meaning's most beautiful lie. You can see it in the small moments. The artist painting even though no one's watching. The worker perfecting a detail You can see it in the small moments. The artist painting even when no one's watching. The worker perfecting a detail no one will ever notice. The parents telling a story that will be forgotten in generations, but told anyway because it matters now. Meaning is the defiance of entropy. It's a candle lit in a windstorm knowing full well it will go out, but choosing to burn anyways. Meaningless isn't evil, it's gravity. It pulls at us to keep us honest. Reminds us that none of this is guaranteed, and maybe that the real rivalry, not good versus evil, not light versus dark, but hope versus entropy. The endless back and forth between the part of us that builds and the part of us that whispers, why bother? Every time you create something, every time you love, laugh, or dream, you're not just living. You're competing against the void, against the absurdity of it all, against the silence waiting at the edges of existence, and even if the void always wins in the end, even if everything we build eventually falls to dust, there's something sacred in the fight itself. Because meaningless can claim the universe, but meaning only needs one life to rebel, and for a brief, brilliant moment, it wins. In the end, every rivalry, whether it's fought with ideas, fist, or quiet persistence, is just another way of saying we're alive. Tesla and Edison electrified the world because neither could stand the thought of being forgotten. Ash and Gary ran themselves ragged, chasing each other through fields of pixels because one boy's arrogance made another boy's dream feel possible. And the rivalry between meaning and meaningless, the one that never ends, it's the oldest and most intimate war we know. The human heart beating defiantly against the indifferent void. That's the strange beauty of rivalry. It's never really about the other person. It's about motion. It's the tension that keeps the pendulum swinging. The reason we scrawl out of bed instead of sinking into stillness. Rivalry is the friction that turns survival into story. It's the reminder that excellence doesn't happen in isolation. It happens in collision. We sharpen ourselves on each other, on the universe, on the parts of life that refuse to yield. Maybe that's what makes us human. Not the victories, not the losses, but the sheer stubborn refusal to stop striving. Rivalry is the pulse beneath everything. Our art, our science, our love, our laughter. Every invention, every song, every whispered, I can do better, is just one more round in that internal dance between what is and what could be. So if you ever find yourself looking for someone with that mix of admiration and annoyance, that gnawing urge to catch up, don't resent it. Thank it. That's the universe handing you a reason to move, a rival to chase, a mirror to grow against. Because someday, when the lights dim and the scoreboard fades, you'll realize the truth. You were never running from them. You were running toward yourself. And in that endless race between chaos and order, between meaning and the void, there are no true winners, just runners, just sparks, just souls too stubborn to stop burning. Peace out. It feels like the end of the world, the quiet kind, the kind that steeps into your chest and sits there. Every generation stands at the edge of its own disaster. Every era is convinced the ground has finally given up. Fires burn, systems shake, messages go unanswered, and sleep comes apart at the seams. Fear grows familiar, grief learns your name, and waiting becomes a lifestyle. Tomorrow shows up anyway, annoyingly, unimpressed by your despair, dragging the sun with it whether you asked or not. You'll wake up, you'll exhale, you'll scroll, you'll drink some version of water, you'll keep going. Through exhaustion that promises permanence, through days that feel like they weigh 1,000 pounds, through thoughts that circle the same dark conclusions. Civilizations fall in chapters, panic arrives in waves, life continues in inches. You survive collapse quietly, one breath at a time, one habit at a time, one morning you didn't plan for. This moment feels like a funeral, it behaves like one. Yet tomorrow keeps arriving with its indecent persistence, and somehow you remain. You'll live. The world keeps showing us how fragile it is in real time, in footage that never stops refreshing, in numbers that climb faster than we can emotionally process, in wars that last longer than our attention spans. In Ukraine, entire cities have been ground down into rubble for years now, generation-defining destruction normalized into daily scroll filler, while families learn the sound of air raid sirens the way other families learn school bells. In Gaza, neighborhoods vanish between headlines, histories erased faster than they can be mourned. In Sudan, a humanitarian catastrophe unfolds with barely a whisper from the global stage. Millions displaced while the world argues about everything else. Political systems fracture as mistrust hardens into identity. Elections turn into existential threats instead of civic rituals, and public discourse collapses into accusation and spectacle. At the same time, the planet itself begins to behave like something wounded, Record-breaking heat waves stretch across continents, oceans warm and bleach coral reefs into underwater graveyards. Droughts swallow farmland while floods erase towns in a single night. The Amazon rainforest burns and shrinks year after year as if the lungs of the planet are being quietly punctured, while ice retreats at both poles as though the world is slowly forgetting how to stay cold. Species vanish without ceremony, insects disappear from windshields, birds migrate to places they were never meant to survive, and extinction stops sounding like a distant future and starts sounding like a scheduling problem that keeps getting moved closer. Where the world narrows at the global scale, it also fractures at the personal one. In streets where neighbors barely recognize each other, in apartment walls thin enough to hear suffering but thick enough to ignore it. In daily life where kindness feels rare enough to be suspicious. People shout past each other in grocery stores, weaponize comment sections, treat strangers as obstacles instead of reflections, and move through shared spaces like temporary conquerors rather than caretakers. Trash drifts along sidewalks as if it belongs there permanently. Rivers carry plastic like a second bloodstream. Forests become infrastructure and convenience erodes responsibility one disposable object at a time. The earth is treated like a resource instead of a home, like something that will forgive endlessly without ever tallying the debt. Even between humans, the damage accumulates, families fracture under pressure, friendships dissolve over ideology, loneliness spikes while connection platforms multiply, and empathy becomes a finite currency rationed to only those that agree with us. We live shoulder to shoulder with billions of people and somehow still manage to feel isolated inside our own skins, bracing for the next headline, the next argument, the next reminder that the world feels less gentle than it once did, or perhaps has simply become more honest about how it's always been. The numbers themselves have started to sound like warnings instead of measurements, rising so fast they begin to lose their meaning from sheer exposure. Yet their consequences keep arriving at ordinary doorsteps. According to the United Nations, more than 100 million people are currently displaced worldwide, the highest figure ever recorded. A population the size of a nation living between borders, between shelters, between a version of life that no longer exists. The World Health Organization reports that depression and anxiety affect hundreds of millions globally, with suicide remaining one of the leading causes of death among young adults, a silent statistic hiding in classrooms and bedrooms and late-night emergency rooms. Atmospheric carbon dioxide has now surged past 420 parts per million, a threshold the planet has not seen in millions of years, while 2023 and 24 ranked among the hottest years in recorded history, each month seemingly competing to redefine what abnormal means. Glaciers that once moved at geological patience now retreat at human speed, with some projected to vanish entirely within decades, while fisheries collapse under pressure faster than they can be replenished, erasing both ecosystems and livelihoods in a single motion. More than 1 million species are currently estimated to be at risk of extinction, an erasure occurring not with drama, but with paperwork and silence, a subtraction problem humanity keeps failing to notice in real time. At the same time, wealth concentrates into thinner and thinner hands as entire populations slide closer to the edge, with global inequality reaching extremes where a tiny fraction of the world owns more than the bottom half combined. While wages stagnate, housing escapes reach, and entire generations learn to measure adulthood in debt. Medical breakthroughs expand life expectancy in theory, while access to care fractures in practice, turning survival into a question of geography and income instead of biology. Political polarization hardens into something that feels irreversible, with trust in institutions collapsing across multiple countries at once, as misinformation moves faster than corrections and outages travel farther than facts. Digital spaces promise connection, yet quietly amplify hostility, rewarding the loudest anger with the widest audience, flattening human complexity into tribal symbolism and algorithm-friendly enemies. Even disaster itself begins to stack, with wildfires overlapping hurricane seasons, heat waves colliding with power failures, floods interrupted by drought warnings, emergencies no longer spaced out but layered atop one another as if the planet has run out of patience with recovery periods. And beneath all of it runs the quieter data, the kind that never trends. Shrinking attention spans, rising prescriptions, falling birth rates paired with growing despair, the psychological toil of living inside permanent crisis mode. People are increasingly tired before the day begins, wired with anxiety before breakfast, emotionally overdrafted by lunchtime, carrying the cumulative weight of threats too large to confront and too constant to ignore. The future begins to feel less like a destination and more like a moving wall, always approaching but never quite arriving. While the present stretches thin under the pressure of too much information and too little control, this is what the collapse looks like at a human scale. Not just burned forests and shattered cities, but crowded clinics, strained classrooms, empty storefronts, fractured families, exhausted workers, lonely apartments lit by the glow of endless news feeds. Each person absorbing their share of the world's unraveling in private, one statistic at a time. The unease around artificial intelligence has begun to spread with the quiet speed of something that cannot be put back into its box. No longer confined to research labs or speculative fiction, but braided into hiring decisions, classrooms, courtrooms, surveillance systems, and the invisible machinery that decides what we buy, believe, and fear. Reports from organizations like MIT warn about the systems growing more capable at a pace that outstrips ethical frameworks, while workers watch entire professions tilt toward automation with little reassurance about what comes next. Deepfakes erode the last assumptions of visual truth, synthetic voices impersonate the living and the dead, automated propaganda floods political cycles, and recommendation engines sharpen outrage into a commodity more valuable than calm. The concern is no longer whether machines can think, but whether humans will be allowed to slow down long enough to decide what thinking is used for, or whether momentum will make the decision for us. Intelligence scales upward while wisdom struggles to keep pace, and the future begins to feel less authored and more deployed. Even now, with all of its pressing in from every side, the beauty of life still survives in the pauses between disasters. In the soft pockets of reprieve people carve out with trembling hands and stubborn hearts. You can see it in the strangers who help without being asked, in the quiet generosity that never trends, in the way people still gather around food, music, shared grief, shared jokes, shared exhaustion. You can see it in artists who keep creating even when the world gives them every reason to stop. And parents who invent joy out of nothing for children who did not ask to inherit this era, and friends who sit together in silence because words would only cheapen the weight of what they both understand. Somewhere underneath the noise, we still know what the right thing is. We still recognize kindness when it happens. We still feel the pull toward empathy, toward decency, toward looking after one another even when fear tells us it's safe to stay closed. Many of us hesitate now not because we have forgotten how to care, but because we remember all too well what it feels like to be hurt, to be disappointed, to have our better instincts punished by a harsher reality. So we wait. We protect ourselves. We swipe past suffering instead of touching it. And yet, in stolen moments of courage, people keep choosing to try anyway, to risk softness in a hard world, to look for beauty not as an act of ignorance, but as a form of resistance. And maybe that is what survival has always looked like at its most human. Knowing how dark things can become, carrying the scars as proof, and still reaching for light in the brief, trembling spaces from where it breaks through. And when the noise finally quiets, when the screens dim, and the arguments lose their heat, what remains is smaller than the disasters ever were. A room, a breath, a body still warm with consequence, a name spoken softly by someone who means it. You were never meant to carry the whole collapsing sky on your shoulders, only your small corner of it, only the light weight of what is right in front of you. The world will keep staggering forward with or without your permission, bruised and burning and unfinished, but you are still here inside it, still capable of choosing gentleness in a place that profits from your fear. So go rest where you can, hold what is still real, say the kind thing before the clever one, let the day end without needing to solve it. Tomorrow will arrive whether you're ready or not, dragging the sun behind it like it always does. And when it does, so will you. You'll live. Peace out. Last meals, or in other words, the last meal you eat before you die, are innately human, with a long-spanning history going as far back as the Greeks and Romans. Sure, animals eat and die, but typically speaking, when it comes to other inhabitants of the globe, they, animals, have a significantly higher chance of being something else's last meal as they do having something else themselves. But that doesn't mean your chance isn't zero. The Romans, while to our knowledge did not give the anointed executionees per se the food of their choice prior to death, would bury the food with them after the fact to prevent ghosts, ghouls, and a malicious spiritual remnant from coming back due to hunger. There's also speculation that the Romans would host banquets for gladiatorial combatants prior to arena fights in the event that they perished. These meals, or meals comprised of this time period, include grains, bread and porridge, vegetables, lettuce, cabbage, and leeks, and legumes, lentils, chickpeas, supplemented by cheese, olives, fruits, figs, apples, grapes, and fish, specifically sea bass, gilthead bream, sardines, anchovies, tuna, especially bluefin, grouper, swordfish, and hake, along with a few of our other aquatic friends like gurnards, eels, and rays. Quite the variety coming out of the Mediterranean, but we move on, we move forward. This practice took on a different cultural significance as it spread in the Western world, viewed more as an act of humanity to those imprisoned, but the premise is the same in most cases, covering your ass from ghosts through faux veneration of food. In France, it became an act of convenience for executioners. Instead of last meals, the prison guards would give the death row inmates glasses of rum. Drunk folks are easier to manage, especially when leading them to the guillotine, which is funny because any other Friday night, they tend to be the opposite. And of course, it goes without saying, there's also ties to religion, as once a little Jewish boy, born in year 0, declared himself the Messiah, and had himself the last meal with 12 of his closest homeboys, and then that last meal and what he did at that meal became a whole thing. It just seemed natural for others. Very trendy. I personally believe the concept of the last meal itself interests us so much because of the juxtaposition these meals have in relation to death, and often the tone that surrounds such circumstances. Clearly bad things are going on in your life if this is your known last meal. With the rising rate in which murder docuseries have become popular, it's safe to say we gravitate to the macabre. One fleeting moment of possible reprieve in the face of such permanence, it's one of the few universal effects of the human condition we can all relate to: hunger. And with that, food. Food has such nuance, history, religion, and connection quite literally baked into it that it's a binding agent for all 8 billion of us here on this rock. Food is so vast in definition and example, it really could take form in any size and shape. Anthony Bourdain said it best: food is everything we are. It's an extension of nationalist feeling, ethnic feeling, your personal history, your province, your region, your tribe, your grandma. It's so inseparable from those from the get-go. This vast history and nature of the topic inspired me to make this video you all here see today. Kicking off 2026 with a bang of introspection, a deep dive into history, and arguably some funny one-liners. We'll be taking a journey through time and space to explore the last meals of not only prisoners, but celebrities, plane crash victims, people who choked to death at a Denny's, and so much more. So sit right there, and I'll tell you some stories of taking a bite out of demise. And since you made it this far, let me know what you'd like as your last meal if given the choice down in the comments below. I love breakfast food, and these dumplings my dad makes every major holiday, but would love to hear from you all. Throughout the years, decades, and centuries, the practice of the last meal has shifted like all practices. We don't have blood sports anymore, unfortunately, despite what Draymond Green thinks, and combat sports don't end like scenes in Gladiator. Dana White isn't giving the thumb for a public execution. Yet. We also don't openly believe in ghosts anymore, only behind closed doors when you're alone in a dark room after watching a horror movie. And so regulated last meals, as we think of them, have been relegated to the prison systems or those about to be killed for their crimes. 55 countries still have a form of capital punishment, i.e. will kill you for doing this thing. 20 countries held executions in 2022. The top 5 executioners for that same year were China, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and the good old US of A. Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt don't explicitly offer last meals as documentation is scarce. These countries focus more on a spiritual preparation rather than anything physical, which is choice but not what this video is about. This leaves the US and China. China offers last meals stemming from a practice established by the Song dynasty back in 960 to 1279 AD. It was viewed more as a humane thing to do, with the lavish nature of the meal being dependent on the prosperity of the kingdom during this era. The Song dynasty was also known as the Golden Age of Imperial China. Paper money, booming trade, Neo-Confucianism. They knew it sucked to be executed. The least they could do is let you have a meal of your choice. Food at this time consisted of rice, noodles, pancakes, no, not like those pancakes, and tea, alongside diverse meats like pork, mutton, deer, fowl, seafood, crab-stuffed oranges, dong po pork, etc. Dong po pork is essentially pig skin cooked in soy sauce, brown sugar, and rice wine. In modern China, there is reportedly far less choice, and is often continued as a means of upkeeping tradition from the Song dynasty. Unlike some Western cultures where inmates choose extravagant meals, the modern Chinese practice is often simpler, focusing on basic nutrition or a bowl of wine, relating back to the French style of convenience, and not always a choice. China's method of execution is most likely lethal injection and sometimes firing squad. Lethal injection, just to preface, is where you're injected with a chemical cocktail that causes paralysis, loss of consciousness, and subsequently heart failure. It's kind of controversial to some, as there are accidents causing prolonged executions, and so some states in America at least require a single chemical administration, as it's presented less complications. Firing squad is where they line you up and a couple of guys, or a squad, shoot you. As for America, from my research, it seems like we were doing this whole thing the best subjectively, but that might be my American bias. There are pretty sound arguments that capital punishment should be abolished altogether due to the rate at which we, as a planet, or in this case America, have killed innocent people. When it comes to the United States of America, each state is left to determine whether they pursue capital punishment in the first place, along with the restrictions placed on last meals if they do so. For example, Texas is on the Chinese kick and no longer offers custom entrees but instead provides food from a normal chow hall. Florida has a monetary cap on the meal of $40 and $25 in Oklahoma. In Louisiana, the warden of the respective prison often joins the inmate who's about to be executed. In this examination, you could almost see the cultural influence behind some of these choices. With Louisiana, I think you should have to look the person you're about to execute in the eye, even if it's state ordained. You did take the job after all. Texas removed the choice for inmates after Lawrence Brewer ordered an exceedingly extravagant meal and left the entirety of it uneaten. This caused outrage, and thus the practice of meal selection was banned in 2011. Last meals in America stem from the tradition of offering feasts and drinks before hangings. This practice stems back to colonial America and most likely traces back to the ancient practices we covered with the Greco-Romans. Now that we've established the history of last meals and why they've come to last so long, let's look at some choices from death row inmates through history. I mean, it is the most apparent when you think of last meals. Susanna Brandt, aged 25, of Germany, 1772, was an orphan maid who, while working one day, was approached by a traveling goldsmith. This traveler would go on to allegedly drug and sexually assault the young woman, leading to pregnancy. The goldsmith would go unpunished and unnamed, but Susanna, after the birth of her baby, killed the child, a fanticide. Upon discovery, Susanna was convicted of murder, stating that her actions were driven by the infernal, or in other words, the devil. Imprisoned in Wetzlar, a nearby 22-year-old lawyer, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, resided only a few hundred yards from Susanna's cell. It is said he and his family had great influence on the trial, and from what I can tell, not a good one. Susanna, or Susanna, I don't know how you say it in Germany, would be executed via decapitation by sword. Her last meal? A glass of water. Brandt was previously offered a feast consisting of 3 pounds of bratwurst, 10 pounds of beef, 6 pounds of baked carb, 12 pounds of lamb roast, soup, cabbage, bread, and unspecified dessert, and 8 liters of wine. She rejected the meal. It was instead eaten by the officials. Susanna is best known now not for her actions or crimes, but her inspiration in Goethe's book Faust, and her inspiration for the character of Gretchen. Goethe would begin working on this piece shortly after the trial had concluded the same year, reworking the print until the end of his life. Faust is a German classic focusing on the life of Johann Faust, a man who feels life has passed him by during his scholarly pursuits. Up in heaven, Mephistopheles, a devil, brags to God that his corrupting influence on earth is unmatched, and that he could even corrupt Faust, a man proclaimed to have read every book on earthly subjects like math, science, philosophy, etc. To keep it short, Faust feels like he, with all his knowledge, still is lacking an understanding of the secrets of the universe, and thus decides to commit suicide. Faust is saved by a heavenly spirit, and the next day the devil appears making a deal stating that he could give Faust a reason to want to live forever. In exchange, he would like the man's soul. Faust says he does not want to live forever, and nothing will change his mind, thus the deal is made. Eventually, with context given and time past, he comes across Gretchen, sometimes called Margaret, a young woman that represents purity. Faust seduces her, and this leads to her ruin, imprisonment, and unlike Susanna, eventual salvation. The object of desire for a demonic seducer, as Faust is certainly not a good person, is mostly how Susanna's story will live on in modern times. Germany has since abolished the death penalty and is a strong advocate for other nations to do the same. Which, I mean, I'm definitely not a sympathizer or anything, but are we sure about this given German history? Like, how serious are we about condemning nationalist ideologies now? Not my barrel, not my monkeys, but maybe reconsider. Freddy Budiman of Indonesia was once an eyewear salesman of Jakarta, but in 2011 was arrested as a drug trader in possession of 1.4 million pills of ecstasy. In the case you weren't aware, Thailand and Indonesia, for our case, have some of the strictest drug laws in the world, often jumping straight to execution for known drug dealers and sometimes users. This development stems, in Indonesia's case, from Dutch colonialism circa 1927, as the Dutch overlords had already established strict anti-drug laws on substances like cannabis or weed and narcotics. Post-independence in 1945, Indonesia tightened control even further, and in 2009, legislature divided drugs into 3 categories, Group 1 being the most dangerous and addictive. This included weed, meth, and cocaine. Group 2 consisted of therapeutic but addictive, somehow this included morphine, and finally Group 3, therapeutic but less addictive. These were drugs like codeine or scissor, which is mind-baffling. Group 1 drugs will end you up with life sentences or death, as Indonesia is sticking with a zero-tolerance policy. The big reasoning behind this is that drugs are bad, okay? They promote organized crime syndicates, okay? They hurt citizens in most cases, okay? And the country of Indonesia sees protecting its citizens from drugs as national sovereignty, okay? This wasn't Budiman's first run-in with the law, as in 2009 he was arrested with 500 grams of meth and was sentenced to 3 years of prison time. During his stint in prison, he managed to develop a network of drug dealers and was able to even manufacture substances while there. He used his vast wealth to obtain certain benefits like conjugal visits, and in 2013, Budiman was transferred to Batu prison. In 2014, he confessed to Haris Azhar, a human rights activist, that he even asked the police, BNN, National Narcotics Board, and Directorate General of Customs and Excise to import drugs into Indonesia. In 2016, Budiman was killed via firing squad, and for his last meal, he requested homemade meals from his former mother-in-law. Otak fish cakes, ground fish that kind of looks like tamales, and rendang. Rendang is a fried meat or dry curry made of meat stewed in coconut milk and spices. He was buried in his homeland of Surabaya. Time for an American. Thomas Warren Wiesenhant, born in Pritchard, Alabama in 1947, was a serial killer active from 1963 to 1976. Thomas had a troubled home life, as most serial killers do. His mother would often beat her physically small alcoholic husband, which, though isn't okay, is a nice change-up. She often encouraged her kids to also take swings on dear old dad. Thomas's father was reported to get drunk on moonshine and tried to seduce his mother. The advances were always rejected. While cruel to her husband, Thomas's mother was kind to her son, often spoiling him and presenting as overprotective. They would share a bed until he was 7 and a bedroom until he was 16. By his sister's account, Thomas had become moody and violent. Post-psychological evaluation, Thomas had been known to resent her for this doting nature. In 1963, Thomas would commit his first murder, shooting 72-year-old Lexi Haynes at the age of 16. To the police, he was prime suspect numero uno, as he had just been charged with robbing a blind woman, which was thrown out of court based on a technicality. He would never be brought in for this murder despite a witness. Thomas would then go on to join the Air Force and was stationed near Colorado Springs. In October of 1965, he would attack Rose Covington with a metal ashtray, hospitalizing her for 2 months with face and head injuries. At his trial, Covington stated she had never even met the man, much less knew what he looked like prior to this event. Thomas would be convicted of the crime and charged with assault with intent to murder in March of 1966. This led to a dishonorable discharge, serving a partial sentence at Fort Carson and then transferred to an undisclosed federal prison. 7 years later, 1973, he would be paroled and released. Finally, only 2 years later, Thomas attacked a 28-year-old mother of 2 working at a convenience store in Mobile, Alabama, beating her and ultimately fatally shooting her. 2 other men were arrested for this crime, and Thomas was free to continue roaming and committing violent crimes. To keep this video time manageable, Thomas would go on to kidnap and violently kill 2 more women. In October 1976, one day after committing a murder, Thomas returned to the scene of the crime and was apprehended by police. Convicted of serial murder in 1977, September 7th, Wiesenhant, I think is how I said that earlier, sat on death row for 3 decades due to appeals and prosecutorial errors, and was executed via lethal injection on May 27, 2010. He requested for his last meal chicken leg quarters, french fries, American cheese, orange drink, which is what J-Lo may have meant, coffee, and chocolate pudding. Last meals clearly hold cultural significance to us as a global species. We just looked at 3 examples from across the world and up to centuries apart. However, what they all had in common was that they knew it was coming. These were all death row inmates convicted of crimes. From the act itself to the lengthy legal process, there was time to think on what they would choose for their very last bite, in between going, fuck, how did I end up here? We don't typically cut people's heads off anymore, as there are more efficient means, and somehow have figured out along the way that people get in a weird headspace or something from killing others, especially in overtly violent methods. Now, if you find yourself on death row, you can expect the following methods of execution. Some, if not most, we've already talked about. Firing squad, the most popular globally. Lethal injection, the most popular in the States. Electric chair, gas chamber, and nitrogen hypoxia. Where other previous methods throughout history also included crucifixion, used widely in the Roman Empire, primarily for slaves and lower class citizens. Drowning, a common method in Britain during the Middle Ages. Guillotine, introduced during the French Revolution as supposedly more humane and equal method of execution of all classes. I mean, hell, I'm sure a big rock and an overhand swing could have been thrown in the mix as well. There's loads of not so fun to be had there, but let's pivot. As mentioned, all our death row inmates had the luxury of knowing when the death would come for them. The rest of us, however, are not so lucky, as death can come for you at any time, in any place, and anywhere. There are on average in the United States, because I'm American, 28 commercial plane crashes a year since 2005. This is pretty good, all things considered. We live in a flawed world, and you just kind of have to accept that at a certain point, and that point is today. Flying is actually so safe that there isn't like actual quantifiable visual data I can use to demonstrate how safe flying is. Sure, there's numbers, but how many people do you think are in this room? It's 1,000. Okay, what about here? It's 100,000. So you see what I mean? At a certain point, your brain just doesn't comprehend scale. One quote-unquote pilot on Reddit, I know, but hear me out. Sometimes Reddit isn't a cesspool of misinformation. Had this to say in reference to flying versus driving.
On a per 100 million mile basis, air travel comes out on top by a factor of 190. Per million hours, air travel is about 560 times safer, even measured per single journey, i.e. one flight versus one drive, regardless of length. Flying still comes out on top by an approximate factor of 3. Flying is so safe that just a few years ago, a group of mathematicians attempted to calculate the precise death rate for airline passengers in the United States using cutting-edge statistical analysis, and found that it simply wasn't possible. Even with the most advanced statistical knowledge for some of the smartest mathematicians alive, the number kept falling within the margin of error of null. In other words, flying is so safe that it's pretty much the only activity a human can engage in that is within the statistical realm of guaranteed survival.
I knew you'd find this source stupid and anecdote possibly frustrating, so I found another Redditor who also said this.
It actually can be calculated by both, but here's how large the fatality difference is between car and aviation accidents. In 2024, there were 179 fatal general aviation accidents, meaning included all small planes, helicopters, etc., resulting in 306 fatalities. The average for commercial aviation is 5 fatal accidents or 144 fatalities out of 16 million flights a year in the US. Estimate of people who died in car accidents in 2024 is roughly 40,000. There are roughly 6 million car crashes a year. This is a 0.93% chance or 1 in 107% chance that you will die in a car crash over your lifetime. For reference, all of these statistics are for the US only. The odds of your plane crashing are 0.0001707%, and the odds of you dying in a plane crash are essentially 0.00008%. For every 1,000 miles you drive, about a 2-hour flight, you have a 0.22732% chance of getting into an accident. No matter how you put the statistics, flying is much safer. There's also no reason or really no way for the aviation statistics to be biased. It would cause an issue. They are based off an actual incident report.
I knew you'd like that. I have a fear of flying. I'm not sure what it is. I'm educated via Reddit University, but for some reason, I just prefer driving, even though I'm aware of flying is safer, faster, and discovered only like 20 years after cars. I logged 50 hours of drive time last year and put like 15 to 20,000 miles on my car. Based on the math of our latter Redditor, and if I did all that driving at once, I had a 6.8% chance of getting into some kind of incident. That being said, planes, despite how safe they are, do crash. It's possible. But plane crashes are so unlikely, I had a real challenge finding a couple of things I needed for this video. A commercial plane crash that totaled near or exceeded 50 passengers with crew included, because let's be real, how many of us are really flying private? B, a flight that was long enough to warrant an in-flight meal, typically longer than 3 to 4 hours, or had reasonable expectations passengers could have eaten from the moment they entered the airport. C, a crash that resulted in at least one fatality. D, a plane crash that progressed to a point in which the in-flight meal was served to passengers, i.e. no immediate takeoff, crashes. E, enough reliable data involving what in-flight meal composed could have been of or what was available at the airport. These 5 things were really hard to find. After scanning hundreds of flight incidents of the last 15 years, I found one. And let's be real, it was really like 20 flights. I could scan the Wikipedia page and be like, oh, 20 people died. That doesn't meet my qualification of A. On the morning of May 22, 2010, a Boeing 737, owned and operated by Air India Express, a subsidiary of Air India created in 2005, departed from Dubai International Airport at 1:06 Gulf Standard Time in the early morning hours, or what some may consider overnight, carrying 160 passengers and 6 crew members. The flight went relatively well, the final destination being the Mangalore International Airport with a flight time of roughly 3 to 4-ish hours. Mangalore Airport is considered one of 7 critical airfields by the Directorate General of Civil Aviation. This meant only the designated pilot, Captain Zlatko Glushka, a British and Serbian national age 55, was cleared to take off and land for this specific journey. The first officer, Harpinder Singh Ahluwalia, was younger, at age 40, but in the case of this specific plane and this specific destination airport, was more qualified based on the amount of landings and fly time with this aircraft. Captain Glushka had landed at the Mangalore airport 16 times, while the first officer had landed at this airport 66 times. Both pilots resided in Mangalore as their primary place of residence. The Mangalore landing runway was considered especially short, with most runways being between 8,000 and 13,000 feet, while the Mangalore International Airport was 8,033 feet long. In addition to this, it was one of the 3 airports in India to have a tabletop runway, meaning that it overlooked a steep decline. It's kind of amazing that this isn't a more reputable airstrip, as the runway had just been expanded in 2006, 4 years prior, for how much distance I wasn't able to locate, but we were already working on the lower end post-extension, which is a bit frightening. This specific Boeing 737 was equipped with a performance package to address such a short landing distance, allowing it to make shorter landings. Near landing, the pilot established the Instrument Landing System, or ILS, a radio navigation system that assists pilots in bad or incremental conditions such as night, weather, or insanely short runways. The pilot, Grushka, reported to Air Traffic Control, or ATC, that the ILS was established about 4.3 miles from touchdown. Landing clearance was given 2,000 feet from touchdown by ATC. The pilot then brought the aircraft in for a landing at 5,200 feet already into the runway, leaving 2,800 feet to stop. 747s on average need around 4,500 feet to stop, not including the upgraded landing package. This caused the aircraft to overextend the runway, plowing through a 300-foot arrestor bed of sand at the end of the runway, and sent the aircraft off into the tree lines. The first thing that happened after breaking through the break is the aircraft's wing collided with the airport's ILS antenna, then proceeded to fall off the steep slope, finally stopping 980 feet past the runway. Moments prior to this devastating development, the first officer had stated twice on closed comms for the pilot to go around, or in other words, let's try that landing again. Finally, moments before the landing, the first officer let it slip on the ATC channel before everything went off. I love context through a little story, and if you've watched The Rehearsal Season 2 featuring Nathan Fielder, you'll know he's been proved right once again. And I won't include all the grisly details, but the way that there were a few survivors of this, the way that they survived is basically the plane split in 2 while falling, and they jumped out and the plane filled with black smoke, and then like 8 people survived from that by jumping out of the plane while it was moving. That's insane. Following a 5-month investigation, it also revealed that the captain had slept during a majority of the flight, leading his relaxed demeanor to be attributed to sleep inertia, and the ultimate cause of the crash. 158 people died as a result of the crash, including all 6 crew members. 8 people survived the initial crash, with 1, a young girl, dying on the way to the hospital. Knowing what we know now, there was never a documented instance of what food was served, if any. Sorry to fluff you the way I did, but I'm honest. That doesn't mean we can't find what we're looking for, though. But bottom line is, there is no publicly available evidence confirming that an in-flight meal was served on Air India Express Flight 812. The official accident report does not reference meal service, and no supporting catering or cabin service documentation has been released. This is because food isn't important in this instance if it did not directly contribute to the crash. It's only important to me, nearly 16 years later, making a video about it. There are a few possibilities, however, so let's take a look at the facts. Seeing as this flight lasted 3 hours, it definitely falls within the time frame for the possibility of an in-flight meal, so to speak. However, there's a catch. Air India serves in-flight meals. Air India Express, our culprit, does not serve complimentary in-flight meals, but does serve food. Let's expand on this. In 2010, there were two very different airline models in India. Air India was a full-service carrier. Air India Express, low-cost carrier, or LCC. Flight 812, which was Air India Express, not mainline Air India, which matters a lot for food. I was able to find what Air India, mainline, typically served on international flights in 2010 via menus, passenger accounts, and airline catering standards of the era. An economy class meal, parentheses, complimentary, would have consisted of a vegetarian option, parentheses, very common. Vegetable curry, aloo matar, with mixed vegetables. Aloo matar is a popular North Indian curry made with potatoes, aloo, and peas, matar, I think I'm saying that right, in a spiced, tomato-based gravy, often featuring ginger, garlic, onions, and a blend of spices like cumin, turmeric, and garam masala. Rice or roti, a whole wheat flatbread, and dal, dried split pulses, lentils, peas, and beans. A non-vegetarian option consisted of chicken curry, often mild tomato-onion based, rice, bread roll with butter, and a small dessert, gulab jamun, which are fried dough balls, and kheer, a rice pudding or sponge cake. To drink, we had tea, coffee, soft drinks, water, and alcohol was limited or absent on many regional routes. I would imagine this to be the case for our Dubai departure. This was standard Air India, catered largely by Taj Sats and Air India catering services at the time. Though these items weren't explicitly offered on our flight, there's a chance that 99% of Indian passengers for this flight had this meal at the airport. Or did they? But we'll talk about that more in a minute. The world doesn't abide to TSA standards, so you could probably bring food in from Dubai. Just saying that as well. But we're going to stick with my line of investigation. What Air India Express offered in 2010, or in our case, was no complimentary meal, buy on board food only. Food service was often minimal or skipped entirely on late night, early morning flights, which is where our flight takes place, unfortunately. The food options, if any, consisted of typical buy on board items like veg sandwich or veg puff, chicken sandwich or chicken puff, samosa, cutlet, packaged item snacks, biscuits and chips, tea, coffee, bottled water. Popular packaged snacks for India in 2010 were Uncle Chips, Hippo Chips, which no longer exist, and Cadbury Bites. Focusing on the airport now, as our flight had a slim chance of serving food, but not a non-existent one, just a slim. Our specific flight left out of Terminal 2 of 3. Terminal 1 of the Dubai International Airport focused on international carriers, which ours was, yes, but Terminal 2 focused on regional low-cost flights along with India and Gulf flights, and Terminal 3, which was Emirate flights only and in the process of being opened in phases. So we're left to Terminal 2. Terminal 2 of the Dubai Internet, also I looked it up, Terminal 2 was definitely where they left from. First off, Terminal 2 was smaller, simpler, and more utilitarian. Commonly available options consisted of McDonald's, Costa Coffee, Starbucks, which had a smaller footprint at the time. Local cafe counters where popular items included sandwiches, samosas, and pastries. There were also Middle Eastern quick bites, which included shawarma, falafel wraps, and manakish, a flatbread. Popular choices at the time for travelers were chicken or veg sandwiches, croissants/pastries, samosas and savory puffs, bottled waters, soft drinks, tea, and coffee. Popular soft drinks in Dubai via 2010 included Coca-Cola and Pepsi, obviously, alongside growing regional favorites such as Barbican, a non-alcoholic malt drink, and health-focused options like Japan's Vietnam C, a vitamin C drink, with local entries like Star Cola gaining traction while staples like Karak Chai remained culturally significant. Statistically, the passengers of this flight did not eat beef, as it's a taboo in Hindu culture, but a survey via 2010 stated 7 to 8% of Indians ate beef or buffalo meat for that year. By cross-referencing the known options and data sets along with the operation hours of the listed restaurants, I would feel confident in stating that the last meal of these passengers was most likely some variation of chicken and bread, a coffee or pastry, and some form of light snack that we mentioned. In addition to the previously stated information, Terminal 2 was compact and linear with a single main security screening into airside, limited gate seating clusters, no long concourses like T1 and T3, food concentrated near the central airside spine, not at every gate. Once past security, passengers typically stayed put near their assigned gate. There was little incentive or space to roam. Between roughly midnight and 5 a.m., Terminal 2 operated on a reduced overnight concession model, with the following being the most consistently open, most reliable. Costa Coffee. Coffee, tea, bottled water, pre-packed muffins and croissants. There was also generic airport cafe counters, veg sandwiches, parentheses, cold, savory puffs, parentheses, often already boxed, and biscuits, chips, soft drinks. The next category would consist of the sometimes open, variable hours eateries. There was McDonald's, parentheses, small format, often closed or closing overnight in T2. If open, very limited menu. Local snack counters, samosas, cutlets, availability depending on staff and flight banks. Finally, the third category of not available in T2 airside 2010. Full service restaurants, hot plated Indian meals, lounge dining, no premium lounges for LCC passengers, low cost travel passengers. Realistically, a passenger boarding Air India Express IX812, that's our flight number, in the early morning would have access to tea or coffee, pastries or muffins, cold veggie or chicken sandwiches, bottled water, soft drinks, packaged biscuits, or chips. Hot filling meals are unlikely airside at that hour in Terminal 2 in 2010. Not a great or sudden grand reveal, but it does make one think the suddenness of one's own death. I'm sure these passengers were simply trying to get home from a work or vacation in Dubai, never stopping to savor or even consider this meal would be their very last. To them, it was most likely just another chicken sandwich, and why would they consider it anything else? The passengers probably made this flight many times before, and in all sense of statistical probability, the odds favored these passengers to survive. It's the little insights for me, the culmination of all these people's lives that led to this one moment, and the meal that they ate before stepping on board, if any. The majority took a job in Dubai, probably due to historical trade ties, the oil boom's demand for labor, Dubai's booming economy needing skilled workers. This led them to book a cheap, inexpensive option for travel, coming and going from Terminal 2 in the Dubai International Airport, where most places except a few cafes were open on this late night, early morning flight. It just makes you wonder if their respective loved ones ever brought up the idea of that you work so hard for us, why not take nice Terminal 1 flight for once? Far out for sure, and how do you know that people in Terminal 1 weren't like, damn, I should have been on that T2 flight? We've discussed murders, fatal accidents that defy the odds, and to send us on our way, let's talk celebrity suicide. As we begin, so we shall finish. Anthony Bourdain was born June of 1956. He was a world-renowned chef, author, TV personality, and overall just a good guy. A born and raised New Yorker, Bourdain had a fairly normal childhood. His parents were divorced, however, he stated he felt love from both, who never drank to excess or abused him in any substantial way. His mother, a Jewish woman, never took to raising Anthony in a traditional Jewish sense, and his father, a French Catholic, had the same approach. However, Bourdain would spend the summers in France with his father, learning the culture and speaking French. Later in life, Bourdain would attend the Vassar College in 1973, but would drop out 2 years later and enroll in the Culinary Institute of America, graduating in 1978. From here, he would go on to work as an executive chef all over the world in places like Miami, Tokyo, and DC. It would be in the mid-80s after Bourdain began submitting his writing unprompted to magazine Between C and D that one of his pieces would be picked up for publication. From this point, Bourdain would begin his career as a writer, receiving an advance from Random House Publishing for his first book, Bone and Throat. This, along with his second book, Gone Bamboo, performed relatively poor in sales. It was his book, Kitchen Confidential: Adventures in the Culinary Underbelly, that he would begin to see his first success as a writer. From 2002 to 2003, he was the host of his very first television show, A Cook's Tour, and in 2005, he would begin to work with the Travel Channel up until a somewhat Bourdainish breakup in 2013. There's much more, and of course I could go on, but above all his history and accreditation, the one thing Anthony Bourdain was most is a human being. A traveling, appreciative person who saw more in life than kings and politicians. He saw people of all walks of life for what they truly were, just people living in this not-so-big world of ours. He didn't travel to collect postcards or conquer bucket lists. He traveled to listen, to sit down, to share a cigarette on a plastic stool, break bread with strangers and let their stories do the talking. In a culture obsessed with hot takes, Bourdain practiced something quietly radical: curiosity without condescension. He treated cooks, cab drivers, line cooks, refugees, and grandmothers with the same reverence he gave to famous chefs, often and more. What made him special wasn't just his voice or his wit, sharp as a chef's knife and just as precise, it was his humility. He never pretended to be the expert on people's lives. He showed up as a guest, he let discomfort teach him. He allowed himself to be changed by places, by meals, by conversations that didn't fit neatly into slogans or sound bites. Bourdain believed food was never just food. It was memory, politics, survival, love, resistance. He understood that a meal could carry centuries of pain or pride, and he honored that weight by slowing down and paying attention. Watching him, you learn that empathy isn't loud, it's patient. It tastes first, it asks questions later. He also made space for honesty, about addiction, about doubt, about the messiness of being human. He never sold the myth of perfection, instead he offered permission to be unfinished, to stumble forward, to keep going even if you don't have a clean ending. Anthony Bourdain showed us that the world doesn't need to be certainty, it needs to be better listeners. People willing to cross borders not just with their bodies, but with their assumptions. People brave enough to admit they don't know and curious enough to pull up a chair anyway. And maybe that's his quiet legacy. A reminder that peace doesn't start with grand speeches, it starts with sharing a meal, hearing a story, and recognizing yourself in someone you were taught to see as other. Anthony Bourdain would take his own life on June 8, 2018 while filming in France, a land of his younger days. We don't know exactly what Anthony Bourdain's very last meal was in the literal final moment sense. He was filming in France when he died in 2018, and reports from friends and crews suggest that during his last days, he ate local Alsatian dishes like choucroute garni, excuse my pronunciation, and sauerkraut with sausage, roasted ham, and potatoes, which he even shared on social media shortly before his death. However, when people ask about his ideal or dream last meal, the one he talked about wanting, Bourdain gave a few memorable answers over the years. Sushi at Tsukiyabashi Jiro in Tokyo. In a piece he wrote, he said that if he knew he was going to die, he'd love to sit at the bar of this tiny 3 Michelin-starred sushi restaurant and enjoy a 22 to 23 course omakase, paired with rare sake so that in his final moments, quote, no one on earth had eaten better than me. Another of his choices was roast bone marrow at St. John in London. In interviews about quote-unquote last meal fantasies, he also described his favorite comfort final bite, roast bone marrow with parsley and caper salad, toasted baguette, plenty of sea salt, washed down with a perfect Guinness. Ideally at the London restaurant St. John, prepared by its chef, Fergus Henderson. Last meals haunt us because they reveal how little control we have. We imagine them as intentionally cinematic things, chosen carefully, savored slowly, but life does not grant that kind of permission. We don't know when or where we'll die, and because of that, we can't carry the weight of lastness into every meal. Most meals are eaten quickly, distracted, half-remembered, and that's okay. The meaning isn't in the final bite itself, it's in the long, uneven story that led us there. What is ours to shape is the life that gathers around those meals. The people. The people we love, argue with, forgive, lose, and sometimes find again. The cultures we consume without ever fully owning, flavors passed hand to hand across borders, generations, and belief systems. Every meal is a part of a quiet web of human effort. Someone afraid of dying, someone who has made peace with it, someone who's cooked anyway. Food becomes a language for connection when words fail, proof that we were here together even briefly. And when the last meal finally arrives, it will likely be ordinary. It might be an extravagant feast you never touch, or a dry muffin in an airport terminal on your way home, or something simple eaten in the place where you grew up, surrounded by echoes of who you once were. It won't matter what it is. What will matter is that you lived in a way that filled the moments before it with love. Curiosity and presence, the final meal doesn't give life meaning. It only reflects how fully you allowed yourself to live. Peace out.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.